Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
It's been a long journey, Moxie, for all of our teams seeking $100,000, but we're almost at the end. It's a penultimate day for Marvel Rivals Invitational, and we've got 4 more banger matches coming your way.
Yeah, 4 more banger matches, which are all going to be BO5. So, Harry, if it follows the trend that we saw yesterday, we are going to be buckled in for a very long day of games. Indeed, and you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way.
I mean, we live to cast the good games, right? No one wants to see 3-0s. We all want to be on the edge of our seats watching the best players in Marvel Rivals pop off, but you can pop off in-game with the greatest of aesthetics, with Cloak and Dagger's Twilight Duo and Venom's lingering imprint costumes now in the store.
Yeah, absolutely lovely cosmetics coming on through. And I mean, as a support main, I picked up the Cloak and Dagger bundle literally the night that it released. I grabbed that one for my inventory immediately. And we get to see some really good games. We get to see some really good skins as well coming on through. And they show a lot of identity. Those are going to be in the shop. Currently in the game, it was available from March the 7th from 2 UTC. So if you want to, you can, minimize the window. Don't close it. You don't want to go anywhere. But head on over to the in-game store and grab those cosmetics right now.
Yeah, I think those are going to be staying in the store long term, but if you want something that's a little bit more immediate, we have an event going on right now in Marvel Rivals. It's time to step out of the shadows and embrace the legend of Mrs. Barnes. Black Widow's latest exclusive costume is in Galacta's Cosmic Adventure. Forged in the world of 1872, where the lines between justice and vengeance are blurred, you can see that that Black Widow here is going to be popping off in costume. You'll be able to claim it for free by playing Galacta's Cosmic Adventure. So make sure that you get into the game, get your reps in, and earn a brand new free costume, because there's no past, no future, only the fight.
Clone Rumble is such a fun game mode too. I remember the first time that I played it, Nemo. If you've ever played against multiple Nemos, just think about all of those monster spawns, Harry. All of the monster spawns. It wasn't, a team-based shooter. It became a bullet hell when we had that one coming on up. But we can have a look at how the overall schedule has been, because, EMEA is not the first region that has had the Marvel Rivals Invitational. OCE and Asia have already crowned their champions. And then when we look further afield, NA is going to be coming up. And, NA has already been announcing some of the orgs, some of the teams that have been picked up by said orgs. So that region is going to be incredibly close. I cannot wait to get to potentially see a team like Mutants go head-to-head with the new Sentinel organization that has been announced, who picked up the old Nightmare core. And speaking about picking up, these players are going to be picking up an awful lot of cash if they can rank high. $100,000 is on the line total. As like Day mentioned previously, 40,000 of that is going to go to first place, with second claiming 20,000. The third place on the podium is going to take away 12,000. Fourth place, 8,000. Fifth and sixth will be getting 6,000, and seventh and eighth will also be taking away 4,000.
That's right, Moxie. Pick up the bag. 5th and 6th place will be decided today. Unfortunately, 7th and 8th has already been relegated, with Dusty and Twisted Minds picking up those smaller shares of the prize pool. But as you look down at our lower bracket over there, OG versus PEPS going to be our first game today, followed by LG versus ECSTATIC. These are lower bracket games. Moxie, they're not just playing for the prize money, they're playing for survival.
And I mean, talking to ECSTATIC afterwards with Knuten, they were surprised to make it past Twisted Minds. They were incredibly happy, but now they're going to have an even harder matchup going up against Luminosity Gaming. And OG versus PEPS is going to be an interesting one because we've seen both of these teams do significant work in the downtime between the week that we had previously. PEPS were taken pretty far yesterday, when we got to see Hardest being pushed outside of his comfort zone, you know, everyone targeting Leaf's hero pool, making Hardest have to give up the Winter Soldier and allow Leaf to take it over. If OG were paying attention, we might potentially see the same bans that came through against Dusty, or they might just go for the Wolverine mirror off because, I mean, you've got Tanuki.
I mean, I'm gonna tap into my deep Peps cope here. I have large reserves. Maybe they're a little bit less tired today. They were doing some tournament matches on Thursday night, coming into Friday. Maybe they're a little bit EP in the lobby right at the beginning, you know? Maybe some things slip through the cracks when you're a little bit of an EP guy. Was slumbering last night, sweet dreams. Maybe they're going to be able to bring a much closer game here. And of course, they're going to need to, because OG are one of the teams that, even though there was no map dropped, is the closest we've seen Virtus.pro played thus far on a regular basis. We saw Etsu popping off on that Winter Soldier. Obviously going to be matched by Hardest man-to-man when it comes to those matchups, but it's going to be bloody close.
Yeah, it is going to be close. However, before we get into those matches, we are going to be joined on the desk by our guest of the day, and I believe that's going to be KG. Hello, KG. Welcome to the stream.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's lovely to see you, bud. We've got so much to talk about when it comes to these games. Of course, you're a super high-ranked player yourself. Are you still playing on Schmungus? I know you guys aren't screwing, but you're still playing for Schmungus?
Yes. I'm still playing. I believe we'll play today with Necros Bogor.
Yeah, I think you guys might have MRC qualifiers today. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll see how it goes, because right now our team is a little bit all over the place.
So,
because,
being a high-ranked player, you've run into a lot of these players on the ladder, right? Looking at the list, obviously taking aside Virtus.pro, because everyone knows how strong all of those players are, is there anyone who's sort of like a surprise, an up-and-coming talent that we should be keeping our eyes on these teams?
Up-and-coming talents. I would say, now, with the current teams, I think Luminosity Gaming is very strong, and I think they can make it to the finals and maybe even beat Virtus.pro. I think, trust me, Crook and Cestroid are insane players.
What's your opinion on the Crook Mantis love affair? I know that you've played a good amount of Mantis in your time for Schmungus.
I love it. Seeing Crook on Mantis makes me so happy, because she's like, Mantis barely played, so seeing him actually play Mantis a lot is actually really cool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it again today.
So I know there's a very hot debate about the best Hela in the region. A lot of players that I've talked to have said 5, but then when I was talking to the guys over at Luminosity, call them biased, but they did say that Cestroid was the best Hela. Where, in terms of that Hela skill, do you think Fi and Cestroid fall? Who is truly number 1?
I think Fi is a lot more, like, a lot better when it comes to team play, but Cestroid, when it comes to like mechanical skill, I think Cestroid is a little bit on top of there.
I mean, Cestroid had some issues yesterday against Monk Mudder as well, who we all know from our previous scenes as being a little bit of a flick scan guard. But I'd agree, Cestroid's mechanical skill is kind of off the charts. Some players I'm not as familiar. Go ahead.
What I know about Cestroid is he's really good when it comes to aiming, right? He's really good when it comes to aiming, but he needs. I think when it comes to team play, he still has to work on it a little bit. But when it comes to skill, when it comes to like just hitting shots, headshots, after headshots, he's insane at it. And I think everyone knows that on the ladder.
I mean, so everyone's afraid of Cestroid.
Yeah.
If it's a straight 1v1, Cestroid wins against Fi. But if Virtus.pro are able to lend resources, then Fi would take the win against Cestroid.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
How do you feel about the current Vanguard, like, pseudo-meta that we're seeing? We're seeing a lot of Groot come up. I think a lot of that's influenced by both North America and Nevix. We've seen Hulk's usage fall off a cliff as well. Is just mirroring what you're seeing in ladder, or is there still a lot more Hulk there? Is he getting permabanned?
I've been seeing a lot of Groot lately, a lot of Groot, and I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this as a strategist main, playing against Groot is the most annoying thing ever. Like just wanting to keep your team alive and constantly having these walls come up, dude. Like I can't play the game.
What are you gonna do?
I mean, obviously, you need your team to help you destroy it, right? Because as a strategist, you don't really do that much damage against them unless you play like Mantis. But yeah, I think Groot is very, very strong, and I think we'll see a lot of Groot and a bit less Hulk.
Now, speaking about what we'll be seeing all of the teams that are still competing, because it is going to be starting off with the lower bracket rounds, which does mean they lose these matches, they are out of the tournament. And I mean, obviously, KG, you've competed, right, with Schmongers. What does having that additional pressure do to teams? Would you prefer to have the additional pressure? Is that going to make you perform better, or is that going to make you perform worse?
Good question. I think this additional pressure will make teams perform even better. I think it will make you strive to be on top. Like this pressure will make you go even harder. Like it will make you step on the gas and just say, okay, I need to do my job here as a player, you know, as one of the 6 players, and I need to make sure that we can get to the finals.
I'm going to need your on-the-ground ranked report here about Naga, because the 3 of us know Naga, but Naga's also a little bit more new to the Marvel Rivals esports scene, the competitive scene. Have you seen Naga grinding the ladder recently? Is bro putting in the reps over there?
Oh, good question. I do not remember playing with or against Naga, but I think I might have. I don't recall it.
Or maybe doing it stealthily.
Yeah, I was talking to Fate, actually, and this is one of the things that I brought up, because, like you said, Naga is actually a lot newer to the game than some of these other players. He only started after, I think it was a month ago. So very, very new, but they picked him up because they knew how quickly he would be able to learn. And Fate's own words were that Naga has been learning incredibly quickly, and that he might actually be the best player on Luminosity's team currently.
Could be true. I mean, they're probably like streaming nonstop. Maybe that's why I didn't see him on the ladder. But I remember seeing him in another game, and yes, he can adapt really quickly. He's a very good player too.
I want to get your measure of Ken as well. So I need to get straight into Ken here, because Virtus.pro were target banning Ken's Loki yesterday, and if Ken's Loki scares Virtus.pro, what's your read on it, KG?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure. I have nothing to say about that. I mean,
if Pro's not dominating ladder, it is what it is. OG, they might be insolent, might be doing more scrimming.
Yeah, but Enzo has been known to play the Venom, and obviously, you know, as a strategist main, you said how annoying it can be trying to play into the Groot, but would you rather take a Groot over a Venom? Because a lot of these teams have been instant banning that Vanguard out immediately.
I'll be honest with you, I personally would rather play against the Venom, especially if the synergy with the second support is very good. Groot is a lot more annoying for me personally, but it differs from player to player.
Let's talk
I share your
Tanuki here
sentiment
as well. Tanuki, we've noticed a bit of a melee specialist. Have you encountered much with Tanuki on ladder?
Yes, unfortunately.
Have you been a victim of the Tanuki Black Panther?
Yes, I have been. I believe he also played Wolverine. I still recall a match we had with Necros and some other friends against Tanuki and some other guys, and they were just running us down with Iron Fist and Wolverine and the Thing, and they were just literally just running some kind of form of Gold's composition, chasing us across the map. I did not forget.
That sounds absolutely horrible.
That. Yes, it was. As a strategist, it was.
That's amazing. I mean, he has been playing the Iron Fist, actually. He's played it twice in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, both times on Symbiotic Surface. And one time found a lot of value, one time found some questionable levels of value, but we are yet to see the Tanuki fabled Black Panther or Magic pop up in this iteration of the esports.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll see it. I think it's really hard to make Magic or Black Panther work against coordinated teams. It's a bit different in the latter, of course, but against coordinated teams, it's so hard to make any of these two characters work. It's mainly about
as someone who's... Go ahead.
It's mainly about the melee characters, right? I think most melee characters are really hard to make work against the coordinated teams. For the exception being maybe Wolverine, but yeah, that's my take on that.
So, as someone who has confessed that you don't like going up against Groot, Ducky1, globally ranked Groot, have you matched up against this guy on his signature hero in competitive?
Ducky1, I think I did. It's just I play so many matches, so I can't remember every single name. As a streamer, like 6-8 hours of playing matches. So, but I could have maybe maybe he was on the second account.
We're looking at the ECSTATIC roster right here, recently picked up by Zero Tenacity, by the way. So congratulations to this roster, and congratulations to Zero Tenacity for a good first win this week. Are there any names that do pop out to you that you've met on ladder recently, KG?
Any names? From now the current match that is gonna start, or just in general?
From this ECSTATIC roster that we've got right here. Have you met any of these guys around?
I've played with Gainer. Yeah, I've played with Gainer a lot. I played with and against Among a lot. Among is known for his Storm, of course. Very good Storm player. Gainer, his Doctor Strange is insane. I do not recall any of the other players, like playing with or against any of the other players, though. Knuten as well. He's also very good Hawkeye player. I remember playing against him.
Speaking about Knuten, actually, he confessed in an interview yesterday because of like the way that the target bans worked against ECSTATIC. He had to take over the reins of support and have Terror go over onto that duelist role. And Knuten said he had 12 minutes on Luna, I believe. At this level, is it just like that easy for those players to be able to swap off of those roles? Does it not matter in terms of not being able to practice the heroes often if you can just hit your mechanics and have the macro knowledge already?
I mean, the mechanics are important, of course. I think it's easier for a DPS player to adapt to the support role than for a support player to adapt to the DPS role. Because for me personally, before I became a strategist main, I used to main DPS duelists in other games. So it was really easy for me to pick up the support role. But I do think that the game sense and knowing how to play, where to position yourself as strategist, and how to play around your second strategist is very, very important. So I think he can do a good job, but I think you need some practice. I wouldn't risk it personally if I played in the team,
I mean, makes sense. I've always read you as one of those duelists with that like inner craving for violence.
Yeah. Some people. I mean, when I play strategist, right? Yeah, when I play strategist, I always play aggressive, and sometimes it's when I play with Boger, he always gets annoyed about it. I find myself in the front lines every now and then. Yeah.
I'm guessing you're a fan of the Adam Warlock buffs then that came through recently.
I like it, and I also don't like it, because the problem with Adam is I see a lot of triple support being played because of Adam, and I'm not really a fan of triple support. I'm more of the, I like more the double support compositions where I only have to trust one person next to me rather than two more people. Because the synergy needs to be good. The supports need to be able to protect each other.
Well, speaking of synergy being amazing, Fnatic here, definitely one of our most well-led rosters in Marvel Rivals right now, Line Pro.
Yes.
And a very effective captain. However, have you played with Line Pro in ranked? How are the comms? Is Bro matching that energy in the ranked games?
Non-stop, I play with Line Pro. Line Pro is one of my main Dookie partners. I love him. Line Pro, if you see this, I love you, bro.
I'm sure Line Pro will see this.
We communicate a lot together, a lot. Like when it comes to telling our team what to do, how to position, like where to go, what to do, what our next move is. Communication with Line Pro is so fun. It is so much fun in game, and I'm sure he's also one of the main reasons why his team got so far.
I mean, Fnatic's roster as well, very, very strong. I was talking to Linepro earlier in the week, and he was saying that they like basically got all of the players that they wanted to. Like they came out of Marvel Rivals Championship, they got sent out by Yonkanda, and Linepro was like, there's one player that we really want when we go into the next iteration of tournaments, and that's Monkmother, and then they were able to pick him up. So,
yes.
A very, very strong roster indeed.
If I remember correctly, Melio was on Schmungus for a bit, right?
Yes, he was.
Did they poach him from you? Was that a fully fledged stealing?
No. It's basically it's our team is kind of all over the place. Like it's more of a fun team that we have going on. With streamers, with friends. It's nothing serious. And Melio wanted something serious, so sure, go ahead. Why not? No, we're not mad at him or anything.
Yeah, with serious teams on the horizon. We've got Team PEPS coming up here as well. We're all very familiar with a lot of these players from our previous engagements in esports. Is there anyone on this roster that you want to wax lyrical about for their performance on ladder?
Netlox, Timo, HQ Artist. Very, very good. Yeah. I played with Hardest the other day. Like not Duokyo or anything, but he was my team, and we also played against him. Very good DPS player. And Timo, it's always fun to play with him. I played other games with him also before. Very, very cool tank player to be with, and I feel when I play strategist around him, I feel in good hands. I say so because my opinion, it is hard for a duelist player to do their job if the synergy between the tank and the strategist is not on par.
Is hardest getting access to Winter Soldier in ranked? Because obviously, like the difference between ranked and tournament play is that there's only ban slots. In ranked, there's no protection. So I would imagine if you queue into hardest on ladder, the one hero you're absolutely going to remove from his pool is the Bucky.
Not anymore, because the names are hidden.
Ah, of course. So he's incognito. Yes. He's hardest with a mustache.
Yes. You can't really target ban anyone anymore because everyone is incognito, yeah.
Well, one roster that is far from incognito is the one that everybody knows, Virtus.pro. How's Lindstrom's hours right now? We haven't seen any of Lindstrom in-game. Lindstrom's been a bit of a fill for Virtus.pro, just playing whatever's needed as well as scrimming with other teams. How are Lindstrom's hours in ranked?
Lindstorm, he's very flexible. He's such a good player. Like he can play DPS, he can play support, and he can play it all on a high level. Like I respect him as a player so much. Like actually, he's such an important asset for Virtus.pro.
It's interesting that Nevix actually played that role on previous esports orgs as well, just having that like I can play everything and I'll do what's needed for the team role. And Lindstrom being able to fill that is a big asset to Virtus. I agree.
Yes. I mean, Finzi too, a huge pickup for this team. Everybody was losing their minds in chat yesterday over like the Eye of Agamotto's that this guy was able to get in clutch moments. Insane Doctor Strange player.
Yeah. The main person in the roster that I think is extremely good and the most important asset of the team is, in my opinion, Syfy on the support role.
Yeah.
And like when it comes to the strategist role, he is so good. Like if you just check this guy's stats, it is the most it's absolutely ridiculous. When it comes, especially when it comes to Sue, the amount of healing numbers and damage numbers he pushes out on this character is unbelievable. So yeah. Respect.
So you mentioned the Saipei Sue, but you were saying earlier that you absolutely adore Linepro. We've asked you to go head-to-head with Fire and Asteroid, but how would you match up in terms of Invisible Women for Saipei and Linepro?
Linepro is my brother. He's a very good friend, but I think Virtus.pro will come out on top. I hope I'm wrong because he's my brother, but I need to be, you know, I need to keep it real here. Virtus.pro is insane. Right?
All right, let's move on to our predictions now, KG. We asked for a couple before we got you on here, so let's have a quick look at our first matchup. You're giving a map over to PEPS, but Moxie and I think it's going to be a touch closer here after what we've seen from PEPS previously. Do you think OG are that strong, or are we overestimating Team PEPS?
I mean, it could be 3-2, but I think it's gonna be 3-1 because I still have flashbacks playing against Etsu in the Mal Rivals Championship when he did the most insane play against our team, where I'm gonna tell you guys what happens. I was already like, we were about to win the game. It was overtime, okay, for both teams, and we were about to win the game. We won the fight. During overtime, Etsu comes to the point, stalls it, ults, we can't kill him, his team teleports in. My wife already celebrating in her room, by the way. She thought we won already. Yeah, she's already celebrating. She's stalling the point, uses ultimate, survives, his team teleports in, and we lose the game. And finish top 16.
Oh man, I think I actually cast that game. That was brutal.
That was absolutely
that was an inglorious end for the Schmungus run.
I just had a poker face after that. Like, so I think with how clutch Team OG is, they can make it a 3-1. I think, but again, you know, I could be wrong.
Ooh, hello.
Spicy.
The Zero Tenacity roster, or ECSTATIC, getting 3-0'd here by Luminosity. Is this Mantis bias?
Yes.
Understandable.
Yes,
have a nice day.
A big fan.
Mantis
big fan
just
of
built
Crooks
death.
Mantis. Big fan of Crooks Mantis. Yeah, he's one of the main reasons, along with Trust Me's tank gameplay and Sestroy's DPS gameplay. I'm looking forward to see them absolutely destroy.
Strong words from KG. I mean, yeah, it could very well go that way. However, now let's look at a VP versus Fnatic, because Harry, you and KG are on the same page here. I think it might go one additional map, especially because, you know, we've seen VP struggle against things like the Groot, and Fnatic have been very Groot-pilled when it comes to their compositions recently.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've diverged, and KG's with me here, so
Yes.
outnumbered, honestly. I think that there's going to be a point where, like, Fnatic are going to be able to pick a map that's good for them. Maybe they ban out the Groot here. I'm not sure if they want to really ban out the Groot with both Blacks and Nevix available for those Groot plays. Do you have any insight into who might be the better Groot player here, or is it super close, KG?
I think it's close. When it comes to the Groots, I think Black Shoe is insane on Groot. But, you know, Virtus.pro, their team play, their coordination is just, oh my god. Like, they're very good when it comes to playing as a team and being, you know, having the synergy together. So, you know, even if Black Shoe's, you know, Groot is very, very good, I think it's going to be hard for them to win this. But I hope I'm wrong with the prediction. I hope I'm wrong because, you know, Lion Pro is my brother. I want him to win, but we'll see.
We're all differing now. Yeah. KG's gone 3-2 in favor of LG. Harry, you've gone 2-3 in favor of OG, and I've gone 1-3 in favor of OG as well. So a long last match, most likely, for the end of the day. But KG, why do you think LG is going to come out on top when a lot of players that we've talked to have actually ranked OG as the second strongest team?
Again, it's the Mantis bias.
I mean, at this point, I'm going to call it weapons grade Mantis cope, bro.
That's why. That's why. If it wasn't the Mantis, might be, you know, it might be the other way. Might be 2-3, but because of Crook, I go 3-2.
I mean, bro's going to be able to hit some 6 sleeps on Tanuki, you know? That sedation could be everything. The clutch Mantis today.
Yeah.
All right. We all agree on what that final match will be, though. We all think that it is going to end up being OG versus LG. Thank you so much for joining us, KG. Your insights have been invaluable, and as always, it's wonderful to talk to you.
Thank you. Love you all. Take care.
Thank you so much, KG. Well,
You can get
Harry...
KG over on Twitch at KG. So make sure that you catch him there. Might be doing some co-streaming of the tournament as well. And of course, high-ranked gameplay, one above all. We know that KG is one of the best strategist players in EMEA at the moment, Mox.
Yes, that is true. And we're going to be getting to see some really good strategist players coming very shortly up because we're about to get ready to go into that first match. And I mean, it's rematch hours, Harry, the best kind of match. But before we go into that, we do have to talk about the fact that there are watch parties going on. Venter, one of our guests who actually joined us on the desk yesterday, is going to be streaming alongside all of these other very lovely content creators. You can catch them there over with their bios.
Yeah, make sure that you tune in to all of our watch parties so you can get every angle of the action here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA, because we have so much good things to bring you. All of the matches today are going to be incredibly close. You saw all of the predictions, and they are not cope at all. We are expecting every single one of our teams to be challenged to their very core and really push the edges of what is possible at top tier of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and speaking of their first match, we're going to be getting ready to go into OG versus PEPS, a rematch which last time was not close at all. It was a 2-0 in favor of OG because this is where, you know, like a lot of the desk, a lot of the players, a lot of the people that we've interviewed have talked about Tanuki being really, really strong in ladder, very strong addition to the roster of Young Kanda, which then got picked up into the organization of OG. He hasn't really found his footing, but last week there was one day where he really showed up, and it was this matchup where he was able to pick up the Wolverine. And wouldn't you believe it, we're going to be starting off with the very same map that we got to see start off randomly generated against PEPS and OG last time too.
Sometimes fate wills it, Moxie. And there's a reason that Tanuki in particular was able to pop off on the Wolverine in this matchup, and that's because Leaf loves playing it too. The question is, are PEPS willing to take away... Yep. the question has been answered. The question has been answered.
There you go. That goes to show the strength and fear that Tanuki's Wolverine can put into a roster. Leaf's favorite hero has been taken off of the board voluntarily by PEPS' own actions. It's going to be OG now taking out that Groot. So Teemo is not going to be able to play one of his own staple vanguards as we move into the protection phase. So the hero now that OG selects is going to be barred from deletion on the side of PEPS. Seems like there's going to be a little bit of a debate going on for it. Potentially we see the Venom protection so they can go for the dive.
Oh, nice call. Damn, Moxie is so right up on this. So I described yourself and Kenobi as the Brain Trust cast yesterday. You guys are in the Matrix. I just shout words real loud. Good read on the Venom. This is, of course, one of Enzo's best characters. The Protect now coming through from PEPS. This is very much what we'd expect to see from future OG matches as well. If we see them go up against something like Virtus.pro again, Virtus.pro are essentially perma-banning Wolverine, as it was kind of exposed as their one weakness in their match against PEPS previously, the only map they've dropped since the team formed.
Yeah, and actually it's going to be PEPS now protecting Luna, so they're anticipating the dive off of the back of that Venom protection, and they're going to be trying to have a backline as well as potentially that Namor that could come through, and with the Luna have the increased Monstro spawn. However, OG read into it. This is sort of like the dance that goes down in the picks and bans, right? A lot of the time when you protect one hero or ban another hero, it shows your hand a little bit in terms of the composition you're going to play towards. So I do like that back and forth between OG being like, okay, well, you can have the Luna, but we're still going to dive you, and you're not going to get the Namor to make the Luna even better, especially with the Fate of Both Worlds being able to give a 40% damage increase to a Horn of Proteus that in the middle circle does 500 damage before you even boost it a little bit, which can manage to find eliminations through the Strategist Ultimates. So Namor not going to be on the board for either team.
Etsu picking up the Psylocke right now. Etsu and Sparker I definitely describe as a pair of our top Psylocks here in Europe, who also flex over to that Winter Soldier. Leaf's actually going to be sticking with it here. This is usually the domain of Hardest, but Hardest is a hard hit scan player. There's going to be a lot of trust in that tracking. Tanuki's going to be matching on the Star-Lord.
Yeah, Hardest not going to be going, like you said, for that Winter Soldier. And he's normally been the thing for PEPS that manages to clutch up when they're a little bit down in terms of those rounds. Sneaky's also going to be matching on the Starlord, so we're going to be seeing a lot of iframes on the Stellar Shift coming on through. Enzo and Etsu are going to be trying to form a dive composition. However, the Starlord takes a little bit longer to get into a position to play off of that Venom, as it is going to be the Mantis and the Atom coming on through. So revive strategy for PEPS. They want to have OG burn themselves through that first stage of the fight before they don't have any gas left in the tank to win through the second.
All right, playing for survival, both teams here facing elimination in the lower bracket. You can see that Natlox is under huge pressure, but the healing is going to be there off the back of those shifts, clicking up the HP. Etsu plays it patiently, goes in onto Hardest. Beautiful assassination, gets the first knockout, but it is going to be Enzo punished on point here by Shu. Mission area captured in favor of PEPS.
So this is one of the problems with the Atom, especially if you want to be able to take full advantage of the Soul Bond. Everyone needs to be very, very close to the strategist and also within LOS, which means that OG, all they had to do was apply that little bit of pressure, have Etsu be the bait, and kept PEPS' backline looking at the one duelist while the rest of the team were able to take control of all of that space. Hardest now up in that high ground is also going to be able to spy check out where the Venom is coming from, applying that pressure and potentially forcing the shield out early so that the Venom has to wait for it to be back in cooldown before the dive goes through.
Oh, Shu needs some triage here, but Tanuki's already been taken down. Lovely mag cannon just blasts Tanuki well into the zone where Shu can follow this up. The point shifts, even more high ground now is offered over to the side of OG, but they're down on players who can really capitalize upon it. Teemo moves into the midst of this OG team, and out comes the Galactic Legend as well. Hardest going to force out the answer from Ken on the Invisible Woman, who draws up the invisible boundary.
Yeah, but that is A-okay in PEPS' book, because that means that Leaf is going to have a Kraken impact that just has to worry about the fate of both worlds coming on through from Alex on that Luna. Shu, in the meantime, has been an absolute anchor on that point. There's the Dance of the Butterflies coming on through. Might be able to find the elimination onto switch on that Mantis. Yep, Soul Resurgence not going to be enough to keep everybody topped on up through that one, especially since it was dead on the Mantis as opposed to on the outsides of it. But Comic Revival is invested on the side of Natlox, and unfortunately, it's close enough to the point that OG are able to chase the players down.
At this point, though, PEPS just kind of wiping off the end of this, hoping to get a little bit more percentage capture. And now, Tanuki are going to be able to play from a defensive position, which is great for a Venom who can set up on a wall and not be pressured on the entry of PEPS.
They do have to live through this next engagement, though, because if PEPS want to go aggressive, they can go fast with that Kraken impact. Leaf knows that there's no support ultimates to bail the damage out on the side of OG because they use both in the fight prior. Snae's absolutely lovely pick onto Hardest before the Starlord to get back to the rest of his team. And like you said, there's that dive coming on through. The Bulwark aided to Tanuki so that he can go in deep with the E-Connect onto so many of those players on the side of PEPS. And that is OG holding on to a fight again.
There's so much value to this cleave damage as well against a Mantis Adam composition. Adam is great at that kind of triage healing on a single target using the click. But if the damage is spread out, then everyone kind of only gets a single burst off of that heal, and it makes it much more difficult to survive in these longer fights.
Yeah, the terrain too is really making it hard for that Adam to poke down the health bars of things like the Starlord, the Psylocke, and the Venom, which could deter them for actually committing to that dive. You can see Enzo here just getting to play around that pillar. The dive goes on through. The Tether catches onto so many. Good sedation comes on through from the Mantis, but the damage has been done. The Adam is down, has to burn the Cocoon, which is now going to be on a really hefty cooldown. As Leaf decides that the time is now into the Invis boundary, he goes Kraken impact, not finding the impact, just looking for a soul, especially since he wasn't able to hook the suit out of her ultimate.
Switch trying to answer the dive right here. Etsu actually caught by a spore on the exit. Great aim there from Switch, really utilizing the mechanics to make these strategists do some work. Now Fate of Both Worlds deployed here by Alex. Focus through the ultimate. Unreal focus there from PEPS. I can't believe it managed to get the Luna. And now the remainder of OG are going to be in a very troublesome situation. Ken's been able to return over here, but no. Leaf says absolutely not. Hardest not the only Winter Soldier on this roster. Soul Bond gives plenty of survivability. Just absolutely exiling, banishing, removing Enzo from the map. Etsu's down as well. PEPS seem to have everything they need to flip this one over. Even with the application of the Meteor M from the side of Shu, PEPS are going to be able to grab this.
Yeah, but that's huge. They wanted to bait the Meteor M because Tanuki's gonna have Galactic Legend, and Meteor M could have been used to block it. You don't need a support ultimate to live through a Starlord ulti. You just need to have the Magneto Meteor M absorb all of that pressure coming on through. Snaze also was gonna go onto that Doctor Strange, so they're gonna make a play for a portal recontest. They know that they have the ultimate advantage.
Advantage gained. Question is, can you buy in onto it? Tanuki, super low already. Almost reaches 0 HP, and then absolutely does. Galactic Legend not popped in time. Hardest watching over from above. An avenging Icarus strikes down all those who dare to present themselves to this Master of the Sun. And it's going to be the Adam Warlock next to be chased down. Natlox finds the final blow, and PEPS looking dominant on their first submap here.
I mean, huge metal bulwark as well comes down onto the Starlord from PEPS so that he can survive. Because once again, Hardest getting to come on through and just cut the win condition off at the last possible moment. The Strange Portal comes on up. Everybody on the side of OG knows their win condition. They need to have a good Galactic Legend. They need to be able to find the eliminations. They don't have to worry about Meteor M. And then PEPS just go first. They make the aggressive play before OG can respond to it. Because, like, at this point, you're not jumping out of a portal into a Loki regen domain. You're immediately jumping out of the frying pan into a very hot fire.
And those fires do burn hot here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. Never has the pressure been greater for these teams. It's been a while since OG... Well, it's been forever since OG have been threatened with elimination. It's going to be their first time. LG, exactly the same. But PEPS, they've already been forged in the crucible of the lower bracket, and they are used to the fire and the flames.
OG is swapping comp. Enzo is off of the Venom. They're going for the double shield of the Magneto and the Doctor Strange. Snaze is very close to an Eye of Agamotto. Natlox is also going to be able to have that Comic Revival on board, so everyone from PEPS very much having a second lease of life. However, the Starlord already starting to poke a little bit of pressure into the backline coming on through from OG, and it's the battle of the Starlords right now to control the aerial space.
Maybe there's a world where you swap over to Magneto here just to give the metal bulwark to Tanuki when it's time to go for that ultimate, give additional protection and try and leverage some more damage out of that one. In comes the Mantis ultimate, and there it is. Galactic Legend. Tanuki rains down fire from above, already grabbing yourselves two. Third is going to be picked on up. Common Revival, yes, but look at this. It's just going to be swarmed over. They don't have the healing to stand up to this, and despite a desperate attempt at Leaf with the Kraken Impact, PEPS just didn't have the meat for that.
Yeah, and that means that Kraken Impact is now off of the table when Edsa uses their own Comic Revival. That's an ultimate. PEPS are wanting back for sure into this next fight. Timo is going to have the Feast of the Abyss, but you don't have a Luna on your support lineup, so we're not going to be seeing the 40% damage amp applied to it, so it's probably not going to find the elimination it's looking for, much more for the survival of that Venom. As keep an eye on Snaze, this Strange is going to need bells on his feet to showcase his position because he was looking for a drop-down Eye of Agamotto. He's got to drop down regardless, though, using that shield to block up a lot of that poke pressure coming on through from both the Mantis and the Adam. Waits for the Vanguards to walk forward, and then catches everyone in the back line when there's no shield to block it.
Oh, they tried to use the Meteor M to absorb fire towards those stunned players, but smart plays from Snaze only uses the whip melee instead to build up the charge for the Dark Maelstrom, and then unleashes it onto both body and soul to find those final hits.
Enzo is going to have his own Meteor M as well. Not looking for picks off of the back of it, but again, to just absorb the pressure coming on through from Hardest's Galactic Legend. There's a lot of potential windows for that Starlord to pop on up from, and you can actually see Tanuki's silhouette just to the left on the top corner, waiting to see whether or not Hardest is going to try to make a flank angle before they go in for a pinch of their own.
Blast Barrage. Oh, that's actually a very early force here of the Fate of Both Worlds coming through. You can see that everyone else held at bay. Kraken Impact finally once again leveraged by the side of Leaf. Grabs Alex once again, maybe out of the Fate of Both Worlds. The focus from Team PEPS onto those Lunar Snow ultimates has been sublime and a real difference maker in these battles.
Came at the cost as well of the Manta swap. KG's not going to be happy. Manta stocks have gone down. Switch swaps up onto that Luna for the amp off of the Fate of Both Worlds. So Teemo's damage on the Feast of the Abyss was pushing those health bars very dramatically low for Leaf to capitalize and get reset after reset. Since there's no Loki in the lobby, you don't get the free reset off of the clone copies. Leaf looks for the hook, doesn't find the fish that he's looking for to fry, but does create the space for Hardest to get the bulwark from Shu and go one of a Galactic Legend.
Galactic Legends exchanged. For now, Hardest trying to hide behind the pillar, and Hardest finally taken down, but not before being traded for Snaze. Natlock's on the off angle has done plenty here, and it seems like Tanuki really wants to challenge this Adam with the damage boost given over. Inspiration from the Mantis. At this point, though, too much space has been lost by OG. It'd be too dangerous to go so much further forward. Etsu going to resurrect themselves here, using that Karmic Revival. Tanuki noted on the exit, does their best to fly away using that additional momentum.
OG are gonna try and fight this out. Like you said, they've got the Karmic Revival from the Adam Warlock. The Soul Bomb comes on first, so everyone is taking mitigated damage. However, Teemo's primary just getting to batter through all of the shields. It's counted as melee. Manages to find so much sticking potential through this double shield composition that OG have put into the field. Leaf not finding the hook, yet again meeting the Stranger's shield, but all of the space that OG is down is creating so much more room for PEPS to get aggressive, and that's exactly how this team adores to play.
Oh, PEPS can smell the blood in the water. Leaf stands ready with a cracking impact as well. But OG, they're loaded for bear. This is going to be a bloody fast fight. 11 ultimates ready to go. Almost 12 as well. Going to be Galactic Legend coming out first. This time from Hardest. Answered, of course, by the Mantis. In comes the Eye of Agamotto. But did it even strike anyone? I don't think so. In the end, Switch gets found. PEPS have fallen apart at the final hurdle. That's going to be attempted a resurrection. And now dashing back onto a point with the fate of both worlds. Bringing all those low health resurrections back up to full. Meteor doesn't grab much at the end of final blows, but up in the air, Tanuki has the eye in the sky, all the angles that he wants, looking down upon this Magneto. A curtain is raised, but it might just be a curtain call for the defense of PEPS here. OG have been able to put themselves all over the point and really start to force PEPS to succumb. Isolation coming on through, but Snaze going to be unable to find any staggers here, I imagine.
All right, Leaf's on Spider-Man. It is Super Soldier Factory, so he might be able to web someone off of the map into the volcano and the lava pit therein. He's also going to be able to have the team up with the Venom, but he gets spy checked and spotted on out. Strange Portal comes on for it to provide another angle for PEPS to try and take advantage of. And Snaze and Enzo having to give up a lot of space to let PEPS walk out of that spot of the choke, potentially for free. Gets traded by Shu, though.
Oh, Shu already down. The fate of both worlds. It's popped here. PEPS, they want to try and finish this here and now, but Ken's been able to answer with incoming healing as well. Out comes the Galactic Legend, this time in the hands of Hardest, looking for squishy members in the back. You can see the shields are arrayed in front of him. A Phalanx Testudo formation put in front of the Star-Lord. Tanuki wants to go and meet them in the air. A mad dash for the health pack, yes, as Leaf attempts to meet the Star-Lord for a mid-air dance. Love taps exchanged, blast the barrage. Yes, it does damage, but no final blows are found. It's actually Ken who's able to grab this one. OG have managed to bring themselves back into this map as Shu arrived on the thing. Rock and stone to the bone is not enough. PEPS brings everyone back. The Karmic Revival, it might be enough. They're super low on HP though. Leaf dragged on down. That's a double with the Eye of Agamotto. A full stop on this one from Snaze is going to put it to bed. And PEPS fall. OG bring it to a map number 3.
We had so little time left in overtime that PEPS had no choice to pop the Karmic Revival directly next to point. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had enough time to walk out of choke onto the spawn. So the second that OG see that Karmic Revival go through, they just have to wait for those bodies to become tangible, and Snaze gets the freest Eye of Agamotto off I've ever seen. And Tanuki on that Star-Lord has all of the damage, all of the cleave to follow up on the fact that all of those players that got rezzed up only have 100 HP to play with.
Yeah, that's especially dangerous when you're going up as a Vanguard, you know. 100 HP lost you a lot less time when you have a big old hitbox. Let's quick look at our stats right now. Anything standing out to you, Mox?
I mean, 17,000 damage done by Leaf, but 24,474 done by Tanuki, who's sitting on 38 eliminations.
But Tanuki was promised.
Yeah, they speak for themselves. This is his best map by far. Whether he's on the Wolverine or the Star-Lord, he really does it feel at home on Hull 7.
Snaze going to be opening up early with the teleportation here just to give over some high ground and advanced positioning to Tanuki.
Shu's actually going to be sticking with the thing. He was able to put up clobbering time in the overtime from the last round. It'll be interesting to see whether or not that's going to stick around as Leaf moves now onto the Storm, trying to find some form of cleave damage, but OG already getting to play out into the open, not really allowing Leaf to build up to that Omega Hurricane all that quickly. It's Tanuki burning all of his cooldowns to just keep pushing PEPS back into that choke.
Yeah, 3 players stunned by the clobbering time, and Hardest is here to follow on up. You can see the damage boost from Storm is absolutely brutal. Mantis ultimate forced out here, but PEPS already have so much position on the point. Sieging into them is going to be so much more difficult. In comes the Storm of a Century. Omega Hurricane prepared to drop down upon the midst of OG. It's Leaf who's making landfall right now. Name it Hurricane Leaf, because I don't think a tree is going to be able to stand up to this one. Enzo going to be the last member of OG to keep standing on this point. Tanuki believes it's winnable. The Galactic Legend is going to get 2 here. Oh, actually, Manchester grabs Natlox out of stealth. The double jump of Natlox was interrupted by wildfire from Tanuki. The predictive positioning, unreal.
I mean, PEPS kind of played themselves there, because Leaf uses a Mega Hurricane and just actually switches Fate of Bokefield that boosts the damage so that it can find the eliminations, because they think that Teemo's Meteor Arm is going to be all of the peel they need to stop the Galactic Legend coming through from Tanuki. Massive play comes out from Tanuki to understand that they can overload the Meteor Arm, and Alex boosts the damage themselves too. So Strategist Ultimate's removed, but OG get the space to play with, and they can set Tanuki up to just assassinate dive on the players of PEPS before the thing has the chance to jump into the team.
Yeah, the Thing tried to use the peeling clobbering time there to stop the cleave of the Blaster Barrage. Enzo just going to escort the remainder of OG away right now and try and avoid too much poke to not allow Leaf easy access to that Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, you can't have a Mega Hurricane before Alex is ready for it. However, we hit the 50%, and that means that the map's geometry is going to change. Doorway moved, but Harder still popping up as always. Bionic Hook lands the shot into Kraken Impact we go. And unfortunately for PEPS, Natlox's Invis Boundary gets countered early by the Sue going down, but Hardest is still hitting those headshots, and he's still got that clutch potential.
Huge investment here. It's a must-win. Only the Vanguards of PEPS get stunned there by the Eye of Agamotto, so the finishing blows are going to be difficult to try and grab. Yet another clobbering time. Multiple stuns delivered, but no final blows. Ken resurrects himself at the auspices of that team up from the Adam Warlock, and Leaf is just cleaving through all and sundry in this straight line. Tanuki feeling frisky, going in with a Blaster Barrage, but is punished for this audacity. You can't just roll into PEPS like that. It's not natural. It's not good. Coming in from the top. Yes, it's another resurrection coming through. Karmic Revival for all but there to go for it. And now Hardest with their second Kraken Impact of the fight, by the way. This one going to be a lot more successful. Needs to get rid of Alex, who's falling low. And while Snakes won't offer a reset on the Kraken Impact, PEPS finally have themselves some control, but perfection is demanded.
Yeah, however, they have got a very good composition for burning time off of the bank. And I mean, even for OG as well, they have a lot of staying power, so they might be able to move and maneuver themselves through choke. But at the same time, they don't have a lot of burst damage because they're playing that triple support rather than having 2 of those duels. It's going to be a reliance on Tanuki's Galactic Legend, but you can't use the Fate of Bokefields aggressively. You've got to hold on to it to stop Leaf's Omega Hurricane from finding that sticking damage. Galactic Legend going to be emboldened by the Bulwark coming on through, but PEPS' Leaf now decides that this is the time to drop the Hurricane directly before OG can find any follow-up space.
Oh, the clobbering time grabs 5, but the only player who's not stunned is going to be Alex, who uses the Fate of both worlds. In comes the Eye of Agamotto. So many players stunned. This is Snage's big moment, and Tanuki's here just to put a finisher onto it. The Blaster Barrage claims life after life, and final blows delivered. OG, the retake is pure. It's simple, it's beautiful, and it's emotes on the point. As it does seem like Tanuki, there was an attempt to shut this one down using the hook coming through from Hardest, but as you pointed out, the Metallic Bulwark was everything, stopping that CC and allowing for the Galactic Legend to get some real value.
I mean, Magneto is just such a strong Vanguard. So often there's like a debate between, is the Strange better than the Magneto? But where the Mag finds so much value in is the versatility of Meteor Arm, right? You can use it aggressively to shut down strategic ultimates. You can use it defensively to absorb things like Hela, Ulti, Hawkeye, Pressure, Galactic Legend, as we saw in this current round. But having that Bulwark, which you can apply to an ally, even if they're far enough away from you, something that the Hulk doesn't get. You have to be right next to Vanna if you want to be able to receive that shield. But Magneto can literally just apply it from a distance, just like Invisible Woman, with her shields, and you saw how it emboldened both of the stars, both Tanuki and Hardest when he was playing it, were getting the bulwark coming through from Enzo and Teemo, and it was a matter of which Starlord was getting the most amount of value for which team was tipped to win the fight. And Tanuki walking away, 49 eliminations, 34,000 damage, 23 of those 49 elims. Final hits, by the way. So that goes to show what a monster that duelist can be.
I'm loath to report that here in EMEA, Triple Strategist is alive and well. The swap over towards the Lunar Snow to supplement the healing that Mantis and Adam can offer, which, let's say it's rationed, the healing from a Mantis and an Adam. It allows you to catch a lot less poke, and that really created some openings for Hardest on the on both the Starlord and Winter Soldier to be able to grab things. It meant that things are a little bit more difficult for OG. I love the adaptation there towards the Triple Strategist, and you'll be able to see it in real time as we run through our highlight reel. So enjoy these.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
You may have had your dancing shoes on for Rivals till the end, but we need a hot step here from PEPS to bring themselves back into this matchup. And to do that, Moxie, they're going to be going to their patented signature best map. Spider Islands is on the cards.
I mean, this is what we saw the last time these two teams matched up. It was, granted, a lot closer today on Hell's Heaven. Previously, it was a full shutdown, like 100-0. I'm talking shutdown. We got through all 3 rounds of Hell's Heaven, and it was an absolute nail-biter of a series. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not the picks and bans are going to follow along with the same plan as last time too, because that was a big difference. Like you and I, we were theorizing maybe it's going to be a Wolverine mirror, maybe Leaf gets to stick around with that one, but PEPS instantly removed Tanuki's signature hero off of the board and heading over to Spider Islands where Wolverine is just as strong. I'm imagining it's going to go the same way too. And something to talk about too is the fact that PEPS normally insta-ban out Hella. So that puts even more precedence into the amount of fear and respect that they have for Tanuki's Wolverine.
Yeah, Tanuki very much like iced out of this. They're flashbacks to Tanuki's best series yet, which was against PEPS in the Swiss stage, dominating on the Wolverine. And you've really got to dislike the Tanuki Wolverine to ban that, because that's also Leaf's best hero, for my money, to be honest. And often PEPS have been in a position where the opposing team has to spend a ban on the Wolverine. Now it's kind of, the script's been flipped. The Uno reverse has come on through, and they're having to spend that first ban on Wolverine, which kind of allows a lot of control to OG when it comes to crafting the ban phase.
Especially when you look at like Vanguard too, because OG can play so many different compositions. We got to see a little bit of the Enzo Venom before it swapped on over to that double shield coming on through, because it was so important having the Magneto, having the Strange, being able to give those resources on over to the Star-Lords when we got to head into the second stages of those Hell's Heaven rounds. Likewise, we could see a little bit of Shoes the Thing come through as well, which can be a very strong Vanguard, but not into Groot. Groot tends to be one of the traditional counters to that particular Vanguard, but just because you can easily wall off the Thing's LOS so that if he charges on through, he can't use the embattled leap on the E to return back to his players. As no surprises yet again, it's gonna be Wolverine off the cards. And a protection on the Lunar Snow is probably going to herald a ban on the Namor coming through from OG's end after they've protected their Loki.
Oh, it's actually Ken. Yep, going to be protected this time around. What was it they protected last time? Oh, it was the Venom, wasn't it? I guess Venom not quite as prevalent here. And with the Namor ban coming up, maybe we're going to see Enzo's Venom banned out here. Admittedly, Timo actually stuck with the Venom for longer than I believe Enzo did, who abandoned it earlier in order to go over to Magneto, and that may have been to... Oh, okay. I dig it. Getting rid of the Magneto. I mean, it felt like the Magneto was getting a lot more value in terms of the usefulness of metallic bulwarks for the side of OG.
Yeah, that is true.
Real magic.
We're going to be seeing two different Vanguard compositions coming on for potentially. Shu has liked to play the Thing on this map, and especially since, you know, Groot has been banned out. Admittedly, from OG's side, that's still going to benefit Shu in the long run to be able to play this Vanguard. On the other hand, we could well see the Strange Venom composition coming on from the side of OG, especially when you're an attacking team comp. You just need something to make the defenders head turn so that your team core can walk safely out of spawn, because PEPS have played this map. This is one of their comfort maps for a reason. They play Touch the Spawn Doors challenge, and they will hold you there for 2 minutes and over if you're not careful.
Yeah, and the signature play for PEPS here is the instant TP back after losing first fight, right on top of Cart. It's kind of been counter-stratted now by most of the EMEA of trying to use a counter portal to either snipe or CC Timo while they're casting the portal themselves in the defender spawn.
Yeah, Shu holds up close. You can already see the pinch attempted to come in from the side of OG. Strange is going to walk out main with Venom, walking to the left side to get right past one of those Vanguards and set the tether up onto multiple players. As PEPS has Natlocks, there's a reason that Loki was in play. And OG's Ken might have been the thing that got protected, but Natlocks can still prosper off of that hero still being on board.
Oh, Natlocks is super happy to be able to go back to Loki. A crazy Loki player. Etsu already over on to the Winter Soldier here, trying to get an early grab. Ideally, you would like for to get the Strange first, so that he's having to wait for a while for the remainder of the team to fall on down before that portal is ready to go. Lots of damage coming through here from Leaf on the Storm. Of course, while that E is active, lots of lightning bolts are going to be coming down on these players. Tanuki on the magic. Fell down early tonight. Was that an interrupted play right there? No, Ken actually instantly goes over onto a Fate of Both Worlds. That's a lot of healing available now for the side of Ken. Natlocks is going to go down. May well have been cosplaying a clone right there. OG finally started to remove PEPS, peel them away from the convoy.
I want to see whether or not Tanuki is going to stick with magic, or if this was just a play to get out of the spawn doors, because, like, it does seem like he's going to be sticking with it. He is 70% of the way to the Dark Child, but there, like you said, this PEPS' portal coming on through. We'll be able to catch Shu going immediately into that clobbering time as well through the Stranger's shield. It's able to snatch up all of that CC onto Snaze so that Hardest can come on through and bookend the fight with the Kraken impact. Snaze trying to bail the team out from the follow-up, as we've got Aya Agamotto into that Dark Child form for Tanuki. However, Natlox with the copy from the Loki gets Fate of both worlds in time, and PEPS are able to survive and sustain.
Oh, the risks there to go for the damage boost on the Luna ultimate against the Darkchild. You just have so much belief that Leaf is going to win out in that damage duel. Tanuki still up in the back. Remember that you can actually shut down those portals using the Yancy Street charge and its earthbound power, but instead it's just almost like a long stagger on Tanuki as Peps returns to the front line here, and Enzo's rolled out on the Hulk of all things. He's going to buff up Snaze into the back. Teemo grabs himself one, might be able to get a finish here onto Alex. Getting rid of that Lunar Snow is critical. And Snaze has gone down as well. Feels like OG are going to be sent back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, Strange still an absolute premier pick for the Vanguard just because you can find eliminations through even a Loki copied for that Fate of both worlds with the E getting the double hitbox. AoE. Big block comes out from Teemo into an even bigger elimination. Tanuki, unfortunately, just not able to find the openings into these fights. And it looks like the impact, that surprise factor of the magic being something that throws Peps into disarray. That is now calmed down, and Peps have the time and coordination to spot Tanuki out, and it seems like he's given up the magic and gone over to the Storm instead.
Yeah, the Storm going to be offering that AoE damage boost to members of the team here to try and make the exchange of Winter Soldier Fire a little bit more equitable for the side of OG. Lots of damage coming through. That's very aggressive from Leaf right at the spawn doors. Honestly, I'm not... Man feeds as well. That's not a great play from Leaf. Didn't even require a big strategist ultimate to deal with it. And now Alex is going to be able to move forward with the Fate of both worlds and just surge forth OG. They're rolling over Peps right here. And Switch was a touch late on their own ultimate as well. Could be focused through all of this. Doesn't want to keep himself staggered for too long. Peps are wiped.
Shu as well was trying to find the peel with the Yancy Street Charge because of that Earthbound effect. It wasn't just making it hard for Tanuki with the portals for the Yancy Street Charge, but it also stops with the Earthbound any sort of mobility option, so Enzo wouldn't have been able to jump out. But unfortunately, that means that the front line was left a couple of men down, and everyone from OG were finally able to get out of the spawn doors and just brute force play from front to back. Snaze now has that Eye of Agamotto. He's going to have to get it through a shield. Doesn't have a thing to go for that clobbering time to immediately CC that Strange. So instead, you're just going to have to try and put enough pressure onto Teemo that he's forced to take a big step back.
All Monster Hulk deployed, looking for that Exile, grabbing hardest. It's so valuable. Tanuki CC'd in midair. Leaf manages to get away from that one somehow. Unreal dodging, just climbs in altitude, moves away from the dropping Strange, and now it's Enzo in the back, using that Gamma Shield to give a little bit more sustainability. Big clobbering time. I think that's 2 or 3 stuns coming through from Shu, but the follow-up is not there. Now Enzo joins the battle, ready to brawl, doing huge amounts of damage, but is going to be losing that Monster Hulk form in record time. Coming through from the back, Tanuki wants to be the final word in this argument. An attempt to dodge away from Hardest, but does not have the fuel to clear themselves of the Omega Hurricane. Next up is Lunar Snow in their sight. Switch can't survive this battle. Etsu just goes away with the Rota Stern and carves through all of Peps. There might be a last-second contest here with a portal, but I don't think it's cooking.
Yeah, OG, skin of their teeth, push it through A, and you could see the coordination coming on through. Hardest was taken down immediately at the opening of the fight. They knew the clutch factor that Peps' Hardest has had in the past on that map, in particular in that very space. He did try to come back in on the Star-Lord, but immediately got picked once again, so really good target focus. Now he's going to be back on the Winter Soldier, building on up to the next crack, and Impact as Etsu gets a massive hook. It's going to be interrupted, though, because Shu gets to play quarterback charge directly into the front line, and that's going to set up the space for Leaf to come through with that Omega Hurricane.
Oh, the value on that Gamma Shield as well gives Enzo so much ult charge that tanks a bunch of the damage. Big clobbering time. Tanuki and Snaze knocked up by this one. But Etsu's getting reset after reset. Multiple players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. They're easy pickings for the Kraken Impact. That flick up to Leaf is absolutely magical, by the way. Etsu's a mechanical monster. For anyone who wasn't keeping track at home, this guy is the biggest rival to Sparker for a reason.
Not just that, Alex perfectly timing, or rather Ken perfectly timing, with the Fate of both worlds copy from the Loki. That swap over to the damage as the damage impacts on through. That is perfect coordination. Understanding when the Kraken Impact was going to be able to find those hits and amping all of the shots up on the primary. Now it's going to be Peps trying to make a portal play and flip the map, something that we typically tend to see come through on that A defense. However, Tanuki going to be making it even harder for them to find any sort of regroup in their positions, because that Omega Hurricane just caused everyone on the defense to have to scatter.
I think Leaf was just grabbed out of the sky there as well by Enzo, using the incredible leap to just CC and isolate that storm. And now PEP's not going to be able to get a fight in one of the most advantageous defensive areas of the map, going straight over to C.
Yeah, and Timo wasn't able to try and find a way to thread in that Eye of Agamotto. C, though, in the past has traditionally been where a lot of these teams on the defense have shaved the time bank down significantly. And PEP's already making inroads to take over that high ground to potentially drop down onto OG, who were ready to defend on the right side, not the left.
It's a bit of a map flip here, but Ken's already found Leaf. In comes the Kraken impact. This one, once again, is going to be in the hands of Etsu. Haven't seen many in the way of resets come through here, but look at the damage from Enzo. Bro is a monster on the Monster Hulk. It's appropriate, and it's dominant. OG keep on slaying.
Huge XL too, out onto Hardest. And then Enzo was able to come through with that follow-up damage because Hardest was so close to hitting Kraken Impact, which could have been the turning factor. Yet again, silver lining, it does mean that Hardest is going to have it to line up with Switch's ultimate, potentially boost out that damage input. But keep your eye too on Etsu, who I believe is going all the way around, trying to pull someone out of position as Enzo leaps high and finds the highest value target on PEPS' team.
Oh, 4 players hit by the Eye of Agamotto. Timo's taking matters into his own hands. PEPS demanded a hero. They begged for one, and Timo was there saying, yeah, I'm him.
Yeah, Ken is just gonna chuck themselves off of the map in that reset. Actually used the God of Mischief as well, which is why on that feed it was the Luna portrait. Enzo potentially trying to pull focus, going all the way, wrapping around that right side. You can see that Nalox is very wary, just as we saw in the Avengers movie. Loki fears the Hulk, especially when it's piloted by Enzo.
All right, Omega Hurricane opens up the damage too much, though. Leaf can't survive. It's a touch late on the Fate of Both Worlds for me, if I had to say. Natlox actually copied that one out. Big Gamma Blast coming through. The Maelstrom of Gamma Energy does allow for quick feeding towards another Eye of Agamotto. Clobbering time, I believe, only stuns one. That's going to be Enzo. Kraken impact on top of Hardest's head. Next up is Valuna Snow. Can they escape with their life? Just about, but less lucky is Leaf.
Etsu didn't get the reset off either. Hardest is going to go actually onto the Iron Fist. Natlox onto the Rocket, so that you can have that BRB station and revive one of these players. They do have the spawn hold advantage being so close. The play from OG falls, it's going to be fault doubly so, but Etsu takes Leaf down before the Spider-Man shenanigans can grab someone off of this map, and this Bucky is a problem that PEPS need to deal with.
Oh, well, guess what? Spider-Man back already from the looks of it. Switch in the midst of all this, using the Fate of Both Worlds to sustain the remainder of the team. Hardest noted on the Iron Fist, but is Chi enough to actually make the cheese happen here on the spawn hold? OG seem to be in control and everything more. Even with the small body of the Raccoon on cart, they can't avoid the accuracy of OG, who finish on PEPS' favorite map.
Silver lining though, they finish in overtime. So if PEPS are able to complete a full push themselves, we go into another round, and you saw how difficult, how time consuming it was for OG to be able to pick their way through even a single meter outside of their spawn.
Yeah, just like the tax that PEPS put on that attack's time bank with the early hold was crazy. But I think that Tanuki had a good read, moving over to the Storm from the Magic when they were really struggling to grab the early value from that, especially with Natlox getting a double right at the beginning, using the 3 Loki clones. Like, that could have just scuppered OG's next 2 minutes in terms of the momentum shift right there. But Tanuki with an excellent read, and honestly, Enzo, I think, playing on controller, bro's a demon on the sticks. There's no other way to put it. Guy is doing so much on the Hulk. 17k damage, by the way, is that's a lot for a Hulk.
Well, it's not just the fact that Tanuki was struggling on the Magic, and then when he swapped over to the Storm, was able to find value. He's actually empowering the rest of his team. Because you have to remember, like, Leaf being on that Storm, whenever he goes for damage boost, he's giving everybody in the AoE radius 12% increased damage, which is absolutely crazy. So if Tanuki hadn't gone for that swap, OG would always be at a deficit. Now they're going to be going for their own kind of spawn hold. Is it going to be as successful? Shu breaking out immediately on the thing, trying to just utilize the CC immune charge to take away all of the space around this first corner, which would massively impact the amount of terrain and hitbox coverage that would be available to OG's end.
She wants to show how this gets done on Yancey Street. Of course, no more Gamma Maelstrom for the side of Snaze. Now the Hulk is off the table, but it does mean that Enzo can really start to leverage just how good he is at that Venom. What a play from Hardest for Tainted Voltage. Knocks Tanuki out of the air, but what's good for one is good for another. Blasted back by Etsu. Anything you can do, I can do better. And the remainder of PEPS are certainly feeling the sting of that one. Hello, Natlox. Come and say hello and come and say goodbye.
Defensive Loki, you can see in terms of the ultimate charge. Ken's already got God of Mischief. Natlox lagging a little bit behind, and that's because Ken is absolutely untouchable right now. You can see that PEPS are doing a little bit of damage. That's to take down one of the copy clones. As that's Ken. That was Ken. He'd already gone for the transform. He'd already used the God of Mischief copy onto the Luna. Now he's going to utilize the Fate of both worlds to catch onto the players of PEPS before they can even tap onto that card.
Why do they engage into about 40% damage boost, huh? What's the deal with that? They were going to wait you out. I don't understand, Mox. Well, this is looking brutal right now. Clobbering time, stuns 2, the Vanguards 1 and all. Of course, that's going to be answered now, or rather reinforced by Switch moving forward. The Fate of both worlds just means so much damage. Not a huge fan of Alex using their ultimate here. I'm not going to lie to you.
That is an ultimate you would definitely want back, especially because Ken's God of Mischief has already been burned too. Hardest gonna be going all the way up to check out whether or not Snaze is gonna go for a PEP style portal recontest play, scouting and relaying all of that information to the team, so they're already able to turn around the second that OG pop up, and Leaf is there to meet them with the Omega Hurricane as they jump out.
I mean, this is what Tanuki did previously to really scupper the efforts of the PEPS engagement here. We can see Natlox with the God of Mischief copying out the Luna, using a Fate of both worlds, survivability for days. And with that portal closing, there's still a couple of players around. Teemo might actually be cooking up a bit of a troll portal here to stop entry.
Yeah, they're going to have to, but unfortunately, for the side of PEPS, there are so many different ways that the defenders can pick themselves out of the into A. It's only going to be able to block off a little bit of it, and Enzo already in position on that Venom, blocking the payload from picking up and pushing us into the second stage of the fight, which OG are equipped to win. They have better ultimate economy and better picks because Natlox is already down.
Unreal frag power there from Tanuki. Shoes gone as well. 1 minute remains and PEPS are going back to spawn.
Etsu is going to have another Kraken impact. Switch is going to have to wait just a little bit of time. So we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of a poke phase come through. Or they might go for a very aggressive play. A combination of clobbering time into Eye of Agamotto. Given the fact that if they wait for Switch to get battery for Fate of both worlds, they're letting Alex do the exact same.
Etsu, of course, the permanent recipient of the damage boost here from the Storm playing within that aura. Oh, that's a very early play. What a combo! Tainted Voltage racks the nerves of Hardest, and Etsu is domineering in the lobby. It forces out a response. Switch had to pop the Fate of both worlds, but they're still going to do it without Hardest. They're down a duelist. Teemo tries to make it work. 2 players stunned. That's going to be Ken and Tanuki. There's no follow-up onto Tanuki, but Ken goes down. Now Lee thinks that they can try and finish this one out. They have patience on their side. Players move away from the Fate of both worlds. It was good tracking from Leith to know that this one was over. But while Etsu still stands, OG do not fall. Alex going to be the last one to go. With 6 seconds remaining, PEPS finally struggle across the line.
Tanuki was so close to Omega Hurricane as well. If he'd been able to hit that ultimate, this map would be done. And OG would be another map up. Natlox does have the God of Mischief, so there is a potential snowball momentum. They don't have to worry about Tanuki's forecast as long as the Loki is able to pull off the copy animation in time. As Leaf on that Storm is going to be clearing that high ground alongside Teemo on the stage. They do not want to allow OG access to this building to break LOS and stop that poke phase.
The winds have changed. They are a-blowing. And they are blowing in OG's favor. Actually, Alex getting the entry frag right here. The ice, too much to deal with. Thief is down as well. Natlox was just a little bit too reticent to use that Fate of both worlds in good time. It's going to be matched here by Ken. So close to the spawn, though, of PEPS. Attrition is in their favor. The respawns have already come on through. Leaf has returned to the 4. But OG, the ebb and flow, they're happy to disengage. Switch might be found here.
Natlox, the reason why he didn't want to use that Fate of both worlds copy is because Tanuki is still holding onto the Omega Hurricane. Did not want to have to mirror. Galactic Legend comes on through from Hardest. We just got to the Etsu's POV. We know he's not looking at the stall of this time around. That means that PEPS have the space and a lot of that damage coming on through from the auto lock. Eye of Agamotto into the backline, catches both Leaf and now looks for the Loki. Not able to use the regen domain, even if it was on cooldown, to save himself and the Storm. And OG yet again holding strong at the beginning of opening B.
Oh, Teemo was CC'd out of their Eye of Agamotto as well, hit by the Bionic Hook of Etsu, was unable to bring up the defensive measures to save Leaf as well after they were stunned by Snakes' own ultimate.
Well, at least you'll have Leaf's Omega Hurricane. Teemo too, because he got stunned out rather than dying mid-cast, is going to be 50% and gaining to that Eye of Agamotto once again. PEPS not going to be trying any sort of downtime. The last time they let OG determine the tempo of the fight and it played against them. They're not going to make the same mistake, but unfortunately that means that no one has taken Ken down on this Loki. It falls to Teemo to have to levitate on up there and hit him with the Maelstrom to finally take the support down.
Oh, that reload takes a while when you're trying to get rid of a Lunas, though. Let me tell you, Leaf finally gets it done with the lightning strikes. But once again, the time bank is taxed and taxed. 10 seconds remain, Mox.
We're about to head into overtime. PEPS have to make an aggressive play. They need to live this Kraken impact coming on through from Etsu, which has had so much value before. If they can find a pick onto either the Loki or the Bucky right now, but Snaze's shield is making it so hard for damage to stick.
Etsu could be everything. A Kraken impact ready to go. Out comes the God of Mischief into the back. That's a 3-person stun from Teemo. Once again, a hero was requested, and Teemo wanted it to be him, but there's no follow-up right there. Up in the cover, the remainder of OG were fairly safe from any follow-up to be delivered, and now Snakes is coming closer towards that all-important ultimate of the Eye of Agamotto. Out comes the Galactic Legend. Instead, it's going to be a reserve play from Snakes coming in with the shield to try and make sure that everybody's safe in the face of this. And now Snaze has access to the backline. The Eye of Agamotto stuns too. It's actually going to be duelists in this case, or vanguards that are hit. That's going to be the Storm of a Century. That's going to be an Omega Hurricane from Tanuki. Come on out. The damage is too much to bear. Enzo is able to finish this one off. A touch on the point is not forthcoming for the side of PEPS. And on their favored map, OG continue to dominate.
Oh my goodness. What a match! PEPS, unfortunately, not able to take Spider Arms, not able to pull off that full push, which would have granted them access to that spawn hold. And I mean, hero of the hour for me, OG's Ken. Because like you said, that Eye of Agamotto from PEPS, it catches 3 players. But Ken is actually able to predict the Strange coming through, sees the levitation, sees the activation of that shift, knows that it's going to be Teemo dropping in with the Eye of Agamotto ulti into the backline, and he goes for the premature copy onto Alex's Luna, so he can then utilize his ultimate when the Eye of Agamotto pops up, because you're CC immune in the Luna's Fate of Beaufort state. So you can use it to dodge out of so much stuns, and that means that even though that Eye might have been able to connect onto so many squishies in the backline of OG, they're all getting healed through, and there's just no damage that can stick.
I mean, masterclass from Ken here. Look at this stat line. 60 assists, yeah. Four times they were eliminated. That is not much at all, considering that Natlock's on the other side, eliminated 11 times, 17k damage, 65k healing. Like, Ken is farming on the Loki. The ban makes sense, and the Protect makes even more sense for OG. They are in their stride when Ken is able to really leverage that. You can see why it was target banned by Virtus.pro. You don't want to go up against Ken on the Loki, and I'm sure he's going to feature plenty in our highlight reel, so feast your eyes on this.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really
The first team ever to take a map off of Virtus.pro in competitive play is in terrible danger, Moxie. They are up against match point here. OG are ready to knock Team PEPS out of the tournament and consign them to the prize pool of 5th and 6th place. PEPS cannot afford to allow that.
Yeah, they do, silver lining, have the decision of taking us to the next map, and it does seem like they're going to be taking us over to Midtown, a map where OG has, in the past, struggled. It's where LG was able to beat them in the past. Unfortunately, though, LG were able to win the hero ban and pick selections, right? They were able to protect and keep a Hela in play when OG were wanting to prioritize the Storm coming on through for Etsu, which you would say, okay, that's PEPS' game plan. Problem number one with that step, though, PEPS don't have a Hela player. So you're probably going to either have to ban out the Storm or match it, because you and I, we were talking about it during the break. It's not really been working out with the Wolverine ban.
Yeah, the Wolverine ban is what we expected, given what Tanuki did dominating them previously. But the working around it seems to be a lot easier for the side of OG than it is for Team PEPS, and there's reason for that. Like, OG are used to having Wolverine banned against them, no matter who they're playing against. Like, Team PEPS and OG are the two teams that want Wolverine to make it through the ban phase. Like, between Leaf and Tanuki, they have the dedicated Wolverine players. Your other answer, of course, is going to be Fnatic, who have Melio, who's a fantastic Wolverine. But the other
Captain
5 of our
too,
teams,
but
not
minds,
quite
yeah.
so keen. Like, either you're a team that wants Wolverine to make it through the ban phase and you kind of force it on the enemy, or you're a team that that doesn't want to see it at all, and you have to spend one of your bans. But PEPS, they're sticking with it. They still want to deny that from Tanuki.
Yeah, that's still going to be insta-banning the Wolverine. I mean, OG doesn't really have a Hela player either, so they don't have to worry about having a team protect the Hela if PEPS don't go for the insta-ban on that duelist. And OG, I mean, we talked about how good Ken was doing on that Loki. They're going to be protecting the strategist. PEPS going to be doing the same thing. They protect the Luna, so they're expecting the Storm to come on through from OG. Fortunately for them, they don't get 2 protection slots. So OG probably going to answer back with a Nemo ban.
Ooh, interesting that PEPS decide to get rid of the Strange here. Maybe hoping to get a little bit more value out of a thing, which thus far we've only really seen from Shu. At least in this matchup, we've seen it elsewhere quite a few times. But question is, yeah, this is a little bit of a loop to throw Tanuki into. What do they want to ban in return? They're going to continue keeping the Namor off the books because it's just a great all-rounder hero, especially with that chilling charisma squid. It can do the anti-dive, it can do some anti-strategist flanks and ganks as well. We've seen those happen particularly from Naga on LG, who like to deploy all 3 squids and then hit a nasty trident.
Yeah, I mean, not just that, but Horn of Proteus with the Earthbound debuff that it puts you onto if you're at any point in that circle is something that can be really frustrating for things like the Bucky, because, you know, you can sometimes use Trooper's Fist, your shift button, to dodge out of ultimates that get sent your way, right? If a Meteor M is hurtling towards you, Bucky can actually navigate himself away from that particular ultimate and the damage that could follow through. If, however, you're in the middle of a target circle from a Namor ulti, you're stuck there. There's nothing you can do except just mash AD and hope that you can get out.
Enzo? Another Hulk? I mean, we haven't seen much of it. I think we were talking about it before the show started, and you talked about how Asia's fairly Hulk-pilled at the moment. They like playing the Hulk. We haven't really seen it trickle over to North America and Europe thus far. Enzo being one of the primary players who does this, but of course also excellent at the Venom.
Yeah, it can be really, really strong. Like, you can see just the ease of verticality that Enzo is able to take every single one of those jumps, and it's just the base jump button too, so there's no cooldown to it. Which means that you're always going to be able to keep PEPS in check on that high ground. Not in check for long, though, because Timo is able to break free and take Etsu down. And that's the main staying power of this defensive core.
MVP, most valuable pick. This position, though, from OG is really going to start to erode the time bank as they continually contest the Herbie car as it rolls on past. This convoy is going to be in major danger of being stalled out here, but you know what? You want to come over here, and Brawlshoe is more than happy to do that. A Yancey Street charge knockout onto one of the players of OG, and it seems like maybe the Strange Man was a bit of a cook.
Yeah, especially because normally if you go for that close hold, it's off of the back of knowing that you can portal with a Strange back in to take another 2 fights before we head into the beginning of V. Leaf gonna be sticking himself onto that rooftop, not gonna get spotted. I could potentially, again, look to drop down and take one of these players down with that goddess boost of damage, bursting on up and providing a spectacle too for them to look so they don't see Hardest's hook.
Hardest well ahead as well. When it comes to that Kraken impact, we'd love to bring it out earlier. But seeing the early usage of the God of Mischief here, may well hold it in the back. And that's going to allow Etsu a little bit of room, a little bit of time to try and bring this one back. A nice double hook. Fate of Both Worlds, popped by both of the copied Lokis. That's also a freebie. Let's see if what's it. Oh, 63 charges, so much. Takes down Alex, who, by the way, was ready to come in with a second Fate of Both Worlds. This could be massive for the side of PEPS. They finally returned into this series.
You have to remember as well that that Storm damage amp is applying to the Magneto ultimate too.
Oh, yeah.
So it becomes so much easier to find the one-shot capability as opposed to having to hold it and just allowing the players of OG to pick themselves into a position and avoid it with just breaking LOS. As Leaf gonna be playing from the top ropes once more, does have that Omega Hurricane. Because it was PEPS making a very clean cut all the way through from A, they've already been able to stop OG from taking hold of the high ground and potentially siphoning off even more time. Bulwark goes out onto the Storm to let the aggression start to come into play. And with the regen domain already being forced from the hands of Ken, Hardest gets to go to work.
I mean, this is a great identification as well, getting rid of Enzo, because how could they be reached by any of these strategist ultimates? That's going to be the Asteroid M, I believe, mostly mitigated by incoming shields, the metallic curtain raised by the opposing Magneto. PEPS are on an absolute roll here on Midtown. The cart hasn't really stopped yet. There are still 3 minutes in the bank. Yeah, Enzo's returning. Tanuki's going to be caught out of position, though, potentially.
Yeah, this is very much running along what we saw yesterday when PEPS matched up on this map against Dusty. Tanuki does have that stopping potential coming on through with Omega Hurricane, especially since PEPS have to give the respect. They can't really use the Loki clones to mitigate it because then Etsu gets so many free resets. This Ken is actually the Loki coming up top right now. Takes Shu down before the thing can reposition and disengage with the rest of the team.
And Alex was a touch late, though, when it came to using that Trickster God. Is going to be able to now copy through with the Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to be answered by Ken using their own here. Once again, to the sky goes Teemo with the Asteroid M, trying to build up towards a big play here. Hardest uses the Kraken impact. Etsu taken down before they can find the resets. Now Ken actually transforming back does cleanse that effect, and so is not eligible for resets here for the side of Hardest. But now you've got to look skyward. Leaf here getting plenty done. Enzo already losing the Hulk form, gonna return to Banner. Out comes the Magneto, putting themselves between Herbie and the next goal, but those pages of the Darkhold, we gotta scan and Mox, and PEPS know it better than anybody. Leaf is ready to be the coup de grace in this particular fight as well, if necessary. Has the Omega Hurricane ready to go. It's gonna drop it down on top of these dancing Lunas, and that chases away the contesters here for but a moment. Magneto still doing their best to stick to the car, but Teemo is eventually overwhelming when it comes to that damage. Ice-Art's not enough to pierce through all of this damage, but it's Etsu with Rotterstern who manages to grab themselves final blows, and Hardest and the remainder of PEPS have finally been rebuffed.
What a stall! Tanuki off of the Storm comes back in on the Starlord to have the iframes so that the Magneto is able to put the Bulwark down onto another player at the same time as Tanuki uses every single stellar shift onto that card to stall for Alex to come on through with a Fate of Both Worlds, and then it's just a matter of sustaining through the fight, and OG having that respawn so much closer in comparison to PEPS allows them to win that particular war of attrition. And now look at the ultimate economy that they have as well. PEPS having no choice but to walk into the high ground, which is fully controlled by the defense, is going to be starting up with a Feast of the Abyss, lowering the health bars for Snaze to manage to pick them up when the Meteor Amp falls.
Plenty of ultimates pushed out here. Teemo takes to the skies. 26 charge on the Meteor M. Once Etsu finds Etsu. Burst damage delivered. And look at that, pulled back in. Snaze hyper-isolated. Is going to have a tough time getting away from Shu. A stone haymaker. Rock and stone to the bone. Too much for the metallic master. And now it's going to be Enzo, who's in the sights of this. It got the concert in stereo right now. Fate of Both Worlds dropped by Alex and by Switch. The anti-streak charge going to shut down mobility here, so it's going to be even harder to get away from the Omega Hurricane taking to the sky. Tanuki can't avoid the Cyclone as it sucks apart the body parts and they hit the floor in a crumpled mess of what was once a meaty man. But now they're facing the stall again. PEPS falling at this hurdle would be catastrophic to their chances of continuing here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational. Etsu doing their best to stall this one out alongside Enzo. It's the Vanguards trying to make it work, but Snays denied by the clobbering time. Etsu could get reset after reset, goes after the Loki clones for regeneration domain getting in the way, and now that's going to be the timing taken away. Etsu is going to be reinforced here though. Out comes Hardest with their own. The Kraken impact needs resets here to try and turn it into something. Ken gets on the last second Ice Art and finds Hardest with the magic missiles that were drawn on Thor. Blaster Barrage, it can do damage through the Meteor M. Teemo's down as well. OG have everything they need and a touch more on top of that as well. Enzo continues to survive. Tanuki finds Natlocks. The remainder of PEPS, surely it's too much to ask, but Etsu's been taken down. Switch gets it done, and that earns the fate of both worlds as well. The Galactic Legend hanging around in the back could be shut down here by Shoot Early. Earthbound unable to use too much, but here comes the critical mass of ultimates. A Meteor M, too much to bear. Galactic Legend as well, moving between target after target. There's healing, there's damage boost, there's supremacy. OG proving to be a brutalized team when it comes to this defense. It looked so good for PEPS.
It looked like PEPS were going to be able to walk away with an overtime fight win. A clutch overtime fight win, the way that we've come to expect from this team in so many previous areas. But it's such smart positioning coming on through from the side of OG. Ult tracking, absolutely pixel perfect to a point. They're able to figure out, okay, she's coming in with a clobbering time. It's going to be directly on the payload. He's going to have to anchor it. So everybody who has pick potential on the side of OG, all of their duelists, scatter on off to the sidelines. Nothing can be found on the follow-up from PEPS. Tanuki is just off on the left lane, Etsu on the right side, creating that constant crossfire setup. So every single time, PEPS have to just trickle on through into that fight, throwing a player always on that card. Otherwise, overtime burns out, regardless of eliminations on either side. Major props to OG for holding that cool too. We saw so many heroes being cycled through, such good stall potentials from Enzo and Snays, really going to show the depth, the flexibility of the Vanguard hero pool for those two.
Ken sitting with the MVP for OG at the moment. Unsurprising, well worth the protect. And Tanuki has finally come into their own when it comes to this flexing as well. Snays could, of course, be given that metallic chaos as they roll out to get the additional ultimate charge. And really, I thought that there was an opening for PEPS when we saw, oh, nice freeze, when we saw Etsu not get too much off of that Kraken impact, but Hardest was also unable to find any resets by themselves as well. Maybe good hiding of the clones from Ken in unreachable positions on the other side of that doorway.
Really good bionic hook comes on through from Hardest, forcing that bulwark out onto Snays to guarantee that the Magneto does not fall prematurely. You can actually see that PEPS, they prioritize having distance to back away from this fight. It's also going to be kiting Enzo every single time that he jumps in. His health bar is already going to be deteriorated. And it gives so much room for Hardest to play out in the open as opposed to having all of those buildings constrict your line of sight for the potential hook throughs.
Oh, Etsu on that wide angle in the cafeteria actually was doing a lot of damage here to PEPS, but Leaf staying alive this entire time means constant lightning strikes. That's a very fast Meteor M here available. Is that a copied Meteor M coming through from Ken? Maybe so.
Yeah.
It would be uncanny to see, and in the end, it doesn't seem to have worked out here for OG. She was just such a frontline demon.
I mean, it could potentially have been someone stepped in front of the Loki as the ultimate came on through, which is an unfortunate happenstance. Snays still has their own actual Meteor M, however. His shoe on this thing is just waiting with that clobbering time. The second that OG turn up to that card, they're all about to get CC'd. Mega Hurricane is going to kick things off. Snays looks to land the Meteor right past the regen domain and finds valuable targets in both Natlocks and Hardest, who had the Kraken impact, which is the win condition that PEPS would have turned to.
Wait, having to still use the Galactic Legend here from Tanuki. Should be able to find something. Yeah, manages to wrap around the back. This is a little bit more, maybe, than you wanted OG to use to get through here after that double from Snays. So maybe PEPS are happy with it.
Yeah, Ken, though, is going to have the God of Mischief so that he can go for either an aggressive copy or, more than likely, with the ultimate bank that is afforded to PEPS right now, a copy onto Alex's Luna to stop hardest shenanigans with that Kraken impact. No Strange Portal either, so everyone from PEPS very much still shoved into that back alley, which allows OG to move forward and let Snaze poke away to the next meteor. But that is a very early regen domain. Ken's going to be looking for the ultimate copy anytime soon so that he can have that ticking down cooldown continuously through the transform.
Okay, to the sky with the Meteor M. Timo desperately wants value out of this, and getting Etsu is about as valuable as it gets. Enzo answered with the Monster Hulk, but it's going to be answered here by the incoming damage and the healing of the strategist. 3 resets here for Hardest, finally being able to string those together. Snaze will fall in the end, but PEPS, they had to leverage so much of that economy they built up to make this happen.
They need to pick Leaf, or rather Alex, because Leaf needs that Omega Hurricane to find value. Etsu is about to hit home into a Kraken impact. Granted, Switch is going to have the fate of both worlds, but if you have to burn that to stop the Bucky, Tanuki gets a free Galactic Legend, which could very well be the key to unlocking A for OG.
Leaf making their play already. Alex just about got in time the ultimate needed to deal with this. 52 charge is enough to take down Hardest. It's a weird feeling of deja vu right now, and this is going to create an opening here for Etsu to really... Oh, it's a full out! It's a full miss! No, Shu! You needed to hit someone with the clobbering time! And now it's openings for Tanuki and everybody else. Yeah, there's going to be a fate of both worlds to answer this, but Switch is already down. A slow return here as Leaf has fallen as well. Maybe there was an LOS blocking off the healing from the midst of the Lunar Ultimate. Hardest has returned. Ken has used the regeneration domain, and Timo's fallen down as well. The remainders of Team PEPS, they don't have enough meat to get in the way of this one, but they have forced overtime. It's going to be a race to the finish.
It's going to be a race for better positioning as we head into B. A race that OG is going to win, given the fact that they have that absolute monster of mobility for Enzo on that Hulk, who literally, without cooldown, just gets to jump up and form that high ground building, and they're looking to stagger this defense so that the payload gets even more free movement. Ends up just taking a little bit of face tank damage to battery for his supports before dropping down and finding an exhale on the key target.
Oh, this might force a regeneration domain here, and that would be crazy. Oh, the Monster Hulk down this corridor. It's so much damage. Oh,
Payload's still moving, Harry, too.
Yeah, I would run away from this.
Yeah, you just have to wait out the Monster Hulk form, but look at the payload distance that's been picked up. In the meantime, we're potentially in final fight territory. Hardest is going to get hooked out, but he's got the Trooper's Fist, and then he gets to use the CC immunity state of the Kraken impact.
Oh, even more here. Multiple players afflicted with that debuff. Now to try and dunk down with the Meteor Ram. Nice homework done to get rid of a regeneration. I mean, that allows the Hardest to be taken on out here. Switch still channeling with the fate of both worlds. Healing for all and sundry. And now Natlox is going to bring this one to the floor as well. Going to use the Arts first to try and get some cleaving damage and healing. Try and reinforce the remainder of PEPS. That's going to be an embattled leap. Giving damage reduction over to Timo. Needs to now be given even more. It's the healing from the strategist, which needs to be leveraged. PEPS have survived here, and they are going to get themselves some exit frags. We're down to the last minute as PEPS play for their survival.
They're pushing for more. They wanted to be able to use that Lunar Fate of the both worlds to get a couple more staggers. Because like you said, we are down to last fight territory. There's under a minute left. Everything that OG has, they have to commit to, even if they're down a player. Enzo is going to go over to that Venom to have the touching capability with the swings afforded to bypass PEPS' security in this choke. Leaf takes advantage of the fact that they're all stuck in that alleyway and comes on for a Mega Hurricane, but it's Etsu who's finding the eliminations!
At this point, you just need to fall on cart. You've got to let that convoy get stalled here and then come back for one final fight. It's all in favor right now of OG, and she's going to be able to touch at the end.
Etsu's going to have Kraken impact. Enzo and Snaze a stone's throw away from having those ultimates online. PEPS need to win this fight and win it fast.
It all comes down to this. Etsu on the... Oh, what a big pick. That instantly forces out the ultimate from the side of Switch. Did not see that one coming. Leaf was too far from a fate of both worlds. The healing couldn't be delivered. Meteor M's take to the sky. They exchange the usage of the Luna play here. Clobbering time comes down. Stuns Enzo. Is there much more than this? No. Harness drawn in again and again and again. Teemo's down. Hardest too. Ken is always the last bastion. He's still here. Leaf arrives on the Spider-Man, but you've messed with him. He begged you not to. OG, they slay Team PEPS in glorious fashion, 3-0.
They were able to pick the strategists immediately at the beginning of the fight. The scout check on the Luna's position to force the fate of both worlds early against the will of PEPS was what really, unfortunately, made winning that last fight that much more of a mountain to trek. You went from climbing up a simple slope to having to crest to the very top of Everest when it came to that ultimate being forced out early. And Hardest, he tries. He goes for the Kraken impact so many times. It's been the thing that's seen PEPS through till the very, very end. But unfortunately, OG had both, like you said, of their supports still active. Ken is going to take MVP for a reason. He fell a total of 3 times individually within 2 rounds. Absolutely insane positioning coming on through from that Loki. Always having regen domain up when the team needed. Always being able to pump out the pressure too when it came to the DPS numbers. Because his clones were in such inconvenient positions for Teemo and Shu to be able to get to. He was able to contribute 19,260 hits of damage into that fight as well.
That's a lot of damage. I mean, there's a reason that we saw the PEPS ban on the Loki, right? During Hydra base. Over in Hell's Heaven, instantly they wanted Ken's Loki gone, and they want it gone now. There was the Protect onto Enzo's Venom, I believe, during that. So we saw both Tanuki's Wolverine and Ken's Loki banned on out. And that seems to be the standard ban against OG. And there's a reason for it. Ken is just lights out. Bro, there's a reason that everyone's scared of this guy on the Loki. Big cerebral player. I think the second that they got on Loki, across 2 maps, they fell 7 times, which is uncanny, considering that both of those were pretty well contested maps. Those were not stomps by any means.
Yes. Well, with OG being able to take the series, we're going to be taking ourselves into an interview, and we're going to be talking to Enzo coming on over from the winning team. Hello, Enzo. Congratulations on the series win.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
it's lovely to be able to see you. So we were just sort of absolutely awestruck by Ken's Loki coming on through. Can you give us a little bit of context to that particular pick? Because Loki wasn't really a supporting hero that we got to see all that much of in the EMEA region in Season 0. So is it something that Ken has picked up recently, or has he always been advocating for the Loki pick since the very beginning of his Marvel Rivals career?
I think that Loki is one of the support where if your support is better than there, you will see it. You will see the difference. It will show such a difference that you will smoke them. And as I can see, I think my support are one of the best. And when he gets on a support that actually have a lot of value, is just making the game so much better for us. So yeah, it's a confident pick. It's the most impactful support out of all. And that's pretty
Couldn't
much
help but noticing when we got your POV in the games, Enzo, that a lot of the button prompts were from controller. Are you playing on controller for this tournament?
Yeah, I'm playing on controller.
Oh, you are incredibly good for a controller player. Well, just you're an incredibly good player in general. That's even more impressive. Can you tell me a bit about why you picked up the Hulk so much in this series? It's kind of fallen out of vogue in EMEA over the last kind of like competitive season, but you're getting a lot of value.
I think that Hulk is a strong pick that kinda fell off since the new patch for some reason. People just learn how to play all those new characters like Venom, The Thing, Groot. But in this match, I felt like I could do a lot with Hulk, denying their DPS, like banning them, exile them. I think I got a pretty good exile on the Storm while she was ulting. and like I knew that if I had good time reaction, I could do so much for the team and give us so much space because they play really close. And I know that if I can exile this DPS for 3 seconds, we will have the advantage for the future of the fight, which it was happened.
So talk us through a little bit of Spider-Ons, because obviously it's one of PEPS' comfort pick maps. They really love to go for that very close spawn hold. We saw you roll out on the Venom with actually Tanuki getting to pick up the magic to be able to sort of like pinch in and play on off angle. How exactly in terms of comms did you have to approach as a team, understanding how aggressive and how quickly PEPS would make you take those fights?
We knew that they expect everyone to walk main and surprise them and then just get a free fight from there. So we know that if we wanna match it, we gotta get some angle. And so I just said at the beginning of the game, we know they're gonna hold close. I'm gonna walk right with you, Tanuki, and we're gonna make so much space for the team that we will be able to farm their tanks. And it took a bit of time. We struggled a lot, and then we found out the way to play the game.
So are you the main IGL then for the team, because you were the one who came up with that fight plan?
Yeah, I'm kind of leading the team, which is sometimes hard because you gotta focus on your gameplay. I play on controller. It's you know, it's kind of hard. But yeah, I think I'm doing great job as IGL. I love it. I love leading. I think it's insane. Making plans and strats and all that. I think it fits me really well.
I want to ask what you guys focused on in your scrims the last week, because we all expected a huge amount of your OG roster. Incorporating Tanuki was a big thing for you guys. What was last week of scrims focusing on?
We kind of focus on everything. We want to be the most flexible team as possible, because that's the way you win games right now. Everyone is so flexible, and you gotta change comp really fast to react to stuff. So basically, we played a lot of everything. We played a lot of Hulk, we played a lot of Venom, we played a lot of Strange Mag, we played all of this, kind of everything.
Well, thank you so much for coming along and speaking to us, Enzo. Before we let you go, is there any message that you want to pass along, any shout-outs that you want to give either to your teammates or your fans?
I'm gonna talk to the futures enemy. I think they better get ready for what's gonna happen, because I don't think they are. We struggled against LG, but it's not gonna happen again. You guys are gonna be struggling again. We find out the way to beat us, to beat them, and even if they shit talk and shit, this is gonna not change anything. The mental is really strong in our team right now, and we will just smoke them.
Okay, big words for LG from Enzo, but you're not even guaranteed to go up against LG. Our next match coming up in our lower bracket is going to be ECSTATIC, also known as Zero Tenacity, going up against Luminosity Gaming. And of course, Enzo will have to play again at the end of the day against the winner of that. And Enzo seems to believe that Luminosity Gaming is going to be the... Do you have a scoreline for us, Enzo, between ECSTATIC and LG?
I mean, I don't really know what's gonna happen. I just hope LG is gonna win, because I want my revenge. I didn't like what happened last time, losing 2-1 to them. So I hope they win, so I can show them that they're not gonna win again. But yeah, I think that's gonna be a pretty close BO. Every teams are playing so well in this tourney compared to what we saw in scrims. Team PEPS was known as, I think, a top 6-8, but they are doing crazy. It was really hard for us to play against them. Everyone is just playing so well, so you can't really predict anything.
Well, best of luck, and we will see you to the second match of the day, which Harry said is potentially going to be you going up against LG, or potentially that pick of ECSTATIC as well. But either way, Harry, I feel like there's a little bit of a rivalry building in the EMEA region now that some of the dust has settled for that first weekend of Marvel Rivals Invitationals, because, you know, some of those games were not close, and those teams, between that week of downtime, they've been putting in the work to make sure that those results do not happen again.
Yeah, rivalries crystallizing is always what we love to see as casters. We get to see particular players start to build up those like hero versus hero rivalries as well, especially between like Vanguard players. It's always a delicate dance between them. And like, I mean, Bramwants' revenge. It makes so much sense. Like the group stages that we had were brutal for a lot of teams, but a week along the line, everyone's getting a little bit more comfortable with their teams. The scrims are done. There are plenty of highlights for you, and there's another lower bracket game. So we're going to see you right after these. One team consigned for Blitz of Oblivion, Moxie and Team PEPS, but another unfortunately must join them as we continue our journey through the lower bracket. Next up is Luminosity Gaming going up against ECSTATIC, who have previously been picked up by Zero Tenacity Esports. So congratulations to Zero Tenacity for their investment.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because, like, LG, they have two ways that they like playing. They're a Hella team, they're a Venom team, and it's all decided in the picks and bans. So you pick your poison when you go up against Luminosity Gaming, and it's going to be ECSTATIC having to figure out what composition they actually want to match up against LG with. Because, like, Zestroid, very good Hella, tends to get debated against the best Hella, whether it's Zestroid or it is going to be Fi for Virtus.pro. So be interesting to see if Knudden feels comfortable trying to go toe-to-toe, mono on mono.
Yeah, we had KG in on the pre-show today. We were talking about best Hellas, and KG said Thigh, best Hella to have in a team. But when it comes to raw mechanical Hellas, Zestroid is kind of that guy. Admittedly, a touch of trouble yesterday up against Magmada. When we saw those two teams clash, Magmada definitely want to watch out for here, but Zestroid, when it comes to these individual Hellas, is a mechanical demon who you might want to try and shut down, but you do have some confidence with Knudden able to pick up that Hella in his own hands.
Yeah, LG as well. You don't get to see them play because he is the coach, but Suji, very, very good, very, very big brain when it comes to this particular part of the map, which is the picks and bans. And ECSTATIC, they've picked their poison. Venom is taken off of the board. We're going to get the Hella versus Hella matchup because LG are most likely going to be protecting that duelist to force Zestroid versus Knudden on that particular matchup now.
So, of course, ECSTATIC's performance yesterday, I think, was surprising in terms of how much they leveled up. So, teams in the know, it wasn't as surprising, but us as an audience, ECSTATIC really leveled up over the last week. And part of that, I think, was Lugia and Ducky expanding their Vanguard pools. We saw Ducky picking up the Magneto and Lugia in particular picking up the Thing, which was a real answer to incoming Wolverine pressure as well. It's going to be a protector of the Loki, so those regeneration domains are going to be sticking around.
Not just that, but with the Hella protection, you want Loki in your backline lineup, right? Because if Loki is down and currently waiting for the tick of that respawn clock, and Hella finds an elimination, suddenly Loki is right back into the fight. So potentially we also get to see Lugia on the 4 too, because like you said, his hero pool has expanded massively. But on Symbiotic Surface, we actually got to see him pick up a 4 and go for a very brawl-style composition, and indeed, he's going to be locking that one in right now. Something to note, however, is that Luna and Namor both made it through the ban phase, did not need to be protected either. So we're going to be seeing the Luna empowering the Namor with the synergy to get the additional Monstro spawn. That's going to make it a little bit harder for these teams who are down some of those shields. Both very good at Brawl, but not so good at keeping the rest of his team alive. The way that he feels for you is he's a big old target that takes the damage that would otherwise fall on your head.
Worth noting that the Storm has made it through a ban phase as well, but of course there's less of an appealing pick going up against the Hella. I do like how the Loki Protect interacts with how much LG want to play Hella, because while LG love playing Hella due to Zestroid's particular pull, they're less keen generally to play the Loki and the Thor alongside it and get those resurrections, because see, Fate's actually picking up the Loki this time. And Fate, for my money, is one of the most flexible strategist players we have in the region, but is usually constrained to playing something like the Luna because level 1 Crook loves to play the Mantis, as we discussed with KG earlier. For now, though, it seems like Crook and Fate, they're going to kind of acquiesce to meta here and play the Luna Loki.
Yeah, Zestroid on that Hella with the defensive position, going to be breaking the wall too. This tends to be one of the high ground positions that the attacking teams like to take, and actually, something to note too, Among is on the Storm. So they're going to have to pick their way through the gauntlet that is thrown down by both the Hella and the Namor, trying to keep your flyer out of the sky, that terrain already being prematurely broken by Zestroid too, not allowing a safe window for ECSTATIC to try and go head-to-head with Knudden, taking so much more poke in comparison to Zestroid, who just gets to hide behind this unbreakable wall of cover.
Yeah, Among here is going to be taking a lot from the squids as well. It's a lot of pressure on that flyer. You can see that for now, Zestroid is just plinking away with these dark knives of hell and taxing all of the movement that ECSTATIC are trying to use. And honestly, for all of their efforts, they haven't really gained too much in terms of territory. Rajaro barely touched thus far. Ducky's taking so much poke on the approach. Destroyed is just reigning supreme over here. Every single movement made, Destroyed is there, taxing it. And there we go. Rajaro finally a touch too far out. Even with the Cloak of Levitation, unable to move away. That's the ganking probably of an Namor we've seen before. And remember, going up against the Loki as well, you can get free enrages on your squids by headshotting those Loki clones, which aren't mobile, are an easy way to grab yourself a critical. Still Destroyed, unbothered, even with the Fate of Both Worlds coming out at this point. It's all farm for Destroyed. He's going to turn that into charge for the Goddess of Death. In comes Fate with the copy off the God of Mischief, and indeed it's going to be yet another exchange. Terror taken down. A quick damage boost is enough to get rid of that Luna, even through the healing that's offered by the Fate of Both Worlds. To the top goes Destroyed, now with the Goddess of Death easily burned down, mind you, as the awakened runes of Lugia managed to find Fate, and in the end it seems like ECSTATIC have been able to brawl this one out.
Someone scuppered Naga's escape plan. He was going to use the symbiotic lift to get himself out of danger and join Destroyed up on that high ground, as he'd already burned the Blessing of the Deep. But unfortunately, when we were watching the Namor's POV, the lift moved up without the Namor on that platform. And ECSTATIC now taking away the platform of the high ground hold for LG. Pushing up aggressively, getting to play to the tempo of Lugia, brawling away with the Mjolnir bashes directly into the faces of LG, and that being melee damage, that's going to go directly through every single bit of shielding available to the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, that Awakened Rune is such a dangerous burst phase that really needs to be accounted for, either with Rajaro's shield or maybe the Metallic Curtain from Trust Me.
Knuten on an off angle is going to take a 2 versus 1 now against Trust Me. The Soul Drainer manages to pull the Magneto into prime position for the critical follow through. And Knuten now might have been able to find the Loki too.
Oh, the Thor is so good at punishing any wild positions from the opposing Magneto. Should be a closing of the symbiotic door there to try and give some cover over to Destroyed after that disengage. Eye of Agamotto grabs 2 with the stun. Wyoming and Among are going to be grabbed here, and Rajaro chooses to go after a Storm when it comes to really guaranteeing that follow-up, but they still haven't looked at Knuten. In the back, grabs level 1 Crook, finds himself a Loki clone. A little bit of a jump scare in there, but that's fine. Powers stolen by the God of Mischief. This time, of course, is going to be in the hands of Whiny, who's copied Terror, grabbed themselves a new Fate of Both Worlds. A disengagement for Ducky into the midst of this, but guess what? The Thor's too far away to join the healing party. Isolated by Naga, now throwing Tridents down. In comes the Monstro, or rather Giganto, drawn in by the Horn of Proteus, but good fight away there.
Yeah, Naga gets now to hold on to that high ground. Has to be careful, though, because he's getting challenged by it still by a Monk, who finds the pick onto the Namor, and now the Namor isn't there to pick apart Lugia's approach to get into a position and utilize this God of Thunder. Ducky One's going to try and shut down the Fate of Both Worlds. He was so adept at it yesterday. He's able to do it again today. And this is ECSTATIC walking away with all of the eliminations. Surely this is where they pick up Boo.
So many fates of so many worlds, yet right now, all Kismet falls in favor of ECSTATIC. They are getting quite a pace here, moving this convoy towards the end of Clintar. Seems like Noel's in danger.
Yeah, Among's going to have a Mega Hurricane. Fate will have the regen domain, unless ECSTATIC can poke and pressure it out early, as level 1 Crook is a little bit away from that Fate of Both Worlds. Both of these teams, though, very much content to poke. For LG, it's a matter of building support ultimates. For ECSTATIC, it's a matter of getting unimpeded distance on that payload before moving into position. And they all tracked perfectly. LG did not have support ultimates up, and they just have to give space.
Oh, strange there, though, that the Metallic Bulwark not broken by the remainder of ECSTATIC, unprepared to actually help out Among when it came to what could have been a big pick. So Crook manages to hold on to that Fate of Both Worlds. Desperate attempts to try and help out Rajaro here, and trust me, it's going to be joining them there in the peril of the underground up against the Thor. That's going to be a quick copy using the God of Mischief. Whiny, of course, copies over Valuki. Crook's going to answer that Fate for Fate, dance for dance, as Rajaro brings forth the Eye of Agamotto. 2 stuns delivered. 1 final blow found, but on the other side, it's Lugia continually mispositioning players, using that bash before being punished by Destroyed, and that's going to bring Fate back. Oh my goodness, Newton's going to be able to bring the Thor back in their own right as well. Knuten is here.
Anything your Hela can do Apparently, Knuten can do better. A challenger has entered the midst for title of best Hela in EMEA. Goddess of Death won't find anything except just pushing LG off of even more space to be able to regroup. Stop ECSTATIC's momentum as Ducky1 forces actually the Goddess of Death out of Sestrad, who goes in incredibly low, gets burnt out of it early, and everyone on the side of ECSTATIC this time around capitalize and take the Hela down.
Naga working the margins here though. Managing to grab a couple of picks here and there. Among and Terra are down. That means the backup here for Ducky is going to be lacking. Has to move into the arms of Loki. A nice headshot off the back of a Trident. Here come the IC allies and the Horn of Proteus. Newton, the victim of that one, mostly alongside Ducky. Yeah, the damage wasn't enough to one-tap the Magneto, but the follow-up's more than enough.
Oh, Naga, so smart. Utilizing the freeze with the slow potential of that particular monster to make sure that ECSTATIC did not have the mobility to get out of the way of the Horn of Proteus when it came down, since he went setting up to follow through on something like an Eye of Agamotto. And that's gonna push ECSTATIC back to the drawing board as they have to pick their way through this open space yet again, allowing Sestroid a little bit of an advantage when heading up against Knuten.
Only 60 seconds left.
All right, your powers of mine, declares Loki. God of Mischief going to be popped. And now ready to come forth with the fate of both worlds. Nice attempt at an isolation there onto Knuten. Naga closes the door, uses the Blessing of the Deep. Oh, that's a huge investment here. That might come to have some foreshadowed circumstances later. Ducky with 30 charge, ready to dunk. Gets 2 lunar snows. I've had enough of these K-pop stars, declares Ducky. It's duck season, not rabbit season.
Down to 30 seconds.
Ducky1 very much a metalcore enjoyer. It appears over that K-pop. As now, level 1 Crook does still have the fate of both worlds, will be able to still light. Fate's also gone over to the Rocket to get another revive into the hands of LG. It's just a matter of whether or not ECSTATIC can close out the fight. And oh, disaster. Someone steps off of the payload that shouldn't have. In LG, that potential defense, that potential turnaround slips out of their fingers.
Both Trust Me and Crook were there. Maybe Crook was running out of time on the ultimate and had to back on off and hope Trust Me was on it, but a little bit too far afield. Maybe was knocked back indeed by Lugia. Using these consistent bashes on the shift of the Thor has been critical to mispositioning Vanguards in positions where they do not want. And that's so bad on the Magneto because he doesn't have mobility to escape that unless he invests like a Meteor M to start floating away and simply, yeah, he floats away in a bubble, dude.
Yeah, canonically, Magneto can, you know...
He could just put metal on the bottom of his
He
boots
can
and just
just
fly
put
wherever
metal
he
on the
likes.
boots and fly, but in Marvel Rivals, he only gets the ability to float gently downwards if
True.
you're airborne. But unfortunately, like you said, that doesn't give
heavy.
him any potential against Lugia, who just with those storm surges of the 4 shift, like you said, can misposition anybody. And if he does manage to misposition the Magneto, it burns out one of the most important cooldowns in the duelist matchup and resources that you can give to your teammates, the Bulwark. Because Sestroid has not been getting anywhere near the amount of resources we would typically tend to see being poured into a win condition, and it's just because ECSTATIC keep farming them out of LG's unwilling fingers.
And I do wonder to what degree LG were comfortable going for this Lunar Loki mirror match. Admittedly, some would consider it to be a pretty kind of, it's a soft meta at the moment. They probably had some time on it, but it's definitely not the style that we know LG for.
No, Among is going to be back on that storm. Strange wasn't banned out, so LG trying to mitigate that poke phase by just portaling directly past it, but that means that you have to win this first fight, otherwise you are relegated to having to walk through that gauntlet laid down. And unfortunately, Harry, it looks like LG weren't able to find the staying potential. They're being picked apart one by one, so not only do you lose access to the portal and have to go for the poke, you're down a massive amount of time bank as you wait for your members to regroup.
Bro, my Group 1 trick has got some hands on the mag, I'll tell you that. It's been a crazy run for Ducky here, picking up the Magneto. Coming into this, we all expected Ducky to be kind of like that guy on the group, but wow. Even being target banned, Homie is popping off.
Yeah, he's been popping. His flexibility, he's been working on it. You really can tell. As Sestroid, unfortunately, just held to term by Knuten currently, who's almost double percentage up to that first Goddess of Death. Among is gonna give everybody the benefit of that damage boost. You can actually see Lugia too getting to utilize the bubble on the fall, which if anyone from LG passes through is gonna slow them down 30%, which allows ECSTATIC to just keep the tempo always in their favor, as LG just constantly having to reposition and rotate. And if Hela's rotating, she's not finding the picks necessary until now.
Whiny loses out on the God of Mischief. They are going to be resurrected, mind you, by Newton. Lugia's down as well, but guess what? He's right back, baby. Canuten's going to get yet another one. You just can't get rid of his team. If Canuten is still standing, then the gates of death are just easily avoided. And speaking of easily avoided, the Horn of Proteus just dodged there easily by Canuten, the God of Thunder, leveraged as well, all in onto Fate. That's going to be the Omega Hurricane as well. I'm not sure if that one was completely necessary from Among, and is punished for the audacity of positioning by Trust Me, who started leveraging all of that mechanical skill we know him for to start brawling out on the point.
Now, this should be LG able to take it. Worst comes to the worst, they have an Eye of Agamotto. They have a Goddess of Death. They're able to pick Canuten out late too, which is massive. If the Hela was able to find a pick in a recontest, not only do you have to worry about the Loki being brought back, you also have to worry about Lugia on the fall being brought back. In LG, they understand what could potentially have been available. Meteor M from Ducky 1 could very much have been used to buy space for a recontest. And then stall off of Winnie with that God of Fate. So now it is going to be everybody from LG pushing up, making sure that ECSTATIC did not get that opportunity because they have a time bank to make up for. It's going to have to start right now, but unfortunately, ECSTATIC, they've got the high ground, and they've got a foreign position to punish if LG try and take it away.
Oh, destroyed Newton. They can smell each other here. Nice Soul Trainer into double dink Canuten. There's no cope for that one. That was a raw 1 versus 1. Among actually stuck on the Doctor Strange at the moment. Swapped over to try and get that portal recontest towards the end of A. I do wonder if Among's going to be staying on this. Unlikely, considering the success for Storm has seen thus far, as Naga is just shepherded into cover.
One thing to note too, that wasn't a Hela 1v1. That was a 2 versus 1 with Canuten actually aided by Winnie. They know the importance of keeping this Hela up, because if Canuten falls, Winnie and Lugia's life gets a lot harder to keep in the balance. Naga's able to take the 4 down, but Canuten, if he finds a simple pick, immediately brings that Vanguard right back up into the mix. So LG have to make sure that Sustrad wins the duel, but he's down, and Canuten is now going to be unleashed.
All right, out comes... I think that Fate and Crook may have actually doubled up on their support ultimates here. Not entirely sure. Of course, Crooks is going to be active right now. Should be a damage boost coming in on the Meteor M. Doesn't manage to strike pay dirt right now. It's going to be Terrors that's gone first. Yeah, now Fate is going to be able to pop their own Fate of both worlds. Whiny tries to flip away with that devious exchange, but is unable to do it in time. And now Trust Me has claimed so much space. A brutal front line to try and deal with. Among's returned on the Storm, and Destroyed finally manages to win out one of these Hela doors while Lugia stalls out the cart.
That was a big pick too, because Canuten just hit max charge for Goddess of Death, so he would have potentially been able to swing that fight back, or at least make it easier for ECSTATIC to stagger themselves back into a recontest, because bringing those players back, it applies even if the Hela finds the pick through the ultimate. There is going to be a recontest attempted. You can see everyone from ECSTATIC funneled into that left lane, but potentially there was a portal block, actually, shenanigans from Rajaro, I believe. They make it even harder for ECSTATIC to close up the distance. So once those portals run out, LG are still going to have max people on the payload, and they've also got Naga, who's just going to be able to keep that lane in full control. And ECSTATIC, because they try to make a play for that recontest, now going to be losing a lot of ground when we head into the first fight of C.
Never underestimate the value of a mechanically gifted strategist player. Between Saipe and level 1 Crook, we are gifted with many of them here in EMEA, and they consistently turn fights just with the errant headshots here and there.
Naga going to be making it even harder as well for this disengagement coming from ECSTATIC. There's the Goddess of Death, but it's going to be burnt down. Rajaro already in position to float up and block off the Hela's LOS, and Newton already going to be out of that ultimate form. It's up to Ducky 1 with the Meteor M, but he's going to have to hold on to it just a little bit longer, waiting for level 1 Crook to come and prove the fate of both worlds. He's been able to shut them down previously. Can he find it now? But it's Naga who's coming through with the picks.
Horn of Proteus value goes crazy, and then Trust Me is the Dunkster on top of that extra damage coming through from the fate of both worlds. And now LG, they're in prime position to finish.
So Asteroid Gonna be just putting pressure, potentially looking for a pick as everyone from ECSTATIC funnel out of the spawn room. Does get spotted out, has to burn the shift to reposition so that he doesn't get caught and run down by a very angry God of Thunder. Regen domain already gonna be burned as well. Forces the fate of both worlds from Among, but in the meantime, Winnie's still taken out.
Yeah, Naga managed to grab that pick. It's absolutely huge. Uses the busting of a deep back here. Needs to pick up that health pack. And indeed, at range, there is going to be some snipes going through from Crook when it comes to that healing. Knutson under pressure over here. It's not a fair duel, but still is able to take one down with them. Trust me, grabs Among in the midst of all of this. And now Crook doing their best to just clap on through with the ISART. And Lugia falling down means that ECSTATIC are falling apart at the last hurdle here. The C momentum has just been so brutal. ECSTATIC can't even touch in the midst of all of this. Now Fate drags up all that they can, and the remainder of ECSTATIC cannot get there. This is a larger time bank for the side of LG.
There is a very real potential, though, that we draw. There's a very real potential that we see a draw, and that neither team is able to take a single bit of cap percentage on this point. It's all going to come down to those initial first picks. Legs, it's all going to be on the deal list. If Sastroid finds a pick, if Knutson finds a pick, it's gonna be up to them. And the team have to build them up for that win condition. They have to put resources behind those Hellas.
You know, I'll be able to have a peek into our stats real soon to get some more insight into how this one's going down. So Stroy definitely having a much more successful outing on the offensive side than the defensive one. And maybe there's a world where we could see Among try and get some value out of something like the Namor. For now, it seems like Naga has really been able to contribute so much to these Vanguard battles by creating these unfair fights with all the Monstro spawn and the chilling Charisma squid as well. Here's a look at our stats.
Yeah, 18,000 damage done for Knutson. 16,900 done for Sastroid, however. Meaningful damage, because Sastroid is sitting on 21 eliminations in comparison to Knutson 16. And I mean, LG, they started dialing in as well to that Hella fight. We started seeing when we were looking at Sastroid's POV, just onto the right or the left, Naga also participating with those Namor, making sure that the Monstro spawns are keeping up the pressure onto Knutson so that he doesn't get to utilize any pick that he finds to bring back pretty much almost half of the members from the side of ECSTATIC and just diminish LG's hard work. Portal going to be attempted. It's just, though, to turn LG's head and allow the approach to be a little bit safer, potentially find an angle. Almost actually result in Sastroid finding a pick off of the back of the Soul Drain and pulling someone around that corner.
We've seen Terra flex over from Balloona onto the Namor before, and this time instead of Knutson swapping over, it's Among who's actually gone over onto Balloona themselves to give over that chilling Charisma. Having that back pocket Namor, not in the most convenient place, but having it in any direction is, of course, incredibly helpful. Trust me, might be isolated here. Could be knocked around by Lugia, who uses that Awakened rune already. Only 10 seconds remain. Ducky's going to have to place themselves upon the point, but it's taking so much damage. Forced to use the Metallic Bulwark for themselves for Regeneration Domain as well. Running low already on these resources are ECSTATIC. They need to explode in the next couple of seconds. A long-range Soul Drain avoided by Knutson, and a piercing swords coming in as well. Ducky ready to brawl on out. Trust me, isolated. Big pickup coming through from Lugia, combining with Winnie to make it happen. And these squids are as well putting down a huge amount of damage. Fate just broken by Ducky with the AoE of those magnetic projectiles. Now Terra's feeling that they can make this happen. Comes in with a chilling Charisma, headshot into body, and the Horn of Proteus as well is simply a coup de grace on top of all of this. The damage boost is perfect. Getting rid of Winnie when they were needed most. They were midway through that ultimate. The healing's now starting to fall away, and only one tick's come through. Rajaro moves forward. Oh no, that must actually be Knutson. Knutson's come back with the portal in the midst of all of this to reinforce the team. Rajaro might have a touch of trouble coming back in time before this one's actually capped on out, and finally ECSTATIC grab it.
That could have been dangerous for ECSTATIC, but having Winnie on that Loki, even when LG tried to launch a recontest with the ultimate advantage that they had, knowing there were no support ults to bail ECSTATIC out when we headed into overtime. Regeneration Domain from Loki, 26-second cooldown, no ultimate necessary. And everybody from the side of ECSTATIC, all those key members, are able to live. Ducky 1 waits a little bit before the elevator is ready to take, before putting himself up onto high ground getting to keep pressuring LG. The more they keep LG pressured up into these spaces, the more distance that payload picks up, even though ECSTATIC had so little time to begin with. Huge Eye of Agamotto paves the way for Sestoid's Goddess of Death to take absolutely everybody on the side of ECSTATIC to the realm of hell. And that's exactly where Sestoid reigns supreme.
What a fight to manufacture there for LG, just popping up with the instant Eye of Agamotto. Where was the scouting from ECSTATIC? Surely they heard the approach right there, and there was nothing that could be done to stop this. So I figured Ducky might use the Meteor M perhaps to get some CC immunity and absorb all the incoming damage towards those stunned players, but Rojaro and Destroyed together, they just activated their 100 stealth. They were completely unnoticed.
They rolled the nat 20, and unfortunately ECSTATIC rolled a critical failure. The one. As we now head into what could be still winnable, right? Because there was so little time available for both of those teams, and ECSTATIC, though they did fall, they were still able to pick up the entirety of A and a good chunk of B.
Incredibly winnable. And a tie seemingly off the cards. Terra going to be returning on Namor once more.
Get ready.
It's a lot to deal with, those squids. A lot of homework for an attacking team to have to try and do before they can really get onto the point proper.
No, I mean, you saw it from the defensive side. When LG, we were looking at Sestoid's POV up on that left side, but Naga with the Namor and both of those monster spawns was just holding court on the low right, setting up a constant crossfire. And when you have the Strange, when you have the Magneto, you're constantly having to pivot both of those shields. But for ECSTATIC, you have to remember, they're not running double shield, they're running the brawl kind of composition too, very hybrid style. So there's only one direction that the Magneto shield can face, which puts even more value into the amount of crossfire that Sestoid and your Naga Namor can put up. As it is going to be a portal coming on through, so that Rojaro can get everybody right the way past, but that is a huge opening pick.
Yeah, Knuten knows exactly where to put those knives, finding Naga early. I wonder if that portal is actually going to close. That could manufacture a Naga flank here. Already Ducky drawn down to a point. Remember, there's not going to be a second portal here for Rojaro or any of the team members of LG. No more burst mobility.
Well,
coming up
Ducky
for
won.
Einstein.
He was drawn to the point, which is exactly what LG wanted to have him, but immediately is able to break away into that space. Nagano coming back in on this off angle, gets to play from main, and with the Namor having 0 fall-off damage on his primary, takes the Luna down. That's a massive pick. That's a huge hit in terms of sustainability that's available to the side of the defense, and they're going to answer it by getting aggressive and hoping to out-tempo LG instead.
Unreal opening, and Destroyed's exactly where he wants to be. They bought this space for Destroyed, and Bro's getting some real good use out of it. Trust me, falling low. That's going to be a copy coming through as well. The Goddess of, well, the Trickster God here. That's going to force Fate to answer it now. Both copying the Luna. Access to the Fate of both worlds. This is going to give enough time for multiple members to come on back. Destroyed is isolated. Nowhere near the damage that could come on through. Knuten taken down by Rojaro. That is absolutely critical because now no resurrections can come through off the back of this. Going to be a Ray contest coming through though from the side of Ducky. Swapped over onto the Doctor Strange among super low. Down again. Unable to get access to that all-important ultimate. A point capped here for LG.
LG have the snowball potential too. Quite literally, level 1 Crook is going to have the Lunar Fate of both worlds. Naga is moving up aggressively to build that poke to hit the Horn of Proteus so they can have the win condition. If Rojaro's Eye of Agamotto hits, the Wombo combo is in the cards for LG, and they should be able to take Symbiotic Surface.
Oh, Naga might actually drop down here on Knuten. Knuten is right below them right now with that Goddess of Death ready to go. It could be the same again. Destroyed, forced to use the Goddess of Death already. Actually was surprised by Knuten on one of these angles. Rojaro moving forward, trying to claim the space. That's going to be a big Eye of Agamotto. Having to retreat right now to try and save Winnie, but it cannot be done. Up above, trust me, built up to maximum damage off the back of the Meteor M. And surely that's going to be curtains for ECSTATIC. Luminosity explode in the final seconds.
What a play from LG. They had so many ultimates available, but you can see the experience that they had. They didn't put all of their eggs into the basket of a Wombo combo, right? We get to follow along Naga's POV just a little bit before we head into the actual fight, where that Namor is up on that high ground, potentially going to be contesting things like Knuten on that Hela if he does decide to drop down. But you get to see Rajaro goes in deep into the backline of ECSTATIC with an Eye of Agamotto at the same time as Naga pops off at an entirely different angle. And LG just gets to take so much estate away from the members of ECSTATIC because the payload had pushed to Final Fight territory. So ECSTATIC had to always have one person, the team core, around that payload. Otherwise, one of the players from LG would just push it into the finish line, just the way we'd seen previously when we played the first round of this map. And they were able to take just so many angles, so much space. And even if ECSTATIC were able to deal with one thing, right? Even if they were able to block the Eye of Agamotto, their head would have been turned into having to deal with the threat coming up on that different angle. And resources would have been drained away from where the fight actually mattered, the front line, that payload. So LG, they were hedging their bets, and it paid off bank.
I wouldn't mind seeing this ban phase go through again, but maybe leaving the Star-Lord on the table and getting rid of a Doctor Strange, because that's where Rajaro seems to be incredibly comfortable and often making the difference with his Eyes of Agamotto, or at least the threat of that Eye of Agamotto being something that needs to be continually managed. I'm sure you're going to see plenty of them in these highlights. Enjoy.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your power.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this!
Supernova!
Torching the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
And that one perception check brings a premature end to ECSTATIC's offensive push on the symbiotic surface of Clintar, allowing a 5-man Eye of Agamotto to come through from Rojaro. That is uncanny and cannot be allowed to happen again, Mox.
No, the spy check needs to be out in full. I get like overtime, very high pressure situation. You don't want to step off of cart. Comms are always going to be like, who is staying on cart? Because in overtime, even if people are on the cart, it still gets shorter and shorter and shorter. Like that wick continues to burn and burn and burn and burn. So it really is imperative that you have sorted the baton pass of those positions. But like you said, they were able to win the fight previously. They had all of the setup to position in anticipation of the recontest, and it didn't happen. Rojaro was able to absolutely land a stunner of ultimate as we now head to ECSTATIC's map choice, which is, no surprises, Spider Islands. It feels like this map is very much that immediate turn to for a lot of these teams when they're one map down.
Yeah, it seems like it's often an emergency stopgap. I'm sure that there are a lot of high ground compositions which can be really prevalent here on first point, and then moving into a flatter zone on second wave. It's that constant thread of environmental eliminations from something like a push. We're going to be heading straight into our ban phase here, and I was fairly happy with what ECSTATIC brought to the table in the ban phase previously, getting rid of that Venom threat where they're less keen on playing it, protecting the Loki. They're going to get rid of the Wolverine this time around on the side of LG, which is a little bit interesting. I don't know if ECSTATIC play a huge amount of Wolverine. Maybe previously.
ECSTATIC, more than happy to take the Venom out of the table, just as the way we saw on Symbiotic Surface. They're going to be going for the protection of the Groot, which is a very interesting pick, because normally Lugia likes to go for the Thing on this map of Spider Islands. Hella protection comes now from LG, as they themselves have said. They're a two-composition kind of team. They might, like you said, go for the ban of that Loki, so that if Knudsen does pick up the Hela, it's not going to have the same revive impact that we saw on the map prior. Though I wouldn't expect to see the 4 come through from Lugia on this map, so it would just be one potential revive. But yeah, there it is. Loki has been taken off of the table.
Maybe there's a world where you take away Naga's Namor here, as it is a... Oh, what? I'm surprised that they keep taking away the Star-Lord. Considering that while Namor is in the pool here, it has to be Terra who goes over to it, which is a very inefficient swap for ECSTATIC, as they have to move multiple members around in order to access the power of the Namor. However, Ducky is now on the character where they are the most comfortable. We talked about Ducky as kind of that guy on the Groot, and I don't think that it's going to be easy for Trust Me to match this.
No, Ducky1 is known as a Groot. In fact, when he played in the previous tournaments, if you matched up against him, you would always ban the Groot out. He's since been working on his flexibility with some absolutely amazing Magneto players over the last couple of days. But you can always tell just like that comfort pick of a Vanguard where they are just so in tune with that particular hero, and you're gonna see it in the amount of speed and ease that he's able to construct those walls and just box away a lot of the space that LG wants to be able to access. We're also more than likely going to be seeing a very close and aggressive hold, as PEPS have popularized it. It burns a lot of time off of the bank.
Also worth noting that Storm is still available as well in case Among feels the need to move over to that. If we see a move away from the Namor, which will of course necessitate a pair of swaps at once. On board with Among at the moment is going to be an exchange of walls, of course, here between Ducky and Trust Me. I'd be very impressed if Trust Me can keep pace with Ducky here, but that would be a big turnaround in terms of how we look at LG as a roster.
Now with Loki off of the table too, the strategic lineup is going to be the Luna aided by the Invisible Woman, so we're going to be seeing a lot of the shields go through to protecting the Hela to be able to win that 1v1. Rajaro on the Strange is able to immediately lift off over that bridge and take away a lot of the space off the close hold ECSTATIC would attempting, and that frees up Trust Me to just brute force bulldoze directly through that front line. And look at the amount of space that the defense is giving up, just stepping back with space that is immediately going to be claimed and staked on up by the Namor on the off angle on the right staircase.
The patented Nargank right there, putting down a pair of squids, hitting a quick right click, and then it's just so easy afterwards. You enrage those squids, get their berserk mode going, and very difficult to try and stand up to that. Winnie has popped up the invisible boundary, but it feels like the personnel just aren't here for ECSTATIC, and they're dropping like flies in front of Narg. I can't believe they were willing to try and match Namor versus Namor.
Ancestroid too is getting that angle up on that high rooftop on the left side, and everyone from ECSTATIC is having to just pick their way through the damage, the threat that Naga is providing. They don't have the time to be able to check the Hela, so even if Ancestroid didn't have access to the Guardian Shield, which is a 300 health bar in addition to everything that the Hela has, there's just no one taking the Hela down. You either fall prey to the Namor or you fall prey to the Hela. The off-angle setup was just too hard for ECSTATIC to be able to break, and they've lost all control of this high ground too. With LG being able to win it in such a dominant fashion, they're already in position to kickstart this next fight.
I mean, this was with Winnie investing that ultimate as well. Nothing has been used by LG. They've got a full bank here to try and carry forward this momentum. It's kind of brutal at the moment for ECSTATIC, not looking amazing at all. Big expulsion of dark energy into the midst of LG. That's going to be a strangling prison coming on through. Horn of Proteus delivered in good time. No damage boost coming through, of course, because Naga's too high up to be receiving it. Lugia is going to strike back, and now the counter coming through in the form of a strangling prison from Ducky. Does grab Rajaro, but Destroyed's been able to escape this, utilizing the Goddess of Death to rain down these crows from atop. And in the end, it's going to be a significant investment for LG, but one that works out.
I mean, no one clears the high ground. Normally, when the defense is setting up for that first fight on B, that entire building is broken and fully ruptured so that things like your Namor can't just flank all the way around that high ground perch and drop down, assassinate your backline. But ECSTATIC don't manage to pull that particular terrain destruction off, and Destroyed now is going all the way onto another off angle and getting to pull off pick after pick after pick, entirely uncontested.
I retract my previous concerns about the Trust Me group. Omi's looking good on it. There's no other way to put it. Has now been able to move up towards their second strangling prison as well. It feels at the moment like Destroyed is meeting the same tempo that Newton did last time. Knewton always was able to control where these fights were happening when it came to those Hellas. But this time, Destroyed is just playing full alpha. With the help of level 1 Crook, getting that barrier, is able to win out most of these battles as well. Knewton's had to swap over onto a Winter Soldier.
Yeah, which means that Destroyed doesn't have to worry about winning that particular matchup before he can go ham and look for the squishies. Strangling Prison is able to land before Winnie hits the invisible boundary. and LG are still finding the picks, even with the supports investing those ultimates. It feels like ever since we headed from that first map to the second, we're seeing a different side of ECSTATIC. They're so out of sync. The ultimates not being invested at the right time. The confidence that they have in being able to hold their ground and take these 1v1s is entirely absent.
Team comms disabled potentially in the midst of all of this. Lugia dreams of a big Meteor M here. It would be incredible to turn it around for ECSTATIC, and we desperately need it. There are still 3 to deal with. Newton going to be the main victim of that incoming Eye of Agamotto, but here we're looking over at Terra getting crushed underneath the biomass of Giganto. Oh, Newton going to try and turn this around. Desperately wants Naga. Naga wins that one! No! Newton, it can't happen like this! Everything's gone wrong for ECSTATIC! Luminosity Gaming, unperturbed, unbothered, moisturized, and in their lane, and it's the fast lane to a completion. That is a time bank and a half.
ECSTATIC needed a hero, and unfortunately they weren't able to hold any part of Spider Islands to find it. What a time bank setup. And I mean, LG, like piranhas, they smelled blood in the water. This is a very experienced team. Comes from a lot of different esports teams. So they can spot out those moments where these teams are doubting themselves. In fact, they themselves have confessed that they're able to do just that. And ECSTATIC, you could tell something was different. Ever since we saw that aggressive spawn hold attempt just broken by Rogero, throwing themselves literally into the mix with the levitation cape from the Doctor Strange, everything fell apart from ECSTATIC. They were never able to find any stalling point, any holding ground. The ultimates they came on through were always in LG's favor. They always had domino impacts into the fights prior to it. And just like base level things that we see being ticked off that the defense has to do on Spider Islands were not done. Something went down for ECSTATIC's team, and it's shown in the stats.
Oh, Newton. 2.7k. Bro's getting bullied. There's no other way to put it. Like 1 and 6. It's been just constantly harried by Destroyed. I'm so surprised that we didn't see something like a Doctor Strange ban. I need to talk to ECSTATIC and figure out what the deal with the ban on what the ban on Star-Lord is about. Destroyed picks up a bung early. You didn't need me to tell you that. We've all seen this massacre. Out comes another right click. Berserks squids. There's so much to deal with. What are you gonna do?
You're not going to get the name up, that's for sure. There's the pressure, but there's the blessing of the deep that guarantees that Naga is able to live the aggression that comes out against him, and LG will continue to be able to hold. As you can see, the amount of resources going out onto Sastroid. Not only does he have the Invisible Woman next to him, he's also got the Lunar Snow next to him. So when Ducky 1 tries to get aggressive and take the Hella down, he's taken down instead. And unfortunately, it looks like ECSTATIC might be seeing the insides of their spawn just a little bit longer.
Well, ECSTATIC have prescribed this slow style by protecting the group. And unfortunately, that means that you have no quick way of getting on top of Destroyed, allowing him to just throw out knife after knife from range. Rajara, and trust me, isolated for about a moment with a lashing wall coming out. Trust me, already has for strangling prison. Gonna go for the ramp, in onto the squishies. That's a bunch of them found. And in comes even more reinforcement. Is that a doubling up of the support ultimates? No, in fact, it's actually going to be level 1 Crook from the other side, making sure that these Vanguards aren't in too much danger as Terra brings out their own. It's actually Whiny now, who's come up with even more. No! Both of the strategist ultimates are up at once, and yet they still fall to Luminosity Gaming. This is a routing of ECSTATIC.
I mean, it was Rogero again. Eye of Agamotto. Support ultimates might have been up, but Naga gets to just immediately fish in a barrel, have more movement than what was afforded to ECSTATIC to escape the berserk state of those monsters. Among might be the key to letting ECSTATIC move a meter forward, but Sastroid just dodges out of it. They tried to take the Hella down with Mega Hurricane, and Sastroid just goes into Goddess of Death mode and is above the top of the clouds, so can't be targeted.
Panic button was still there. Investment here of a strangling prison from Trust Me doesn't get too much, but Destroyed finds Newton on the off angle and easily manages to take down the interloper in the back lines. Lugia catching knife after knife. The metallic ball like, oh hello, that's Winnie. Unable to really get too much on Destroyed. Might well have actually been distracted with other matters as Newton took that corner and then found themselves hostage in towards the back. Lugia avoids the Soul Drainer CC, but can't avoid much more than that as the Metallic Bulwark just times out. Look at the aggression here from LG. I don't know if they've even lost anyone yet, despite a couple of full-out rotations coming through from the side of ECSTATIC.
That's right, still has this vantage point of that right side high ground. Okay, this time around, ECSTATIC going to be trying a different route. They know that they're safe from the potential force physics knockdown, given the fact that level 1 Crook has joined at the hip of Cestroid, but they're not safe from Rajaro getting to fly up there and just stop ECSTATIC's rotation, allowing Cestroid to throw in those knives on the Hela. Trust me, he's building a ramp. He's DIY building himself into ECSTATIC's entire front line, and Cestroid has still not been felled.
Even when I go to IKEA so I can get myself a flat pack championship team. Luminosity certainly seem to have delivered on that. You know what? I don't want to see any more banning of Groot from LG. they're looking pretty good at it right here. Those piercing blades going to explode real soon for a touch more damage, and finally a full rotation onto Destroyed. Going to force them off of here. Up to the sky goes Knuten using the Goddess of Death. Good eyes onto Destroyed. Crook tried to respond to it in time, but was a touch too late to save the Hela. So that's going to be a long return. Now this is going to force out the fate of both worlds. It's simple flowchart my Marvel rivals here for the defense, as Among's going to come in and try to find these final hits. Moving over onto Trust Me, that's 2 stuns coming through from Yara Vegamoto. Newton and Lugia both going to be saved here by Terra with that fate of both worlds. We're in overtime, and we're about to reach just 20 meters of cart progress. Everything else is a demanded perfection from ECSTATIC if they're going to finish this one out.
I mean, you have to ask yourself, too, do they have enough to finish it out? They've got a Strangling Prison, a Meteor M, and if they can bulk them fast enough, an Invis Boundary to see themselves through the damage brought on by Cestroid, and an Omega Hurricane by Among. Rajaro as well on that range could potentially be portaling LG into any position. We hear it there. It's going to be a map flip attempt. It's going to be spotted out. Knuten as well holds himself directly behind it so he doesn't get spotted out. Meteor M comes on out onto the Strangling Prison. Doesn't find any value. It takes down Fate. But Cestroid still dodges out of it with the activation of Goddess of Death. And the win condition is still firmly in the hands of LG.
Oh, Cestroid hitting that mid-air crow onto Among is kind of crazy. Overtime's going to tick on down. Luminosity Gaming on the map pick of ECSTATIC, on the preferred Vanguard line of ECSTATIC, look dominant and unbothered. Wow, trust me, continually target banned on the Venom, gets an MVP on the Magneto. Might well grab themselves an MVP here. It's Crook who actually walks away with it in the end, getting a lot done off of the Mantis and on the Invisible Woman instead. But boy, am I excited to see this stat line from LG. Oh, the damage is kind of crazy right now. Trust me, is so far ahead of the rest of the crowd.
You want to talk about ahead, Cestroid and Knuten. Look no further. ECSTATIC, I would be very expectant of an insta-Hela ban in the next map. Like, no matter how bad you are at countering the dive, if you let Cestroid pick up this hero, he's not going to let you walk out of spawn to have a composition to try to match up against this team to begin with. Like, he was getting so many resources from his team. You saw the amount of rotations that ECSTATIC tried. They tried to go through main, they tried to go through left, they tried to send the entire team core all the way to the right side twice. The first time they were stopped, the second time they were able to pull it off, and finally Cestroid was dislodged from his perch. But if you have to have 6 players huddle up like penguins and walk to a Hela's position, then that Hela needs to be taken off of the cards the next map if you want to have any chance of managing to take this series longer.
Hard agree there, Moxie. Maybe you just leave the group floating in the ether and you just let it fall as it may, because Trust Me seems comfortable in playing it now. Maybe it's not going to get target banned again. We've got plenty of highlights from this map. I'm going to assume it's heavy on LG. Enjoy, LG fans. See you in a sec.
keeping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind.
I'm hulking! Arrows! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
ECSTATIC need to lock the heck in, Moxie. And it's never going to be more difficult than right now. In the lower bracket, up against match point 2-0, and after just having your butt spanked on Spider Islands, this is a very dangerous time to be a member of ECSTATIC, and this is when you need to put it all on the line.
I mean, the hero bans, in both of our opinions, need to be changed, right? We're going to be headed to Hell's Heaven, and I want to see them potentially try and take LG on the Venom composition, because if they let the Hela go through, the only duelist who's going to be seeing any whiff of Paradise from what we've seen so far today is going to be Sestroid, because Bro has been hitting headshots. That Hela, mechanically touted as the best on the roll in the region above even Virtus.pro's Phi, has been showing up and batting 10 for 10.
I mean, how do you like, can you deal with the Hela in game? Like, it's proven difficult. We saw like 6 penguins plotting up to try and remove Hela from their perch. It might have to be that you just deal with it in ban phase right here. We saw Wolverine ban actually come through from LG previously. They're going to do the same again. So that Hela is going to be on the table, of course. If it is... Oh, they're just banning the Venom
it's
again.
Venom ban.
We're basically guaranteed to see it. We're going to likely see a Loki Protect here.
Yeah. Loki protection comes in through from the sort of ECSTATIC, so that if their Hela is able to win the 1v1, they're going to be able to bring winning back into the mix. But there it is. No surprises. LG... very easy in terms of the hero bans to be able to protect. If you insta-ban the Venom against them, they protect the Hela. If you insta-ban the Hela against them, they protect the Venom. It's what they've always done, and it's what's always worked for them.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Thor ban here, actually, considering that Trust Me is very comfortable, seemingly mirroring. Oh, goodbye, Luna. Interesting, considering that Naga plays so much more of the Namor. And I really am curious. Like, I know this Destroyed is fantastic. Like, the Star-Lord? But Destroyed's not going to play Star-Lord when Hela's protected. I don't know what the calculus is. Like, does this team just fall apart in the face of Star-Lord?
There's a potential, like, Star-Lord is very good as a stall unit, and also in Hell's Heaven, he can be incredibly oppressive. If you're not fighting into places like a lot of the terrain with the pillars, right? You look at a Super Soldier Factory, there's always those 4 pillars around the point itself, plus the pillar that raises up and down on the point. There's lots of high ground verticality that the Star-Lord is able to take advantage of in terms of those angles. But the Hela is also going to be able to take advantage of that verticality and those angles. So if ECSTATIC want to have a good chance of being able to turn this into a reverse sweep, Knuten and his team absolutely need a win first fight, because then you get to dig into the resources that Sestroid have. If you have to play into a retake position against a Sestroid who's already going to be set up and 100% hidden behind group walls and an invisible woman's shield as well, you don't want to have to also scout his position before you walk directly into the first shot.
3, 2, 1.
Crook returning to the Invisible Woman here. We haven't actually seen any Mantis over the course of this matchup. It seems like LG... Oh, we're actually going to see Trust Me opt into the group here as well, which is not going to be matched by Ducky. I like that they left it on the table. That was previously their last ban. And then was a protect coming through from ECSTATIC. Being able to leverage how good Trust Me... Oh, no, not again. Not like this!
Yeah, LG portaled up to the high ground so that Sestroid could have the right side angle, which means that when he peeks Knuten gets to see a sliver of hitbox in comparison to what Sestroid is granted access to, and Sestroid now gets to hide behind the Loki copy, granted to him by fate, and uses it quite literally as a body shield.
I mean, Ducky and Lugia are just having to scramble to protect themselves. Even after the hook, admittedly, Ducky could use that quick bounce from the rocket pack of the rocket raccoon that was gained in spawn to get out of there. Rajaro is under a lot of pressure here. Another attempt at a bionic hook. Doesn't seem to have gathered the pay dirt this time around. Newton's going for an angle here onto Destroyed. 2 quick headshots is what they need. Make it 2 body shots in the head. That'll do as well. Destroyed being down is a big opening, but Ducky falling down means that now it's going to be a solo tanky experience for the Vanguard of Lugia, coming in with the anti-street charge, disables the cloak of levitation from Rajaro, playing inside the invisible boundary. Big pickup, clobbering time, stuns 3. Fate, Trust Me, and Rajaro all helped out here by Crook, who raises that invisible boundary and is able to put themselves into a good position. Newton caught out by Rajaro, and now Destroyed is going to be unperturbed up on the high ground, just plinking away for free. It's going to be final blow after final blow for the Hela. And it's going to be good control for LG.
Yeah, ECSTATIC may not be playing the group, but Lugia very much resembling a cactus of a plant right now with the amount of poke damage that he's taken. If Sastroid is given all of that high ground verticality without having to worry about Knuten. And Knuten is constantly being taken down by the front line from LG Rajaro on that strange, always dive bombing the Hellas position. Among is going to have that Omega Hurricane, and it is not going to be supplemented by Strategist Ultimates. Instead, it's going to be an aggressive play that LG making sure that there's no follow-up to aid Among and catch him once he's out of that ult state.
Rajaro's awareness is crazy here. There's going to be a quick resurrection coming through off the back of Knuten managing to find themselves a well-placed elimination. Destroyed still on this, though. Rajaro and Trust Me both stunned by the clobbering time, but you can't get rid of Destroyed up in the air. You just do not have the range to deal with this flying terror as a thing. Speaking of terror, they're next to falls. Destroyed able to grab that one. Knuten noted on the entry. Headshot delivered. Destroyed is a mechanical demon. What are you going to do when faced with this Hella? I can't believe you let it through again.
Yeah, I mean, LG, they're always so good with the picks and bans. Because, like, they always put the ball into your court. You always determine which matchup you get against this team. And every single time, time after time, ECSTATIC have opted to take the Hella deal, have removed the Venom from the place that they don't have to worry about the dive. Which I personally don't get, because like if you want to run Lugia on the Thing, that's one of the best ways to counter Venom, because all you do is wait for the Venom to dive bomb in, and then you Yancey Street Charge so that you can get the Earthbound puddle left behind, so the Venom can't swing away from the fight. And then you just blitz him down. But ECSTATIC, it feels like they're putting stock into Knuten. We've seen Knuten pop off in the past in matchups. For ECSTATIC, he was one of the reasons why they were able to see themselves safely for up against PEPS. They're going to be turning to him yet again. But they have so little time for that turnaround to come through. It's this map or bust. If they don't win this round, they're out of the Marvel Rivals EMEA Invitational.
It could be over right here and now. Rajaro will portal everyone over onto this high ground to get that early poke here. And it is going to be an exchange of high ground fire between Knuten and Destroyed once again. The Goddess of Death is ready to go if Knuten needs it as an emergency button, a panic button, mayhaps. And there it is, straight away, popped out by Knuten. It's going to be Rajaro in the way here. We need to see more fire onto the shield of Rajaro. It's not getting any help from the remainder of ECSTATIC. And while ECSTATIC have got a little bit of progress towards a capture here of the mission area, it might be too little too late. Fate already coming through with the copy, brings up the invisible boundary. I think that one was stolen out from level 1 Crook themselves. Naga, up close and personal, takes out Winnie. All reliable Fate has been the silent carry of LG for so long now. Makes so few mistakes, and Naga's just here to try and find that burst utility, just grabbing everyone out of the air with the Rotterdam.
There's a reason why Fate was one of the only, in fact, the only actual player outside of Suji on the coach who was carried from this roster on the first sighting when they were under the label of Team 1 all the way back in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 0. Like you said, he's always reliable. He's always able to IGL and shot call the team into a good position. And that's an aggressive play. He 100% okayed and greenlit, quite literally, with the Loki. ECSTATIC may have taken the Venom away, may have taken quite literally the Dive Vanguard away, but they can't stop Luminosity from turning the fight into a dive regardless.
I mean, why did Terror end up using the invisible boundary there? Eye of Agamotto doesn't seem to get too much here. Ducky already afflicted by the Kraken impact. And there we go, Rajaro coming down from the sky. Winnie managed to get the copy off just in time to bring up their own invisible boundary. But when Terror rejoins the fight, that won't be available once again. Rajaro just bullying Ducky out here, and wow, the Dark Maelstrom is too much to deal with. Among going to try and save this one with the Omega Hurricane. There's not going to be too much in the way of ways to deal with this. A well-placed Metallic Bulwark, though, protects the disengage from ECSTATIC, who are still in control of the point despite all of this. And Lugia managing to pick up level 1 Crook is going to be massive.
Yeah, the storm goes in deep, having to pull LG's focus to peel, then wraps around, rewrites up onto the high ground to receive the protection of Terror's shield. Now, LG stuck into this choke are going to be taking a lot of poke. This is where Knuten needs to hold Sastroid, because Sastroid can't go for the ultimate yet. He has to burn the shift if he wants to get into a position to be able to do so. Still see ECSTATIC's players, and that gives Knuten the space to finally peek around those corners and grab onto those picks before LG can walk forward. This is where the Hella gets to pay off.
And the damage boost aura really coming in clutch here as well to help Newton reach those break points between the two dinks. Trust me, noted on the approach. Spore Bomb comes out. And for now, it's just poking.
Newton, off of that poke, was able to build up to a Goddess of Depth to match Testroid. So if both of these healers fall low because of pressure coming through from the team, they do have the emergency get out card. And it's actually going to be Knuten. Sees that LG were ready to make a move. Forces the Strange out of position, but Lugia didn't have the Meteor M to go for the punishment with the shield's position.
Disengages into that regen domain position. Among trying to burn through this Goddess of Death as quickly as possible. Destroy going to be dragged on down to Terra Firma in record time. Trust me, dragged in by the Force Physics as well. ECSTATIC seem to have finally got their groove back. The mojo has returned. Naga noted on the approach. 100% should be grabbed real quickly after Crook is taken away out of their invisible form. And there we are. It's still on the precipice of elimination, but ECSTATIC, they are fighting.
We go to Super Soldier Factory. And this round gets even closer. For LG, no sweat off their brow if they lose this map. For ECSTATIC, everything is on the line. And Knuten, he stepped up to the plate. We said that this Hela needed to start coming through with the picks. He started coming through with the picks. A part of it, granted, is that ECSTATIC were able to win fights and gain ground, gain space for the Hela so that you weren't having to walk into a retake. Because, like, Hela, she has a lot of options in terms of her cooldowns, right? But those options get denied if you have to burn those cooldowns just to get into a position to be able to see your mirror, your counterpart. And you can see, in terms of the stats, that ECSTATIC slowly clawing their way back after such a dominant first round where LG were able to reign supreme.
Yeah, that first round, it felt like ECSTATIC still loading into the server. It all comes down to this. A Super Soldier Factory opens up. Rajaro once more will be TPing up into an advantageous position to give this early poke advantage.
ECSTATIC do have the advantage in terms of the ultimates. We've got both support and aggressive players, and Among is going to start things off incredibly quickly, getting to health us low enough that Lugia on that Magneto can just poke and pressure and take all of the players of LG down.
Oh, ECSTATIC. Have they doubled up on their supports here? I mean, Crook just is instantly destroyed out of their ultimate, by the way, which is unideal. The invisible boundary was instantly gone, which meant there was nothing to deal with Among's Omega Hurricane. Not sure if it's just an overlay bug right now that Winnie has that active, but yeah, I can see Winnie still as... Oh, that's a big pull. Oh, Knuten, Trooper's Fist from Naga is too much to bear.
Oh, that is unfortunate because that was ECSTATIC's best bet at holding LG to term and just keeping them stuck in this choke for ultimate batteries. Start to come back into the play. LG are still taking a lot of damage off of Among on that storm, but they're going to be removed. Fate pops their head past that choke with the help of that regen domain to give all of the confidence and takes the storm out of the sky, aided by all of that damage pushed on up by his copy still being in play. And LG find a very fast flip.
Accuracy from Rajaro is crazy, and now Newton likely to get staggered here. There is going to be a touch of healing coming through from the Loki, so Newton is going to have enough backup to stay alive here for a moment. Going into a defensive group, though, is super difficult. Trust me, he's going to be able to really cook this entangling prison.
There's no off angles that they're getting to take either. They're all stacking up onto this high ground. Knuten now does get access to that window, but you have to be careful not to lose your Strange off of the wall that Trust Me was able to find, blocking Ducky's position. Strangling Prison sets into play the wheels of motion, and this fight might just be shut down by the Kraken Impact because they left Winnie's copies up so that the resets could come through. And you can see that Terra just understands you can't give up too much more point percentage to the side of LG. It's a fast reset, and into the next fight, ECSTATIC go.
You know what? I like that fast reset there. Not giving any other ult farm over to the side of LG. Just losing that one quickly against two major ultimates like the Strangling Prison and the Kraken Impact as well. Rajaro just going to do some early poke here. Watching these Vanguards come in. Once again, it's going to be a battle for the high ground, but the Tainted Voltage is super effective. Look at the wide angle coming through from Newton. That could actually have some access to the backline. Has to be careful about an incoming push, potentially, from the side of level 1. Crook Ducky's taking so much damage. Rajaro is actually falling off for a moment. He's going to have to use that Cloak of Levitation to come back to the fore for the battle. Destroyed under pressure. Out comes the Regeneration Domain. What's Terra doing over here? Destroyed isn't welcoming guests right now. And while there is this exchange of ultimates on the point, it seems like it's all LG right now. And we're running out of time for ECSTATIC to turn this one around.
Yeah, Knuten knocked out of Goddess of Death from early. Meanwhile, Asteroid gets to stick the entire ultimate and catch the damage as Knuten falls out of that ultimate without having Terra there to back him on up. A Mega Hurricane is attempted. Among trying to get the damage to stick as the rest of ECSTATIC's members pile through the portal. This is their last chance, Harry, and it's falling apart around them.
Oh, Lugia was pushed off the map in the midst of all of this. Yes, Suki's managed to grab some of this. Nice push! Getting rid of Rojaro's ultimate. That was absolutely critical from Terra. Question is, you have to use the invisible boundary here. Are you feeling it? Yes, indeed you are. Terra says it's now or never. ECSTATIC are on the brink of elimination. A strangling prison now from Trust Me, but I can't even see who's inside it within the invisible boundaries that have been erected right here. Rojaro, not yet to fall. Away goes Knuten. Were they able to escape using the bird? It seems like that's going to be the case. Naga's return in the midst of all of this as well, coming up towards a Kraken impact. Knuten catching multiple dinks, and a body shot's going to be the way to finish this one off. Out comes a friendly usage of the invisible. No, Ducky's off the map as well. There's no way that Crook has grabbed 2 environmental frags in the midst of this last fight. Unreal performance from the Invisible Woman. How do they do it?
Just under the duress of overtime, to be honest. Like, normally, when you're going to approach that fight, one, you're positioning yourself away from the edge of that right side because you understand that players, they have the push potential, right? Magneto with the full mag cannon of all of those 3 rings. He gets a 9-meter knockback if he's able to land the right click onto you. Sue, with her force physics, gets to be able to push you even further distance if you're mid-jump. But unfortunately for ECSTATIC, they're mid-panic when that fight is going down. Like, you have to remember, not only did Among have to go for a Hail Mary of a Hurricane directly through LG, hoping that the additional health bar, that the 450 edition that Storm is granted mid-ultimate, would be enough to keep them standing and spinning, while the rest of ECSTATIC set Ducky 1's portal up and pile on through. That meant that the fight plan and the ult track and the positions and shot calls of everyone in LG's positions were entirely disregarded, because all you can do is call players who are low and try and figure out your win condition to figure out who on your team needs to survive. And that was the problem for ECSTATIC. They were surviving, they were stalling, but the ultimate charges were so low when the fight began properly that there was nothing for them to survive up to. There was no point where you could go, well, maybe they can turn this around with X, with Y, with Z. They were all out of options, and it was just LG wrapping things up nicely with a bow and a Sue Invisible Woman MVP at the end to tie things off too.
I mean, well deserved. 2 environmental knockouts as well is kind of wild. Like the amount of ult charge you can just get off that as well. Getting rid of Lugia, then getting rid of Darky. You remove so much bulk from the map. We saw great focus as well onto Among during that Omega Hurricane. You get a huge chunk of overhealth the second that you get into that Hurricane, and you're still just a Storm hitbox. But the accuracy was so strong, and great response, I believe, probably Rojaro blocking out a huge amount of damage as well, because the shield can interrupt the damage from the Omega Hurricane onto the remainder of your team. Just so well managed from Luminosity again. They looked incredibly clean in that series.
Yeah, and that is going to cement the rematch that we wanted, well, rather, some of the teams wanted to see. Those fighting words that OG had for LG earlier. Well, LG now have the opportunity to potentially answer back with some of their own. It could have been a close series. From map 1, it looked like it might have been a close series, but it feels like ECSTATIC, they just took a little bit of a tumble. It took a little bit too long for them to right themselves on that footing, because like we saw heading into Hell's Heaven, first round of that, not close. Second round, entirely different story. And then the third round, it was just push and pull, an absolute seesaw of power with whoever was already in control of that space, just able to have so much advantage moving into the next fight. Rojaro being able to play lane controller and just green light the approaches that LG had in comparison to poor ECSTATIC, who had to just pick their way past the Vanguard, pick their way past all of the potential picks coming on through from Sestroid, the longer those wraparounds and rotations took as well. It was almost an impossible challenge, but ECSTATIC made it at some points look doable. So I think for the performance that they had, they can hold their heads up high.
I think this is going to be interesting for other teams that are like theory crafting their bans against LG as well. Like, Trust Me is no longer kind of frozen out by a Venom ban. We've seen Excellent Trust Me Magneto and Excellent Trust Me Groot, which has been they've been considerable assets to LG in areas where we thought maybe there was going to be a significant advantage going up against Ducky One, who we thought was kind of him on Groot. Being able to match that perfectly and actually dominate on Spider Islands as well is such a feather in Trust Me's cap in particular for this team. LG are looking real clean, and while OG are definitely going to bring it to them, I'd say momentum's very much on the side of LG right now.
Yeah, especially because, they're going to be coming off of that adrenaline, having a win. And the last time we saw those two teams go head-to-head, it was LG who were able to come out on top, not just in terms of the maps they picked up, but also the picks and bans that they were able to set into motion. As we're going to be setting into motion a little bit of an interview with one of LG's players. Welcome to the broadcast, Level 1 Crook.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Bud, nice to see you again.
Nice to meet you too.
Congratulations on the win as well.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy we won. It would have been not very nice if we lost the ECSTATIC.
No Mantis today? Question mark.
Wait, sorry, what was that? Didn't get it.
No Mantis today?
Oh, no Mantis, yeah. I mean, everyone started perma-banning our Venom, so we can't really play Mantis anymore, unfortunately. Now it's just back to Invisible Woman, Loki, and Luna. It is what it is.
So, were you expecting, because I know both myself and Lex were very surprised that they did keep perma-banning that Venom and letting the Hela go through, because, LG, it's if you perma-ban Venom, Satroid gets to play Hela, and that can arguably be even stronger. Were you expecting at some point ECSTATIC to maybe try out going after the Hela ban and looking at potentially going for the Venom dive?
Yeah, we actually did expect it, but then again, we were ready to take the Venom mirror. They decided not to. They thought we were really bad at the Groot mirror. Today we finally tried it, because we actually have avoided the Groot as much as we could. But now we realize we kind of have to take it, because Groot is just kind of broken, to be honest. So we proved ourselves on that comp, I think, and we gotta make sure we keep it going, keep the run going, so we can beat OG as well.
Yeah, our biggest takeaway from this in particular for you guys as a team was that, you guys can play the Groot. What were the comms like when you... Had you got much scrimming on Groot, or were you... you said you were trying to avoid it. Were there any scrim hours on Groot?
No, not really. It's kind of our first time playing it, or we've played it once or twice, but we really try to avoid it. Not really believing in the Groot, but obviously everyone's playing it, VP is playing it, and Fnatic, of course, one-tricking it almost. So we had to pick it up eventually, because you can't really ban out the Groot comp if you want to ban the Wolverine as well, which we don't really like playing into.
So we got to speak to OG a little bit earlier because they won their matchup, and they had some fighting words for LG. I'm not sure if you were able to catch it, but it essentially boiled down to, it's not going to go down the way that it did previously. Do you have anything to answer back now that we know that there is going to be a rematch as the last match of the day?
Well, I'm for sure looking to not make it like last time. We're going to look to make it more decisive in our side, because last match was really close, I have to admit. So we're going to try and crush them. If it's going to happen, who knows, but we'll give our best.
Speaking of decisive, I was expecting this match to be a little bit closer. How are you guys feeling about ECSTATIC coming into this game? Did you expect that there'd be a little bit more... Things were going to be closer to how it was on Clintar, or were you very much expecting to be able to roll over them?
No, frankly, we did expect to be better than them, just with sheer mechanics. I think they are not the greatest team in the tournament. No hate towards them, of course. They tried their best and everything, but I think teams like OG will be way more of a match. OG, Fnatic, those are the top 3 teams, with VP included, of course. And they are tough to beat.
Yeah, without giving anything away, I know your coach Suji tends to be the one to sort of handle all of the picks and bans. This being a rematch, don't give away, because obviously OG are probably watching this and picking up on the compositions that you all are playing. But are we going to see a different kind of approach come through in terms of that phase and select, given how important it is with all of the compositions that a lot of these teams like to lean into?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what we're banning, Coach Suji's handling that. So even if I wanted to give it away, I couldn't, because I quite frankly don't know. So we'll see what happens.
It's very much just a sort of like you turn up to play and Suji just lists out the heroes like, these are the 2 bans, this is the protection.
Yeah, exactly. And also we didn't prepare for them yet. We were preparing for ECSTATIC, of course, making sure we win this game, because way more important, of course, and now we focus on them. So we let Suji cook, let him cook up some good stuff.
Oh,
All right,
thank
we'll
you
let
so
you
much.
Get back to the kitchen. Thank you so much for joining us, Level 1 Krug. It's been an absolute pleasure, and congratulations on the win as well. Moxie, that series was... Well, both of those series were a lot shorter than I anticipated. I'm going to be seething with jealousy as I watch Ryan Central and Kenobi get through the next 2. I really wish they were closer, but in the end, we've decided who gets 5th and who gets 6th. And now we're into our top 4 teams here in EMEA. Every single matchup from here on out is going to be between some of the best teams in the entire world.
I mean, that LG versus OG, that's going to be the match to watch. But speaking about match to watch, we'll be back with more matches after these short highlights and break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support Ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
Endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean enough for the rest. Rudes use that off, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury looks to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's a reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate,
beautiful.
but force him out. That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Remzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Remzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson both Luna Snows in that moment taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both wells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Iron Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus. No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace is, once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there. Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shrews in midair.
Shrews was trying to go for the moon. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax is going crazy.
Where both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shrews again.
I'm hulking! Arrows! Gamma shield! Hold smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
We are down to our last 4 teams here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational here in EMEA. And we have got probably one of the most anticipated games if you were to look at the teams playing. Virtus.pro undefeated in series, well, ever. The worst damage that's been done has been dropping a map, Kenobi, up against a Fnatic team that did win a tournament that we didn't see Virtus.pro play. So really, it's a question, are Fnatic the second best team? Are they the best chance to actually do damage to this squad? Initial thoughts, is this going to be just Virtus.pro continuing on, or are we actually going to see a very close series here?
I'm hoping close, man. We had a lot of 3-0s earlier in the day. I'm hoping this one's close, man. I really want to see Fnatic put the screws a little bit to Virtus.pro and make them lead just a little bit and have these series be close, because I think that when you looked at the Invitational and we saw these teams and what we, had expected going into the Swiss stage, going into the double elimination bracket, this was the matchup that I think a lot of people wanted to see. And what better place to get it? I guess grand finals would be, but now an upper bracket final is a perfect appetizer for what we could potentially see in that grand final. Is Fnatic that second best team like you mentioned, or is Virtus.pro just that good?
It definitely feels that way, but you said it's hotly anticipated, even by the players. Virtus.pro were very keen to play up against Fnatic. They expected the Fnatic was going to get the win yesterday to match them in this upper bracket final. And Fnatic, I mean, there's only going to be one team that they're going to keep an eye on. The machine that randomizes the map at the start of the series is taking us to Yggdrasil's Path, which is the map that Virtus.pro actually chose when they dropped against Spider Islands against PEPS. So this is where they would typically want to take a series if they ever lost a map. So they're going to be happy about it. Whereas for Fnatic, the benefit I think they have, Kenobi, is I don't think they've played it thus far. No, it's that and Clintar that they haven't actually touched so far this tournament.
Yeah, so we're going to be learning a lot. Again, if we're talking about this being an appetizer for what could potentially be a grand final, getting some more information about what these two teams are bringing to the table as we go into pick ban. And Hella is going to be protected here by Virtus.pro. We know how good Fi is at it. We heard Moxie actually a little bit earlier say that Sestroid is probably the best Hella, but second is Fi right there with them. And the Wolverine Protect, this is something I was talking about a little bit earlier with you behind closed doors with Fnatic in particular. Melio seems to be one of the hard carries of this Fnatic team. We heard it from Line Pro yesterday. There was a little bit of a glazing session of Melio in that interview. But when it's Melio on the Wolverine, when it's Melio on the Storm, that's where Fnatic shines. And being able to get that Protect is so good for Fnatic's chances to take Yggdrasil Path here.
It's a really interesting draft if you look at it. A first ban of Rocket Raccoon. I guess we can touch on that very shortly. It's an area, I suppose, a player the Fnatic looked a little bit uncomfortable against LG in a meta that I think, like they was telling me from the annals of history, was a meta that kind of this Fnatic team defined way back when. But it's also not the first ban from Wolverine, from Virtus.pro. I've been doing that like 8 rounds, 8 games on the trot. Instead, taking out the group for Black Soul because he's been unbelievable at it. So it means that the Wolverine is open. There have been instances of Virtus.pro actually picking the Wolverine themselves, or at least protecting it. when they used to ban out Loki, but that was last week. Now there's more information on what the meta seems to be currently in the EMEA. Now it was pretty much been exclusively Wolverine.
Yeah, it feels like the meta has like coalesced a little bit in terms of what these teams actually want to do with the picks and with the pick ban. We've seen a lot more of that Wolverine cropping up and being so important, but also I think the biggest thing for me is going to be the Vanguard lineup, because I feel like when you have Fincy and you have Nevix, is there anything they really can't play? It feels like they're totally comfortable being able to maneuver off any Vanguard that they want, and taking away the group from Blausu, which is a comfort pick. I think if you really looked at a lot of the groups that we have in the region of EMEA, Blausu is one of the best groups. So getting that, pick away from Blausu, I think is very, very impactful. But my mind is going to be, and my eye is going to be on Monkmata versus Fi on this Hella matchup. We saw Fnatic yesterday play very well, but I mean, sometimes that's just what Fi does, and this is why you saw VP protect this pick. They love Fi's Hella. It can sometimes just win fights in the neutral like that, and Monkmata has a tall task ahead of him to be able to match up.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about Zestroid as well, like being that impact on another team. Monkmata won that head-to-head, I'd say pretty one-sidedly. Nevix also playing the thing from the get-go for the first time. Networks, we saw a little bit of it yesterday in their series up against LG, but it wasn't really that comfortable. They said that BlackStar wasn't really that keen on playing the thing, and Networks really enjoys playing it. So there is a bit of a swap on who's the main shield tank and which one's the more brawly proposition. Right now, we're just watching Fi's perspective. A lot of just grumbling on the fight as this payload is eking forward, but it's really right now, it's just that first pick onto Monkmata. Invisible Boundary is going to be used to try to stall things out, but we are seeing Fnatic slowly eke their way forward, still keep pushing his payload. Elimination hasn't come out up until now because Monkmata finds the trade onto 5 from way before. Kraken's impact to the clobbering time, getting 4 actually from Nevix, is going to reset this fight just as it looked. The Fnatic might have found the opening to take this first choke point.
And Ryan, I talked about it a little bit with you in the break, is that the composure of this team is so strong. Even when they already lose Fi early in a fight like that, they still decide that they have that chance to win. Nevix hits a huge 4-man clobbering time, completely wrecks that fight that Fnatic wanted to set the pace for. But again, just so much soaking up of the pressure from Virtus.pro means that they can continuously take these fights even at a deficit. And that's the thing I'm going to be looking out for. Unless there are 6 of the VP members in spawn, any fight is winnable for them.
Trying to back out on the point. Nevix said in the interview that almost like a lot of their runs are scripted. They're very good at calling ultimates, what's going to be available, and this clobbering time on the attacking side allows the Wolverine and Melio to try to catch on the Magneto. The peel is perfectly fine. These regeneration domains from Loki keeping up the healing to make sure that nobody gets burst down in these kinds of phases, and Nevix just seems to be on the clear up. Meteor M feels a bit of a last-ditch attempt to do some damage, trying to get past the steel curtain, manages to get a pick onto Sparker, and it's currently, I think, like a 5v5 on the point. People are still making their way back from Fnatic. Invisible Boundary is going to have to be used from Tridro to just stall out things even more. This payload hasn't budged over the last minute or two. Loki's going to come in with the God of Mischief to try to copy some ultimates, whilst you got the Goddess of Death, both of which on Asgard, so it's a pretty apt place for it to pull out, suppressing this fight even more. Nevix wanted to try and back out. He's going to charge back in to just keep stalling on this point. Even if it's Fnatic taking it, it's just buying so much time. Might buy some of these big ultimates. And right now, I don't know if VP can hold on to this.
They're trying, though, and this is the clutch-up factor of Virtus.pro when they just continuously have these moments in these elongated team fights where they get all of the resources out of the enemy team, and then they're so calm, cool, and collected, Ryan, that they can win fights like that off the back end. And now there's only 30 seconds left for Fnatic. They have nothing. It's realistically going to be a last stand from Melio, and if that doesn't find any purchase, this is going to be a full hold to start things off for Virtus.pro.
I mean, I don't think that the Wolverines found much. I think it is just when you have the thing, he's so good at peeling, he's obviously impossible to displace. So this is looking very comfortable. Another clobbering time for Nevix. It's whether he can get past these shields, these barriers from BlackSow. It's timing of the utility more than anything. So now he's going to try and push in. The stun's coming through the Earthbound, Invisible Boundary, Meteor M trying to use this area. That's a great pick onto Dredro, but a 4-player stun again from Nevix with a clobbering time. It hasn't found elimination. There's the last stun that comes in from Melio. Pulls people out of position, allows BlackSow to get another pick here. And a God of Mischief also been used. It's a last-ditch attempt for Fnatic to get it across the board. Still 2 meters on the payload for it to keep shifting across. The God of Mischief going to be used for an invisible boundary, I think, on the defense. It's a Venn diagram of ultimates currently happening. And Fnatic still, overtime is starting to really wade away. But they finally get it off the board, but it took every second that they had Kenobi in order to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do against Virtus.pro. You got to use every single one of your resources, and time is a very strong resource. That was really Blausu coming in super clutch, being able to take down Dritro during that invisible boundary, make sure it gets no value. And this is where Monkbottom's going to start getting a lot of value right now on these flanks, being able to take down these members. 3 in the back, and I love the decision-making from Fnatic here, not letting Virtus.pro set back up, not letting them set the tempo. They're the ones setting the tempo themselves, and if you're going to beat Virtus.pro, you need to really snowball as much as you can, and that's exactly what Fnatic wants to try to do here.
They didn't have anybody, I think, pushing the payload along, no, just, you know, sitting on top of the goats tweeting like we've seen in the past, perhaps, but at least in this case, Fnatic winning a good fight in the one maybe weak area the Virtus.pro have, which is when they do lose these big team fights, when they have to reset, they can be caught out, and it could just stall things out a little bit more. But I don't think Fnatic really pushed the advantage as much as they possibly could have. The ultimate advantage, however, is looking very good for them, but only for the time being. Another clobbering time for Nevix is looking good, as is a Goddess of Death from Phi. It's about fighting in these closed-in positions because Melio wants to just cut them a new on Kenobi.
Oh, the last stand is very good right here. Finds Fincy, and that's a Vanguard down for Virtus.pro. Clobbering time off the back end. It hits 4, and it's comboed along with the Kraken impact, and Sparker is about to reset all over this team. Actually gets zoned away a little bit right here by the Goddess of Death from Monkbata, so this might be a chance for Fnatic to continue to stay and not lose all that positioning.
Yeah, they're digging their heels in. Now, ultimates for Virtus.pro. Looking comfortable to take these engagements, but they're just right now trying to ward stuff back. God of Mischief is used. Not sure on who exactly at this point, because I think it was on Fnatic's side. Phi looking for the flank with a God of Death. But the invisible boundary does make this challenging. It does give you a loss of line of sight, but you know that they're all going to be clumped up, and it's more of an AoE barrage that you throw down on the ground. You don't necessarily need to aim well on this. You just got to hope that you got the right spot. But for the rest of the action, it's a bit up in the air. Regeneration domain from the Loki, all stacked on top of each other, just allowing a lot of healing throughout all of this burst damage. But the pick coming in from the defensive support of Saipe, on Melio no less too. Kraken's impact is the thing that separated the fight last time. And Virtus.pro eventually shutting things down. No overtime cap for Fnatic here.
Yeah.
It's looking a little bit dire, I think, for Fnatic's chances, but at least they were able to get it past that first checkpoint.
I did like the decision-making, though, of how aggressive they were. I just probably would have liked to have seen a little bit more aggression on, like, using those ultimates to really, really set the tempo. Like, that one fight that they took way back in the spawn where Monkbata had that very good flank. I think if they would have, like, continued to just press very aggressively, use some ults, at least get some ultimates out of Virtus.pro in those scenarios, that would have been, I think, the money fight for that Fnatic for them to try to get to second. But in the very end, Virtus.pro, I mean, it's, like, so hard to beat this team because of the fact that, again, when they have these fights that are very elongated, they are so good at holding very key defensive resources, very good at holding regen demand. They play it on a knife's edge, but for them, it doesn't feel like it's a knife's edge. It feels like a knife's edge for everyone else, and for them, they just know exactly the breakpoints of everything that they want to do.
What's standing out here for you? Because I think it's like, even though those fights were a little bit of a brawl, support players surviving, really not dying on either side, really. It's not as if Sylvie and Line Pro set a foot wrong, but it's still not going well for them.
I mean, the thing I'm pretty impressed about so far is Nevix's play on the thing in particular, because of the fact that Melio is such a key point on this Wolverine that we've seen throughout the tournament, and Nevix is checking Melio every single time. Melio took a very long time to get the first last stand because of the way that Virtus.pro were playing around it, and it feels like they were totally, oh my god. They've scouted it. Ryan, they've scouted it. They scouted that everyone's here. Fnatic has to get away. They do not want to face this, especially with the Magneto having the metal sword. But actually, Dritro ends up going down.
Ooh. Yeah, they find the opening. You got to remember that there's also this team up as well from Hela getting an elimination, able to resurrect the Lokis. But it's, you know, if you have to bank on some of these players in order to bring you back if you're a support player, a great DPS, but like we just mentioned, there hasn't really been that many eliminations onto either Lokis. It's just to sustain whether the burst comes out and whether the reset is in. But Fnatic, yeah, their plan foiled. They looked a little bit jumpy with some of the utility that came out, like the Feral Leap. This invisible boundary is going to be one of those cases too, but it's able to just push the fight back a little bit more. One of the key things to playing up against Virtus.pro Kenobi, I think, is like take it as many fights as you can, keep them reset, and just keep burning the clock as much as is humanly possible.
Yeah, if you have to rotate your ultimates, that's totally fine. I mean, Dreedra died so early in that last fight that Line Pro was able to farm up towards Invisible Boundary so much faster and just continuing to set the tempo as Melio now has some space to go on a flank potentially, but actually will just decide to stay a little bit more with that core as Virtus.pro going to start moving forward a little bit. Here comes the God of Mischief. Actually, a great pull onto Fi, and Fi gets taken out. Well played from Line Pro.
Yeah, the manipulation is a key part of why Line Pro likes this character. And with 60% on his ultimate, this is still an aggressive fight. It's going to be Invisible Boundary used on the other side. And 5 players stunned from Fnatic. Nevix just isn't missing these CCs, these stuns. They're rolling on through, just as Networks used his own clobbering time, not to the same effect. There is a last stand for Melio. He's still going. And it is just that one player, I think, that ended up going down for Virtus.pro. Fnatic still having a lot of bodies on the point. Meteor M is just going to keep buying stuff up. The elimination not quite coming in, but these have been the openings. It's over on the Kraken's impact from Sparker, and it's just pandemonium on this first choke. But Fnatic are doing it, Kenobi. They're holding on. There's still less than 2 minutes on the clock, but these are good fights that they're taking.
Oh, the clobbering time is big. It's 4 onto the backline of Fnatic, and it's Nevix again. It feels like whenever there's a clobbering time from Nevix, it finds at least 3. And Virtus.pro should be able to finally break this very good defense from Fnatic, Ryan. I think we have to give credit to how well they played with their tempo, being the aggressors, making Virtus.pro play a little bit more reactively. And I think that's, if there was a weakness to Virtus.pro, when they aren't the ones setting the tempo themselves, that's when they do have some of those struggles. And Fnatic will most likely be able to get one last chance here. Networks is coming in with a clobbering time of his own, but Fi's going to have that Goddess of Death to really make it difficult for an engagement here from Fnatic.
They're all funneled into one point as well because the high ground was broken. There's no real way for Fnatic to go out other than this position. Networks with the rolling thunder. The clobbering time, similar approach, but not quite. Pushing back in onto the objective, and Virtus.pro have actually given us a chance to back up. 3 meters moving backwards now on this payload to just try to regroup. 40 seconds, that elimination could be an opening, and there's the copy. Invisible Boundary, actually both Loki's copying to try to get some more support ultimates on the line, but a Goddess of Death is looming, as is another Kraken's Impact.
Yeah, Fi's going to go up into the air, try to just pump out as much damage as possible right now. Manages to find Monk Mata off the side, not in that invisible boundary. Melio is going to get procced out of that passive, but there's another invisible boundary, 2 of them. We're just fighting without seeing anyone right now, and oh my god, Kraken Impact ready and waiting here from Sparker.
Oh, the stun as well. Nevix catching another one from the looks of it. There's not really too much to contest this, and whilst Fnatic has brought it into overtime, it does look like it's going to move on. It does mean that Virtus.pro have the same amount of time to work with as Fnatic did on this part of the map. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But they're going to go for a similar approach. Take as much high ground as possible. I think they are leaving 1-2 players on the payload to keep it moving. There's already going to be pressure. And it's going to force Fnatic probably into a rough fight.
Yeah, I don't think they want to go as aggressive. They want to just try and get as much progress as possible, because if it gets like halfway to where the end of the map is, they will just have that singular fight. Nevix is playing very aggressive here, holding that positioning to try and see if there's a force physics from Dreedra that can pull members away from it. But Blausu's coming in right now with that Meteor M. The ultimate economy is such in favor right now of Fnatic. They just have to play this fight effectively, but Networks is down already. That's a huge pick from Sparker.
Oh, great hook as well onto the Wolverine. He's able to just dash out to rough safety. Last stand's going to be used. It's dove right onto Loki. He's put a clone down. That's a great counter. One of the reasons why this character is so good in that support slot, just to peel. And Wolverine is having a rough day when you're up against the Thing with Loki, with all of this shutdown. The hooks from Winter Soldier. There's going to be one final contest. Clobbering time going to be used from Networks, but he's eliminated. Nevix still going, very close to having his own ultimate. And they have been the absolute difference here. He's seeing them all lined up potentially in this objective. And whilst it doesn't quite get the connections, it buys the point, it buys the wick. And a 2-1 win for Virtus.pro here. You'd expect them to maybe have the edge, right? They're pulling out the thing which has been a meta aspect that's been looming for some time, Kenobi. Yeah. That's what has got so many pro teams scared, is this character and this player on him.
But I think you're kicking yourselves, honestly, if you're Fnatic. This was a very winnable part of the map for them. But the problem is that it felt like they had analysis paralysis at the very end there, because they had a huge ultimate economy. But the second networks went down at the start of that fight, like a house of cards, they just fell apart. They had Blausu, they had Monkmata, who ended that round with ultimates in their bank, and those are very key ultimates that you need on the Magneto and on the Hela, just not managing to find anything because Virtus.pro found that singular pick. And this is a team, Ryan, if you give Virtus.pro an inch, they will take the entire screen, the entire mile, the entire county, anything you want to say about how much land they're going to be able to take, like it's, you know, the 1400s in England. It's just this team, you need to play at such a high clip to beat them. And if you make that one mistake we saw from Fnatic, it's just VP took one fight, basically, and just won that second point.
I think Fnatic did well to keep up. Like, you've got almost double the healing from Line Pro in comparison to Dredro.
Well.
Yeah, and like the damage that was blocked as well from Networks, I think his thing looked a lot better today. But it's like literally top damage was Nevix on the thing. He was out DPS in Sparker, which is usually the player that we just love to gloat about, I suppose, with how impactful he is. Yeah. Here, it was that sort of tank player that has a huge amount of experience, is so very good at reading ultimates. It made it very, very difficult for Fnatic. Even though they played well, you have to play lights out against this team. We're going to go for a break before we get to map 2, but here's a quick look at some of the highlights, which I imagine is going to feature a lot of clobbering times.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rising, hoping your
I'm hulking arrows, camera shield, power smash.
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Shock and awe here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational. Virtus.pro win a map against Fnatic. Maybe not so Kenobi, but this next one, Fnatic have the choice to take us to whichever map they want and also pick the side. They are taking us to Midtown, which yesterday they had a fantastic showing, specifically in some of those clutch fights, which I think need to maybe happen again here with how these games have been going.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that Idrisil path was insanely close, right? I think if Fnatic like changes two of those fights, like they made two, I think you can nitpick and say they're mistakes there. And if those two things don't happen, I think Fnatic has a very good chance. And I think if you're Fnatic going into a map like this, you're trying to tell yourself, like, I bet Line Pro saying we can hang with these guys. Like that was a very, very close map that could have gone either way. Now you get to go to Midtown, a map that you're very comfortable with. The one thing I'm going to be looking out for, especially when going to pick ban Ryan, is going to be that Wolverine pick, because we know how good Melio is on it. But whenever we're seeing Melio against Nevix on this thing, it's just getting punched. It didn't get a lot of value. I don't think the value that we've seen Melio get previously. So now my question is, do we see Melio go over to the Storm on a map like this in particular on Midtown? Storm does get a lot of value, I think. So we'll see what happens there, as it's going to be another group ban. It is a Blausu signature pick, and I think this is a good start from VP in that pick ban. This ban is going to be very interesting, especially with the protect that we'll see after it.
Yeah, they're pondering it. Really, when it comes down to individual maps, there might be some leans here. Actually, now that we have a moment, talk me through the Rocket Raccoon ban. What is it about this that Fnatic is so scared of?
I think it's just really. I think the Punisher and like the Bucky is something that we have to kind of keep an eye out for, because it's been rising in popularity. I think in OCE before the patch, it was actually banned first quite a bit. So I think that this is something that they are very scared of, the possibility of having just something to burst down the tanks so quickly, especially if the thing is going to be played. It is something that just gets immediately melted by one of those very, very adept infinite ammo packs.
Strange taken out too. Means that it does really force Blackout into uncomfortable territory. Maybe that's what it is for Virtus.pro, that they saw the maps that Fnatic looked weakest on, frankly, yesterday against LG, which was when they had Blackout on the Magneto. He's not bad, but it's like he's better on some of the more brawly compositions. And then Networks is also off of his main role to fill in for the thing. Which, looking at both teams, are going to be playing it yet again.
Yeah, and this is the problem, I think, when you play against VP. They're meta-proof. Like, they can play anything. They're totally fine pinching. You could argue that Nevix and Fincy is, like, you could argue is the best Doctor Strange that we have in the world at this point, right? And then you could argue that Nevix is probably one of the best Groots that we have. And they're self-banning it because they know that they can play the other heroes totally effectively and match up against whatever Fnatic has to bring to the table at this point. Keeping Melio on this Wolverine, again, I'm worried a little bit about going up against the Thing. This is Melio's like power pick, right? I understand the, how valuable it can be, but Virtus.pro so far seem very adept at dealing with it, and Virtus.pro is getting pretty much everything that they want, right? They get a lot of their comfort. Sparker gets to play the Winter Soldier. Fi gets to play the Hela, which has been phenomenal throughout the entirety of the tournament. So we'll see if this Wolverine can start to get a little bit of value, more so than we saw in Aegis of Path.
Yeah, one thing for Virtus.pro is like when they draft for a team, it might adjust depending on who they're playing. It doesn't tend to change as the series goes on. They have their formula, they have their plan, and they're going to stick to it. It's whether a case of Fnatic are quick enough to work out what adjustments they should make. But right now, it's what we played last time was fine. It was just execution error, piloting error. And when it comes to the piloting of Fnatic, one thing that they did really well yesterday against LG on their defense was playing on this high ground. Monk Mutter was near enough uncontested up in that position, just shooting from distance, taking people out on the point. But here, Fnatic know that they want to play this high line. They have so much sustain. And another thing to mention, Kenobi, whilst these two teams are just knocking chunks out of each other, no Luna Snow, because with the Thing being played, they want that Fantastic Force combo to work together, which means that they get the Thing even more beefy when it comes to the C ability that he has available to him.
Well, Melio getting taken down a little bit low. Passive hasn't been procced, but the bulwark is gone. That's a big cooldown to look out for when these engages start to happen, as Virtus.pro are doing a good job of just pushing forward, making it difficult for Fnatic to stand on Ceremony right here as Fincy takes down Monkbata. That's going to free up Fi to get so much value with this long range, but Invisible Boundary is procced by Line Pro. They want to continue to hold, and they actually find Fincy.
It's what they did yesterday too. They were like in a 3 versus 6, managed to hold on with ultimates and just commit to these fights. And now it is going to take Kraken's Impact to move things over again. We do see a God of Mischief. I think it's on, actually Sylvie's side. So this might be a little bit of a forced error here. They were using ultimates to try and stall, but right now it feels like Fnatic have lost a lot of people, and that's both support ultimates out of this next fight, while Streetro and Saipe have theirs available. The first being used right now, and this could be a very quick first cap. If I just try to cut off these reinforcements, I don't know if Fnatic can touch it.
There is Networks just kind of standing, trying to potentially get it here with the Yancey Street Charge, which gets obliterated. That is a lot of alt charge we just given over to the team, and Virtus.pro are feeling comfortable right now as Fi's going to look for Monkbata, finds him, and Ryan, this is where it becomes very difficult to play against Virtus.pro. The snowball potential of this team so incredibly strong here as we do end up going through second. When we look at the ultimates, I mean, there are those 2 Vanguard ultimates that are a big deal coming out from Fnatic. They also have the last stand from Melio, but again, Ryan, Melio is not having the same amount of impact we've seen prior, and it's because of how well Virtus.pro are playing around what the Wolverine wants to do.
It's a real good test of him and also Line Pro. If you want to change your strategy or whether you believe that this player that you called the carry of the team is going to have those carry moments. Wolverine time going to be used from the side of Fnatic, but the kills are still going Sparker's way. Not really been too much of a focus for us, but the flank from Fi, it's between a rock and a hard place. Literally, when you've got the Thing on one side and the Goddess of Death on the other. Absolutely smushed apart. And Fnatic feeling free fall currently.
Yeah, the House of Cards is completely going down right now. I don't even know if there's a reason to contest here if you're Fnatic at this point. I think you should just probably give it because you're going to have to walk into a gauntlet right now. And look at how low Networks is getting just by trying to get onto this point. Can they even get there? Region domains are forced super early.
And now it's a case of getting back. You have ultimates, but these are the situations you don't want to use them. That's Line Pro using his to just give themselves a bit of chance to maybe stall in this position, but with 4.5 minutes on the clock, this could be a grueling period of time where you need to hold down on this. Goddess of Death is going to be used. Meteor M for Finzy clears up House. Melio going down yet again. He had the last stand too, but in these positions when you've got all of these bodies stacked up on each other, the amount of just AoE healing and support coming in,
yeah,
where can you find that opening? Something has to change.
I think so too, and I mean, I'm really thinking it has to be the Wolverine, because you're seeing Melio is just playing very frontline heavy right now, but the amount of poke potential between Fi, between Sparker, between Fincy as well, who's hitting a lot of these mag cannons very effectively. It's so hard to maneuver this Wolverine around, and it feels like, honestly, Fnatic are playing into the hands of Virtus.pro with a lot of this team composition that they have. Yes, the last stand is available here, but I feel like you just need to play. Something has to change. You're totally right, Ryan.
Nevic's just prodding a little bit apart, gonna leap back just to allow himself that little bit of peel. Don't know how the supports have been doing so far. I think Dredra's maybe not being eliminated from this perspective. The invisible boundary is gonna make this uncomfortable for both sides. We do see that clobbering time used, but no connection from the look of the UI whilst we're watching Sparker's perspective, and because we're waiting for this.
I mean, Ryan, it's just going to be Fnatic struggling as much as they can right now. They have to make something happen on this defense. They have a clobbering time. LinePro has to use that invisible boundary so early just to keep Fnatic standing through this fight.
And they're not contesting the objective. Now they are, but they weren't in the ultimate towards the end, so it means that that chunk of damage is being used. Bulwarks had to be expired on Black Tower onto himself. Clobbering time is going to be used. It's going to push things back just a little bit more, and whilst the God of Mischief's used and Invisible Boundaries copied, it's Fate of both worlds, but just on a different character. It's the support ultimate's been copied over and over. They just keep contesting this. It was 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock when this all started. Now it's just over 2.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a valiant effort from Fnatic, but their health bars are dwindling so quickly. Sparker has another crack and impact. Doesn't manage to actually find the resets just yet, but the pressure is enough. A clobbering time comes through, only hits onto one in Blausu, but that is enough for Virtus.pro to continue to push through, and they should have no problem capping the end of this.
Able to sort of just get the kill with the Haymaker and then instantly dash to a teammate. Good movement from Nevix. Not necessarily the big carry, but this map in comparison to the last. But it really is Virtus.pro. Everybody's on fire. Everybody knows what they're doing. A Fnatic really uncomfortable with how this draft has gone and that the game plan just isn't working.
This is also the map pick of Fnatic, right? And you're getting blitzkrieged right now. Like, it's very difficult to... I like the mentality. I know Fnatic is like a team that's like, you know, their communication style is very good, but man, this has got to be a tough pill to swallow for them because of the fact that they are getting run on pretty effectively on a map that was their pick. The game plan is just not working for them. And the thing about Melio here on the Wolverine is that you can't play the Storm because they're the Hella Protect. And Storm just gets obliterated. So you're kind of forced to, realistically, unless you have an ace up your sleeve for Melio, you're forced to play that Wolverine and continue to play. But actually, maybe we'll see a little bit of a change with Monkmata going over to that Storm.
Melio.
I mean, yeah, it's
He's done less damage than the Loki.
It's not even his fault, though, because it's just the way that Virtus.pro are playing around it, right? If Fnatic's idea is that we're going to play the Wolverine and we're going to kind of play with what got us here, Virtus.pro are saying, thank you very much. Nevix is going to sit on this Wolverine the entire time and just punch him, and you can't do anything. Feral lunges are not going to get any value, and you're just not going to be able to get any of those kidnaps that you need to make the hero work.
2 eliminations is what Fnatic managed, and I think they were right at the start of this map, basically where the payload is right now. So it's going to have to be a hell of a showing, actually. LinePro switching over to the Scarlet Witch, just have that combination for the Magneto to bring out the sword. Their slashing damage is obscene in the best of times, and just a good way to quickly reset. Now it's just Virtus.pro comfortably. Only played this map once, won it once. It was in another tournament, and it was up against Team PEPS. But it was pretty much this playstyle. It was also worth noting that they didn't show the thing. This is the first time that they've really given us a clue on why teams are scared of him.
Yeah, and Ryan, one of the things I'm worried about with this change as well, with Monkmata going over to that Storm, is that now there's no long range to deal with Fi. So Fi can play basically anywhere he wants right now, and is going to have complete control over those sight lines and over the range of where he wants to play. So it really has to be Monkmata finding value off of the Storm. But look at Fi on the flank, looking for that back line. Finds one, no, doesn't manage to find the headshot.
And this is the fight going back in. Virtus.pro just stepping back a little bit as the invisible boundary was used on Fnatic's side, but the second one has come out. Meteor M, he's found a pick onto Monk Mudder. With these eliminations, the resets are aplenty. The clobbering time used from Networks, but I don't know how much of an impact it's made because the eliminations still seem to be stalling them out. Black South stunned, taken through. Finzi actually getting hit by the clobbering time. Or stunned in other capacity, CC'd out. There is an Omega Hurricane for Monk Mudder. I don't know if the timing's great here because you still have people resetting. Granted, spawn is just 5 meters behind you, but it really feels that they're out of sorts here a little bit.
Yeah, Fi unfortunately gets out of there as Melio did finally get a good feral leap, but doesn't manage to secure that pick as here comes the Goddess of Death. Oh, there's no Strategist Ultimates to deal with it. Monk Mudder gets taken down, but Fi actually gets traded out. Nevix is still punching, clinging away on this front line, and oh, Ryan, Virtus.pro are touching spawn doors. This is not fun for Fnatic fans.
It seems that the game plan for Line Pro is to just bank up all these ultimates now. You've got both your support ultimates, Meteor M. It's a real test of what the team is like because the comms for Fnatic are either going to be manic, where nobody can hear each other over each other screaming, or it's going to be silent like a crypt because right now they are not in this map. They might not even be in this series if this is a testament of what's expected for the rest of it. It is a best of 5, so there would be another map to be played, at least for Virtus.pro, but it could be a very swift 3-0 if this is what Virtus.pro have been sat on and willing to show right now to get to the grand final.
And already invisible boundary just used just to take time away. I love this decision making coming out from Sci-Fi, just using that to try and just take as much time off the clock. Because if Fnatic is going to get out of this spawn hold, they're going to have to use every single ultimate. And then where's your ultimate economy as Sparker is just dinking away on this Winter Soldier in the backline? No one to contest.
Invisible boundary now. It's the blue team of Fnatic that's going to be using it to just try to get things grouped up. This is the most people I think have been on the payload, have been on Heavy for the majority of this attacking side. Clobbering time stunned onto 2, an elimination from Melio. Still switched over actually to that Storm. Means that Monk Mudder can be that from distance hit scan to clear up houses. This is the best of Fnatic have looked, but it's with 25 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if Virtus.pro are going to have a chance to reset here. They're trying to peel back and retreat, but Networks is finding that fashion. Enough haymakers to make the world go around and to leave Virtus.pro spinning for the time being. Finally, they catch a break, frankly, Kenobi. Yeah. And it looks like Virtus.pro aren't going to have a chance here.
They might get one. There is a potential for it. I think this... Oh, there you know. Actually, here comes Nevix trying to just hold on this card. Gets the Bulwark as well. But Monk Mudder takes down Fi. And with the Goddess of Death, it's going to be very difficult for VP to try and hold right now. And an Omega Hurricane on top of that. It should be enough. But actually, somehow, some way, how do Virtus.pro do this every single time, man?
That's a hell of a call for Virtus.pro too. You have 2 big ultimates used from Fnatic. They're throwing everything they have right now because it's their last attempt. And Virtus.pro just managed to soak it all and then came out with a counterattack. Really good read to come out with the likes of Goddess of Death. You've got the low-key ultimate too. Now this is just the icing on the cake. 1 other nail in the coffin. 2 total. 3 to make it to the grand final for Virtus.pro. And Fnatic's choice here backfired massively.
I mean, what did I say, Ryan? Unless the 6 members of Virtus.pro are in spawn, any fight's winnable. That was a 5v6 that they just completely turned around, even with all of those super good ultimates coming in from Fnatic at the very end of that, just to try and get themselves over the line. It just didn't end up mattering. And I mean, stats don't show everything, Ryan. They never do, you know. But this was, I think the one thing that we have to be looking out for, again, is how well Virtus.pro are dealing with the Wolverine. It has just been the thing that is completely turning around the series. Melio is not having the same impact we've seen beforehand, and it's because of the way that Virtus.pro are constantly checking it. They are just playing so well, and they say, if you're going to be taking this Wolverine, we're totally fine with that. We're getting rid of the group. We'll take the comfort off the rest of your team. And then it's going to be, if the ball is in the hands of Melio and we're doing such a good job of playing that defense, what are you going to do? And there it was just, we had to switch to a lot of different things if we were Fnatic, and nothing really stuck.
In total, Fnatic are 24 eliminations. That game 3 of the players from Virtus.pro had more than that. Like 26, 28.
Oh,
it was a deadlift of multiple people, I feel like. But yeah, I think that's a really like growing position for Fnatic. You can either let that implode your team, which frankly, everybody's losing to Virtus.pro. Like, what makes you any different? You're still a new team as well that you're trying to find your footing. But also, it really is just like, you know what happens when things play well. And now you've got 5-10 minutes to make an adjustment, see if the veto is going to be different, if you're going to move Melio over off to Wolverine, whilst Fnatic get a chance to deliberate for what potentially could be the last map of this upper bracket final. We got some highlights, we got a quick break. We're going to be back for map 3 very shortly.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash quietly trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really?
We've been seeing a lot of Hela and Loki so far this series, Kenobi, and we're going back to the other Asgard map that we've already seen. We're going back to Royal Palace, and the domination game, whilst it wasn't the map that we saw Virtus.pro lose against PEPS last week, it did look yesterday like Virtus.pro looked shaky playing on Benim T'Challa, the other domination map on the like galactic state of Wakanda. It actually looked like that was maybe the most scared out of all of the maps that they looked on.
Yeah, I think that this is an interesting pick here from Fnatic, and just like, so if we're going to continue to play the Wolverine, is this going to be something that they want to keep doing in terms of like banning the Rocket? Because I think that at some point you need to figure out, like, are we going to keep letting Fi play this Hela? Because the thing about the Hela is that it just even if you're protecting the Wolverine, right, it makes playing Storm on the other side so difficult, because you're in the skybox, you don't have a lot of ability to get, you know, pocket. Yes, there are the shields coming in from the Invisible Woman, but it still is very difficult to maneuver around a player who is as good as Fi, just continuously throwing those daggers at you in the air. So I think that the pick ban, if it comes out the same thing as we've seen in the last two maps, I'd be very shocked, because of the fact that I think, just, we talked about it in the last map, something has to change in pick ban, I think, at this point, with how, like, convincing Midtown was. I don't think you can continue to have the same pick ban.
You gotta hope that you have some good team fights, which Fnatic were very much playing. They throw everything that we have at it and just try to out-sustain these fights. Like, keep these ultimates, even if we're a player down in the engagement, don't hard reset, still try to play for the win. It's the thing that maybe put Fnatic here against LG yesterday, and there's the difference maker. Okay. Chat can breathe easy, because the bookie has actually been banned out.
Congrats, chat. This is going to be I think this is still going to be a protect of the Hela, I would assume, for Virtus.pro, with how well Fi has been piloting it so far. Mugbot is still, you know, pretty adept at it as well, so I think that this is something that we have to keep an eye out for. Sparker was just doing too much in terms of the damage. Luna Protect is actually going to
I like this.
For Virtus.pro, so this actually is going to make Fnatic have to make a decision here about banning Namor as their last pick. Because of the fact that you have this Luna Protect, this is going to force the hand of Fnatic to either give over the Namor, or they're going to have to ban it.
To be fair, yesterday they were very not only open to playing up against Luna Namor, that Chilling Charisma is, like, to quote, one of the most annoying, frustrating team-ups to play up against. But that's exactly why, right? Because the Luna Snow, it's like, do you want to be able to play Luna Namor? Because previously Fnatic were very adverse to it. They really didn't want that. I think it's their most popular second ban has been Namor for that reason. Yep. But they are sticking to their guns, which is, we keep the Wolverine, we take out the Wolverine counter. Or counters as well with the Bucky.
Yeah, I think also getting rid of that thing is really important for Fnatic to try and maneuver around this Wolverine. They do give over this combination of the Namor and the Luna with the Chilling Charisma. It is still very adept at dealing with a Wolverine if Melio is still going to opt in to try and pilot something like that. But Nevix is going to be on... It looks like, you know, we you know, hero shooters, it's always got to be careful about calling things before they come out of the spawn doors, but Venom is one of the best things to deal with a Wolverine, because you kind of can't be taken down at all by it. So I think that this is going to be something that Virtus.pro showing us another wrinkle, and is this going to be like another moment where, hey, you've been banned, you've changed ban phase completely, guess what, we still know how to play pretty much any combination of Vanguards totally fine.
It's the one thing that these teams could both agree on, is Venom's not that great to play up against. It's been a common ban for them for each and every time. We've also got Blacksout on the 4, and he is a terrific one. He had some amazing moments yesterday, but you really get the most out of this, like, Odinson team up It's whether or not Monkmata can get the eliminations, keep bringing Blackstar back into it. It's a great map. Again, you get to cosplay the 3 Asgardians over on the Asgard map, but it's all or nothing here for Fnatic.
They do have to respect a little bit Sparker on this Namor, but there's already a good Feral Leap and takes all the way with the jump pad. Finzi manages to survive through some of it, and what insane
He gets out!
How is that even possible? Monkmata trades it for 5, so that is a benefit right now to Fnatic.
It gets the Bulwark out and it also gets the regeneration domain cooldown off of Loki, which is a pretty long one. So Networks does find the elimination in the end. Sparker trades it though. Thor's going to be out of the server. And now for Sparker, it's just on the name or just up on the high ground. Again, main thing is that when you got the Lunar Snow, your little squids do slowing damage too, which makes it very hard for a Wolverine to dive into your backline and fire. That's an incredible hit onto Monkmata.
Oh, that's already in Fate of Both Worlds right now is just blanketing this point with so much. Actually, it's a Horn of Proteus that actually finds Sylvie, and that's a huge pick. That was during also the God of Mischief,
yeah.
So it doesn't get any value whatsoever. Virtus.pro really clutch up again, and this is something that they are so adept at, Ryan.
Yeah, I think they switched to the Invisible Woman, but they just got eliminated before they got to use the Invisible Boundary. You've also got that combination too of like the Horn of Proteus, Namor's ultimate. You throw that out as you use a Fate of Both Worlds damage boost to one-shot for some of these big ults. So it's just absolute pounding, really, some of the burst damage that can be done here. God of Mischief going to be used on the other side, I think, for Saipe. And Monkmata did find that opening. This point is still churning up very quickly for Virtus.pro. It doesn't really look like they're willing to contest as of right now. There's so much to break on the map, and it really feels like, again, Melio not even going to be playing the Wolverine over on this one. 5 finds the opening, but can you actually hit the point?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult here. Meteor M comes through, but all Networks is already taken down low, taken out of the lobby. And Ryan, this looks like Virtus.pro want to finish this one quick and clean here on our third map, and potentially the last, as they're going to be able to take our first sub-map here, and looking very clean. And again, like, can you ban out this team? Is there a way? It doesn't feel like there's a way.
More bans, yeah.
Nevix is just like, hey, I'll play Venom, and I look very good on Venom. It feels like they're just ban proof.
Yeah, and it's only like Saipe and maybe Finzi that have not changed the characters that they've played. Everybody else has been so flexible. And you also have to remember, like, Virtus.pro don't scrim other EMEA teams. There is no insider knowledge that Fnatic has other than maybe rumors on what this team wants to do. Which I can imagine them pulling out the thing. It was certainly rumored. That's what a lot of teams were talking about behind the scenes of, like, that seems to be where the meta's going. But ultimately, it was only maybe yesterday and most certainly now that we're seeing the impact of what Thing can do and how much you can shut down that Wolverine meta.
Yeah, I know chat was like, hey, we got to ban Bucky from Sparker. Doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. 10-0, 7 final blows, 7,000 damage, doubling up the DPS on the... Like, I mean, it's just... this is why I think a lot of people say that Sparker is the best player in the world. Just the mechanical gifts that he has and just that ability to play pretty much anything at such a high level is so difficult to match up against. Even though we have like Melio and Monkmata, who are two very good DPS in their own right, Sparker just feels like he's on another level compared to a lot of what not just EMEA, but the world brings to the table.
Yeah, ahead of the curve, mostly known for missile lock way back when, and really meta doesn't give them a good chance to show it, so they're just going to show how good they are on any character that they play. Give him Squirrel Girl, I'm sure he'll start to absolutely annihilate people in the best time. But there's big ultimates, at least for Fnatic. It's going to be a pretty early fight, Goddess of Death, and also the Fate of Both Worlds for Line Pro coming through. A Horn of Proteus, do you do that combination? Is it going to come out with a damage boost? I think it does. It catches Sparker, but this is a hell of a dedication. 4 ultimates in total, I think, for Fnatic to use. And it's still going on. Virtus.pro are not off of it just yet. They have had the God of Thunder to use for Blackstar, but I think they're trying to wait out all of these support ultimates before they use it. And they get no value from it. Did it get stunned out the sky?
No, it just didn't find any value whatsoever. Fi will end up going down, but Sparker and Nevik still have very key ultimates here. Here comes the Feast of Abyss. Doesn't manage to find anything. Great regen domain to blanket all that incoming damage, and Virtus.pro just trying to hold as much as they can on this point.
On a Proteus coming in just to add a little more chaos to the screen. And Dreedro actually getting caught out wasn't by any of the players. It was just Melio's best friend is going to be a little bit more amped up because of that chilling charisma. Horn of Proteus available again. That's a very quick turnaround when it comes to these ultimates, but it's still Virtus.pro that actually have taken a point now, and Fnatic have not been able to contest an objective since map 1, I think, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have these two ultimates here coming in from Fnatic that should be able to break their way into this team fight, but they have to work through an insane gauntlet of just poke damage and also have to be worried about these dives from Nemix, which are so well coordinated right now. Here comes the Meteor M. Doesn't find anything. No, regen domain is really well placed.
You can see the bait happening there. Actually, it works out really well for Networks. He was really sort of trying to show, hey, I'm going to throw this ultimate at the Namor. And in that case, Spark was like, okay, I'm just going to press shift and block it. But either he gets a pick from behind, or he changes instantly to look at Dreedro and take out the main support. Either way, Fnatic finally gets some headway in this map, but they have to take this objective to the next one and the next 2 maps if they want a chance to get to the grand finals here.
Yeah, there's a long way to go for them to try and get to that grand finals, but they're trying their best as Melio's holding aggressively. Fate of both worlds actually committed. I love the pacing here. Damage boost doesn't find anything because it's into the regen domain.
The charge back, the counter attack coming through. Backsel's down, and that's a huge Horn of Proteus smashing down Fnatic. It's going to be a pretty easy and uncontested point clearance. And just as Fnatic make it even on the progression on the point, they've lost it.
Yeah, that's Virtus.pro saying, hey, let me show you how it's done with the combination of the Horn of Proteus and the Fate of both worlds. A 3K for Sparker who finds it, and now all the positioning is available here for Virtus.pro to work with. So much for Fnatic to walk through, and with the main Thor, it's just so hard to get through all of this spam damage, and it's giving a lot over to Virtus.pro to be able to continue to farm up these ultimates effectively.
Fighting back, fighting as much as possible. Sparker taking a lot of damage, able to just peel for himself to get out of harm's way. His positioning has been great as well. Just in a position that Fnatic can't really dive on him and deal with it because there's just too much going on. But an opening has been found on Tafai, who had the ultimate. You also do get a pick onto Finzi that was on 96% of having his.
Sparker's able to find one. Meteor M trying to look for the strategist. The Fate of both worlds doesn't manage to find it. Dreedro taking down Solo, but manages to stay alive. Sparker coming up soon towards that Horn of Proteus. Do they even need it to win this fight, Ryan? But this is last fight. Fnatic have to win this team fight, and Sylvie's down.
Yeah, it's a big pick. Baxel needs to sort of contest at this point. Does have that God of Thunder, great thing to do when everybody's grouped up, but it might not be a chance. Fnatic have fallen flat a little bit. There's the Monstro, it could be sinking the team like the Titanic if they're not too careful, as Proteus is just going to open up the space. The highly anticipated series goes the way that I don't think anybody wanted, right? And it's a Virtus.pro dominating 3-0 to end up in the grand final.
Man, I mean, if you're Fnatic, it's got to be heartbreaking because of the fact that that first map was so close. We talked about how, going into that second map, it felt like Fnatic could hang, but at the start of Midtown, since then, Fnatic never had a foothold, it felt like, and it was just Virtus.pro playing crisp and clean. And the biggest thing for me, Ryan, is doing it on things we hadn't seen before, on the Venom, on the Thing, things that we realistically had seen not being played as much by Virtus.pro. It was mostly the Groot, a lot of the Doctor Strange, a lot of this more brawly style, and this is Virtus.pro showing you that we can play anything, and there's a reason why this team is called potentially the best in the world. I think Light Day said it, a couple of days ago, that this is the best team in the world. I think they certainly are, especially with how well they're playing, how different things that they can play work so well still, how well they're coordinated. This is just a team that is at the top of the game right now in Marvel Rivals Esports.
There's still a chance for Fnatic. They will be playing tomorrow in the losers bracket final up against the winner of the next series. But we will be joined very shortly by Finzi to sort of pick his brain a little bit. If anybody has any questions for what's looking like one of the best main tank players, main Vanguard players globally, then you'll have to ask it. But I think the nice thing to an extent is actually seeing the fully fleshed out meta. What feels like teams have been almost like a gentleman's agreement to not do it just yet, right? To not pull out the stuff like the thing before. And I think the Fnatic couldn't have done much better when it comes to the bans that they had available to them, right? Like, I think that they got the thing out, they got Bucky out, like everybody in chat wanted to do. But you're right, it seemed to make so little of a difference that Fnatic can't compete in those instances. And once they lose that first map, it just felt that they didn't have the morale to pull it back.
I mean, the thing is, it's like, okay, we ban a lot of these things, you know, like, chat's like, okay, we got to ban the Bucky. Great. Sparker's not playing Bucky anymore. Sparker's still playing Namor with the, you know, chilling charisma. Guess what? It's just like running the lobby. It's so difficult to ban out this team in the pick ban phase. It really has to be on your toes because, again, we see the tank pool being pinched. And a lot of the time we saw Groot and Doctor Strange being banned out by Virtus.pro, which are, you could argue, their two best heroes on that Vanguard line.
We do have the interview ready. I'm going to be joined by Finzi over from Virtus.pro. We got to speak to Nevix a little bit yesterday as well, so we get the other tank in the house to talk through things. First things first, this is what people were scared of, right? The thing. It seems to be like the meta talking point, the counter to Wolverine. I think you gave us a pretty clear explanation as to why this character is genuinely terrifying, right?
Yeah, it's really good against Wolverine, and especially with Mac as well. Then Wolverine can't really grab people, and we just have a lot of sustain on the payload, and it's just really good against our comp, yeah.
So walk me through a little bit about pick ban, because it felt like you were totally fine giving up the Wolverine over Demelio, who is a very good Wolverine, but you know, playing the Thing, playing Magneto, even banning out Strange and Groot from your own team, and with how adept you are at playing that, like, did you know that kind of we can maneuver any Vanguard duo we want and we'd still be fine to play against whatever Fnatic was going to bring?
Yeah, exactly. We just think me and Nevix are insanely flexible on all the Vanguards, so even though we ban maybe our best Vanguards, we can still play all the other ones at a really high level. And then, especially with Groot and Strange banned, Wolverine is not very good anymore, so we don't really care about banning that. So that's what we thought.
I did want to ask, is this something that you've sort of adjusted to now with incorporating the Thing more and being open to not banning Wolverine? Because we saw you play a tournament a couple of days ago. You obviously played yesterday and last week. You didn't use it then. Was that you just hiding it up until these big games? Was it you sort of learning more about it and wanting to get more reps on it during the week, or was this just something that you felt was specifically to take out Fnatic?
I mean, we've been practicing it a lot, but it was ready. But we just use it now because Blacksu is a really good Groot as well, so it just felt right to ban a Groot and then play something else that we can play really good as well.
So I mean, walk me through a little bit about going into this match, because it felt like this was a matchup that a lot of people were expecting, you know, to happen early, you know, later on in the bracket. People thought it would be very close. What was the prep like going in to playing against Fnatic? Because it felt like throughout a lot of the Swiss stage and throughout a lot of the tournament, you guys were kind of both looking at each other from across the way. What was that prep like going into a match against like the team that a lot of people thought was going to be the one to at least take some maps off of you or something like that?
I mean, we can't do this prep for them like any other team, just figured out what we want to ban. And we knew they really like to play the Hela as well, so we knew if I would finally get to play Hela, because everyone else is just banning it. So we knew we could prep in our scrims to play Hela a lot, and then we just prep by banning Groot and Strange a bit here and there. And yeah, but we just practice for them like every other team.
I did want to ask, like, when you are and have been so dominant throughout your like tenure on this team, like only dropping one map total, how is it that you can stay ahead, right? Because every series that people play up against you, everybody is trying their hardest. Everybody wants to be the team to beat you in a series. And I imagine at this point, winning's become so second nature that people can get complacent, right? The practice can sort of diminish a little bit more because you guys are so on top. Like, how do you maintain that form and keep ahead without it sort of falling behind, whether because you guys take your foot off the pedal or because other teams really put their heart and soul into trying to beat you? How do you keep them off you?
Yeah, that's true what you said. We just cannot get complacent, and we've all like been playing for a very long time, other games and such, so we know like what we have to do, and we know how big teams can fall if they get complacent and don't keep practicing. So we just keep doing our best. We keep doing the same amount of practice or even more, and just keep trying to find new strategies and learning new heroes and compositions. And yeah, we just make sure we don't get complacent, and we look at every match as a match we can lose, and we try our hardest every time.
I have to ask as well, what is the comm structure in the team sometimes? Because it feels like there are a lot of times where you guys clutch up in these fights where you're down in a deficit, and then you throw out like a strangling prison, and it's comboed along with the Meteor M, something like that, when you know you're like down. Do you guys think that like any fight is winnable because of how good you are at like hitting these very key ultimates, hitting these very key cooldowns? Like, it feels like a fight's not over for you guys unless you're all back in spawn.
Yeah, I mean, we know if we have at least one support ult or maybe a combo, then we know we can win every fight if we play it correctly. I mean, the comps are actually very relaxed during those clutch fights. Everyone knows what we're gonna do, we know what we're waiting for, what ults, what we're gonna do next, and then we just do it, and it usually works out in the clutch fights, yeah.
I guess one of the final things I did want to ask is, so the game plan generally stayed the same for Fnatic, but like, did you watch much of their games? Did you expect a certain playstyle from them? Because from what we've seen, they're very happy to dedicate big ultimates to fights, even if they're a player down, because they have a good way of digging deep, and Melio's been really good on the Wolverine. You played it so well that he could find nothing on you guys. Is that just a lot of prep, or do you think because so many teams are trying to run and play the same way that it was good practice?
I mean, we watched all their games and saw how they played and what they banned and everything. And then we just knew to pick a comp that's good against Wolverine. But I mean, they're a really good team, so it wasn't an easy game. Like the first map, we almost got full health and everything. But yeah, we just did our prep, and it worked out. Yeah.
So you kind of, you go to the grand finals now, you get to watch over the rest of the teams duke it out. Is there a team that you think in particular out of the teams that are left, do you think you're going to fight Fnatic again? Do you think it's going to be OG and Luminosity? Who do you think is going to get back to that grand final and potentially get that salty run back against you?
I mean, a team that did the best against us, I would say, is OG. So I would think they would meet us in the final, but I think OG versus Fnatic tomorrow is going to be a crazy game, and I think OG beat LG later. So that's my prediction, but probably OG, but perhaps Fnatic.
I feel like I can ask you this as well, because I just realized, do you know what the deal was with Fnatic banning out Rocket? Can you explain it from your POV? Because I'm sure that they wouldn't necessarily want to do it themselves. Like, what did you think it was? Were you surprised by it, or do you think that there's something that has not been shown yet, perhaps?
I mean, yeah, we were very surprised, and especially when they did that second map as well. We weren't quite sure. We had been playing it in some scrims last week, so maybe they saw that and thought we like playing it a lot, but we were surprised. I mean, we can play it, and we played it in a few games, and it's not bad, but I wouldn't think it's like a first ban kind of thing. So we were surprised, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. I don't think there's anything else, Kenobi, that you want to ask. Honestly, I just want to see you guys play the grand final tomorrow and see who you're going to run into. So thank you very much, Finzi. It was an absolute pleasure. As a Vanguard player myself, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you and Nevix play. So excited to see more of that tomorrow. So have a good night, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
So, Kenobi, I think most people would have predicted this scoreline, maybe even predicted that it would have been a little bit closer than it ended up ultimately being, right? But we have our one grand finalist. What's the main thing to take away from some of the answers there? Because we got quite a lot out of him, I would say. He was very honest and open.
Yeah, it was really weird that the Rocket ban was like, that was the thing that kind of like, was talking to me about, like when we saw Finzi talk about it, was how that Rocket ban really confused them and how maybe it was just a bad read from Fnatic. So maybe they'll clean that up as we go into our next maps here that we have them go into that lower side. They're not quite done yet, and neither are we. We have some highlights from our last map here that we saw between these two teams, and we'll be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest. Rouge use that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's
Beautiful.
a reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That Eternal Bond healing at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Pixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Revsy with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and you know, they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Revsy cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. Look at this Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE healing. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets two picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a fourth reset. Was that a fifth?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists just end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking arrows, camera shield, Hulk smash.
Dodge this! Supernova!
Through my favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
We're still going here with the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. We have one of our grand finalists. We have one of our losers bracket finalists as well. But now we're going into who's making it out of the top four with LG versus OG and who's going to be playing Fnatic tomorrow. This is also a grudge match, Kenobi. We saw these two teams play up against each other in groups. And whilst most teams would tout OG as maybe the second best in the region, LG actually took the upset win there.
Yeah, I'm praying, Ryan, for maybe not a 3-0 right now. We've gotten 3 of them today. Please, please make this one close between these two teams, because in that Swift stage, this was a very close matchup between the both of them, and this will be a great test to see if there's either of these teams that can match up against Fnatic going into that lower bracket final. But there's a lot of high stakes here between both these teams. Lose and you're out of the tournament, and you don't get to play tomorrow against Fnatic. So I think both these teams have a lot to play for right here, and I think this should be, hopefully, the closest match that we have today.
With a lot of 3-0s. But yeah, I agree. This is the one that should give a bit of a grudge match. A lot of French players on the roster as well as the French organization of OG. So Benim T'Challa is what the random map generator is going to give us for this first map. It's a map that we've seen some good stuff from. Who are the players to look out for when it comes to impact here? Because I would personally say Naga if he can get onto the Storm.
Yeah, I think the Naga as well, and I think also Sestroid being banned out of the Hella is a big deal, because we saw earlier in the day Sestroid was running lobbies on Hella. But to me, the biggest person I think to look out for is going to be Trust Me, because LG had the most success earlier in the Swiss stage running a lot of that Venom composition, and then when they got banned out of the Venom, it really didn't end up working out well for LG. But now it feels like after this week that they've had to really, kind of fix a lot of the cracks in their armor, they've been able to move over to some different things. The Magneto from Trust Me looks a lot better, and I think that this LG team is no longer just like a one style of team anymore. They have some different looks that they can bring to the table, as we see the Bucky and the Namor band. So a lot of those DPS picks are not going to be there for those teams that are kind of the premier ones right now, but the Storms both going to be there.
It's a good map for it, especially where you're taking these fights. For LG, the likes of Naga are going to be looking into the silo potentially, at least to begin with. They did pull out the ammo overload combination with the Rocket Raccoon, something that we saw Fnatic not really keen on wanting to play up against themselves, maybe with Virtus.pro, going for the likes of Punisher and stuff. So that might be a combination. Fate not just doing it for the armor packs and the extra bits of kit that you can get from just putting the shield generator in the spawn, but also because that combo, that team up is prevalent. I also got to say, OG actually did look scary against Virtus.pro on this map against them yesterday. Found some good fights, found some good timings, and that support backline actually that comes in from Alex and Ken is strong. And then playing triple support is also not beneath them. We saw that literally a few hours ago.
Yeah, and OG, I wonder if they're going to be bringing out this Adam Warlock composition with the Soul Preservance, because you can turn 6v6 into 3v6s if you have the Mantis and that Guardian of the Galaxy combination with the Adam Warlock, with the Star-Lord, with the Mantis. So it looks like they are going to be opting in for that triple strategist look right here. And I like the decision-making, though, from LG bringing in this Punisher alongside this, because it's going to do a great job of melting down those root walls, and it's going to be very, very adept at trying to put down that pressure to make it difficult for OG to get these engagements.
Yeah, the turret just blasting away in the background, and the rest of the team of LG wanted to fight in on point. Tanuki not trying to flank or get out of position too much. He's not trying to turn the attention away for LG. It's very hard when you've got a comp like this with this much death balling and sustain. It's there to just add a little bit more extra damage. LG finding the cut through, though. First pick actually coming in from a support, and the Resurrect coming through with just that Guardian's team up. It means that the Resurrect is going to be allowed from Alex, but his team fight still isn't looking that great for OG to get the point first.
Yeah, Luminosity may have complete control right now, and they also have a ton of ultimate advantage when you look at just the charge that's available to them. Trust Me, so close towards that Meteor M, can just get a slam dunk and win a fight in the neutral before it even starts. This is going to be a difficult fight for OG to come and pilot if they don't have anything in their back pocket with strategist elements.
There's the Meteor M, and you've got a lot of people grouped up together. You managed to beat the timing of Alex having the Soul Resurgence. Not really going to provide the overhealing here, but Naga going down means that there is an opening now for OG to try to go in. There's the Soul Resurgence, just adding the extra healing and some overhealth as and when needed. And trust me, he was the one that we were watching to begin with because of how much he was dictating the pace of this map thus far. He finds a quick exit to the server, at least for the time being, and whilst that, OG still hasn't quite taken the point. There's a lot of time being bought here. Just as LG are looking to meet and match 50% of the progression, it is going to go OG's way with ultimates to boot for both sides.
the target selection was really good there, and you were talking about those ultimates that you have, again, with the Soul Preservance as well, with the passive and the revives. Karmic Revival from Etsu could also just make these fights so difficult. So if LG are not getting these picks very quickly and concisely, it's not a fight that's going to value them if we're in these war of attrition.
Jungle Prison's a great one, actually.
Oh
Meteor M just slammed right on top of it. An unlikely alliance between these two finds a great opening for OG to keep things not even fighting on the objective itself. They're pushing way into this choke. And ultimates are plenty used. You've got the final judgment that went down. Naga's actually switching over to play the Star-Lord himself. For the fate of both worlds, for Fate not really finding the opening. As OG are looking to match this, they still have the likes of Karmic Revival. It's a great ultimate, and we even saw Etsu getting a 4-player Resurrect, I think, earlier too.
Yeah, and Tsubi's also got the Galactic Legend right here, and there's no Strategist ultimates to deal with it, so it's really going to be off those regen domains, and LG have to be so careful about how they aggress onto this point, because this Galactic Legend, if pulled out right now, could do so much damage, and there it comes.
There's an attempt to peel back. The healing is going to keep everybody up. In these sort of instances, players can just run the wrong direction, and then it's easy prey for Tanuki. But it is an ultimate that's bought time. Meteor M is going to come in to find a way onto point for Luminosity. It actually does catch Etsu right in the back, so it does mean that a Karmic Revival that has been sat on and nested from Etsu isn't going to be available in this fight. That is a massive ultimate for Jaro. The Eye of Agamotto stunning onto Plenty. And this Guardians team up is finding a lot of value. A lot of players going down on this OG side, but the Resurrect is just going to bring them back very shortly.
Yeah, they just continue to get back, as there comes the God of Mischiefs into the fate of both worlds just to try and get Luminosity to continue to sustain on this point. But the war of attrition is so good right now. Meteor M looking for something, doesn't manage to find what it's looking for.
And Alex, watching from the Mantis perspective, you might have assumed it was level 1 Crook because he's the one that's been maining it, but says he's not really able to anymore with just how prevalent the Loki has been. OG showing it might have a bit of an opening. LG now, it's overtime in favor of OG, but only for the time being. LG looking to clear the point. The Resurrect's not going to be available this time. An ultimate to be sat on, in fact 2 with a Mega Hurricane and also that God of Mischief for level 1 Crook. Is it enough to hold on to the point here, though? Ultimate's not quite ready for OG, but it's not going to take too long to get some.
I'd like to see Luminosity Gaming use this Omega Hurricane a little bit early because they don't want Ken and Alex to get towards those very key strategy ultimates to block it and take more of that time off the clock. Because of the fact that you're at 75%, you win this one team fight and you should be able to take it.
Oh, big shield actually that goes onto the Storm. The Bulwark provides an opening, and the Omega Hurricane in a tight corridor like this is a bright sunny day for Luminosity. They were on the back foot. It's looking like there's not really going to be a chance at all for OG to contest this. They're pushed all the way back into spawn. Enzo switching over to the Doctor Strange might be able to bypass this. A lot of damage thrown in. They're not really looking to contest the point. Do they even have... I don't think they have the ball, right? They have to run in.
Yeah, they do manage to get there, and the Soul Resurgence is there to blanket, but trust me, he's got this Meteor M as soon as this ends to be able to just slam dunk on the entirety of the team.
I mean, what was the hold up there? Enzo was on the Strange for a while, where it was just the damage that he needed to try to respond to it somewhat before he felt comfortable enough to throw it in. But he deals with the stress nicely in the nick of time. OG not only able to contest, but switch it back into their favor. Now LG, Luminosity have to be the ones to respond. And the main one's going to be that Galactic Legend. Through all of the healing and support, it's just enough damage to provide an opening for Rajaro and Fate to find the eliminations. Etsu's going to be able to come back just with the Life Cocoon. And Zestroid is just chipping away. All of that healing goes. Eye of Agamotto is going to be used to try to stem the bleeding, it feels like, for OG, and things are not looking great for them. It's a crazy back and forth. It's a bloody battle. And right now, it's still looking in favor for LG, just dealing with the sustain.
What a huge heads-up play from Zestroid, taking down that Karmic Revival. Because if that Karmic Revival is there, so many Resurrections get to be in that team fight, and Luminosity Gaming clutch up at the very end on this first submap of Imperial Institute of Science. Really, really close matchup so far. And Ryan, if that's any indicator, man, I hope we're getting 5 or 4 maps at the very least between these two teams, because it's super close. And the interesting thing is that OG is playing the composition that LG was so adept at beating them with back in the Swiss stage, and it's working out for LG. They know how to play against it so effectively. It feels like they're always hunting down these resurrections after Soul Preservance, after Karmic Revival is trying to be used, because a lot of the time we saw Ryan, Rajaro had a really good Eye of Agamotto to negate what the Karmic Revival is going to do. At the very end there, Sestroid gets the pick, so if there's a team that knows how to deal with this composition, it's LG.
Quick look at scores on the doors. Any surprising moments with the damage? I suppose for OG, it is just going to be the sustain when you've had like 3 supports for however long, but it looks at the very least that we're going to be switching back to a more traditional composition. On this part of the map, we are seeing a little bit more of the Storm being used, and everything looking about the same for LG. At least at this point, Summoning Ground's going to be a great place to really juke this one out. It's where LG had a really, had a really good showing against Virtus.pro, took that objective against him. It's going to have to be a lot more than that because LG looked prepared and waiting for that 3rd spot finish, or at least the losers bracket final.
Agamotto available here for Rajara, but I'm also looking at Tanuki with this Galactic Legend. No strategist ultimates on the side of LG to deal with it realistically, as health bars are getting poked down a little bit. Rajara's looking for a moment to try and drop this Eye of Agamotto onto the point.
He wants to be coy about it. There's a lot of walls and bulwarks, mitigation to block lines of sight, so the Omega Hurricane might actually force OG to turn around. Ultimate not really going to be needed from the Doctor Strange with how easy and straightforward that was for Naga to clean up house. Really, that one big dedication, you called it, Kenobi. No support ultimates to deal with it. Felt like a bit of a checkmate situation. So LG going to be taking the point first, much like they did on the last round.
Yeah, really good combo. And again, Trust Me has been so impressive. It felt like Trust Me was playing mostly the Venom in the last week, but now switching over to a lot of different things. The Magneto, also now on this Groot as well. Really, really performing well, as it looks like LG is going to be okay with these ultimates, as here comes the God of Mischief to dupe and get that copy onto one of those supports, see what they can find. But LG is doing a great job of maneuvering around this and not letting the point go at the same time. It's very smart.
They actually play an Invisible Woman. Invisible Boundary is going to provide almost like a cloak so far for Zestroid. The hunting season, nobody can really look up in that direction if they're not fighting within that range. But Enzo shoots him straight out of the sky, and a grappling prison is going to be a great combination. It allows that Eye of Agamotto to come through to stun people back, and yes, shoving people back over the waterfall potentially, at least off the point. If you don't stop and get off of it now, you're going to have to deal with this Omega Hurricane that came through from Naga, but was actually got rid of. Snae's holding down the ground, but this is still OG not making any progression on the point. Galactic Legend again for Tanuki has to be the thing that comes out. He finds the pick onto Crook. Now, Trust Me is well down. 4 versus 6, it looks like, on the point. And with 70% on, this is looking about the point where OG are going to take control, at least for the time being.
Yeah, these fights are so scrappy and a lot of resources being forced into them. But if you're LG, you're totally fine, I think, with how these first couple of fights have gone, getting that 72% and forcing out so many ultimates from OG. Luckily for OG, they're able to keep hold of Ken's God of Mischief. They can get that ultimate, cycle it effectively so that the rest of the team can get ultimates in the back end of it, and also just take percentage off the clock. That's the biggest thing for me, is they want to be able to just farm as much percentage as possible without having to force out so many ultimates and just cycle them effectively.
To back out, you can sort of try and see OG trying to use the terrain as a little bit of protection, because the damage output here on the side of LG and Naga specifically, you got Zestroid as well as those damage dealer options, makes it very difficult to just keep your life. But so far, it's getting a little bit low. There's the catch onto Etsu. Zestroid just chilling up on the high ground. They're happy to let this keep ticking in the direction of OG. They found the opening. The Boop's trying to force a potential calamity, I suppose, from OG if they're not careful. The Invisible Boundary going to be used, I think, actually from the Loki. Level 1 copying it. It looks like Fate might be able to just mirror it in the short second to keep this gravy train going.
Trust Me had another huge grasping prison, or strangling prison right there, that basically completely turned the fight in the favor of Luminosity Gaming. And that's only 2 ultimates that they use, Ryan, to win that fight. So their ultimate economy looks so good in this last fight territory to take map 1. Realistically, OG just have 2 ultimates. They need to find a way for Alex to get this Fate of both worlds.
BTR M coming through on a very low Magneto, actually, but there goes Naga. Etsu, both Storms going to be out of the server for the time being, which means that it's an open skies for Zestroid. Alex is the one that goes down. That's one of the supports and actually one of the big ultimates that might have given OG the best chance to keep contesting this one. Overtime dips. And actually a very clean first map, at least from LG. A squad that's sort of known to reverse sweep their opponents more than anything. Actually starts off with the first map win here.
Alex was 2% away, Ryan, from getting that Fate of Both Worlds during that Galactic Legend, but great target focus coming out from LG. And again, I've just been incredibly impressed with Trust Me's ability to flex onto different things. It feels like that week after the Swiss stage has really benefited this Luminosity Gaming team, because when we talked about them during that Swiss stage, it felt like they were very much kind of the same style. They wanted to play the Venom mostly, more so than anything else. But now Trust Me is moving over to the Magneto, now moving over to the Groot, getting a lot of good grasping prisons. This team looks a lot more flexible than they did previously, and it's really a benefit to how they're being able to play against a very good OG team.
Yeah, I think the term refined suits them nicely, because we did see a lot of like freedom, I suppose, when it comes to the picks and what they're able to play. But it's the fact that they're able to pivot to the characters that we didn't see much of, right? Like, Trust Me's Groot is not really been a factor all that much. And LG have been very keen on banning out Loki more than any other character. Like 20 maps that they've played over the last couple of weeks, they banned out Loki 10 times. Now they're open to playing it themselves. Level 1 Crook is good on it. It's certainly something that we didn't see right at the start of the week. But yeah, it really is a great chance for LG to upset the balance of these 3-0s that we've been having. OG do get map picked very soon, but until we get to see what action they have, we've got some highlights to show of exactly what happened on Benim T'Challa, and then a quick break. But this series is going to continue to see who's going to be going to the losers bracket finals to face Fnatic, so don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova! Torching the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
When it comes to the potential of the amount of maps that the team has been able to play this week, I think LG's about 90% of that. They have turned every series that they've played in either to a hell of a comeback in some reverse sweep, or just grueling in the approach that they've had a lead and lost it. This is the choice now of OG when it comes to their map, and they've gone for Hell's Heaven, Kenobi.
I'm honestly just hoping not for a 3-0. That's like the one thing I want. You know, 3-1 I'll take a 3-2, but not a 3-0 with the amount of talent that we have in the games today between both these teams. And I'm interested to see what we're going to be seeing in that pick ban again, because it feels like there was a real plan, I think, from LG just to try and play what they want to play. The Magneto, and, you know, I think as well the Groot from Trust Me. I wonder if there's going to be some target focus on that, because I think now the question would be, do we leave Venom open for LG and Trust Me, who is very adept on that? We saw a little bit of that Adam Warlock composition from OG, but I feel like that's just playing right into the hands of Luminosity Gaming, who are very good at playing that comp in particular, so they know how the ins and outs of it, and they're probably are very ably adept to beat it.
Right, I 100% agree. I think to avoid the 3-0, what do OG need to do / not do in your eyes? We've seen a lot of how they play. We know exactly the strengths that they have player-wise. Where does it go wrong for them?
I think first off, holding the Bucky, I think, is a very good pick. I think in the neutral, OG have been very adept at using it in particular, and now I'm interested to see what the ban phase is going to be on the other side. But I think that getting this Bucky kind of alleviates a little bit of the neutral, and, you know, having an ability to get those bionic hooks really effectively, which is what OG is so good at, I think, is playing these neutral fights out, is something that I think is going to benefit them going into a map like this.
The map that OG have played 3 times and won 2, losing up, I think, against Virtus.pro at a point. And for LG, just the once that they've played it, the once that they've won it. So it does feel like they've not really had to show too much of what they've been working on. I always have to highlight what this team is able to do with the firepower that they have available to them, and also with the time that Naga has had on this squad now as well. At this point, it's reaching 3 weeks that he's been on the team instead of 2, so a good 50% increase in his time on the squad, who I have to imagine have also been scrimming a lot more and playing a lot more, because they played a full best of 5 series in a tournament before this week's action started.
Yeah, they did it. And this is what I was talking about a little bit here, was that fact that now if we are banning or not banning some of these tanks, Trust Me gets to play Venom. And that is something that I think LG is so good at. Their dive is immaculate. It was one of the things in the Swiss stage that they were so adept at playing. And Trust Me, probably one of the best Venoms that we have overall in EMEA. So I think that this is, if you're LG, you're feeling very good about this, especially giving over this combination with Naga on the Psylocke, who is incredible on it. I mean, Sparker exists, so it's kind of hard to say that Naga's the best Psylocke in EMEA, but definitely up there probably as the second.
He's not been playing the game long. He was a bit of a slow joiner, I suppose, of Marvel Rivals from other past years. But you mentioned the Venom head-to-head. Trust me, he's not going to go for it. But I was going to say, Trust Me versus Enzo might be the top 2 Venoms of this region going head-to-head up until Nevik shows it, and then we all go, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
we've not seen that play just yet.
Yeah. And actually, so you're right, LG are not going to be opting in for that Venom, so Trust Me is going to be sticking onto this route, and these dives that I'm going to be looking out for from OG, I'm really going to be looking out for the walls from Trust Me to be able to negate some of the value that those dives are going to be getting, and seeing if they can section members off and not let the Venom just completely wreak havoc in the backline.
Pretty much a carbon copy when it comes to at least some of the elements, but not all that much. I think it's the Magneto and the Loki that's the same. Everything else is looking a little bit different. Up on the battlefield though, Tanuki half HP, forced out to use that regeneration domain from the Loki, but the positioning allows him actually to find a really key pick on to Trust Me. Far too early in this fight, it feels, Kenobi.
Yeah, and that's really good target selection, I think, taking down Trust Me and forcing down this group, because I think one of the things that is so adept with, specifically with these two duelists that we have between Tanuki and between Etsu, the amount of pressure you can put down onto a Groot if the Groot doesn't have any cooldowns is so impactful. You just shred through those vanguards, and if Trust Me is going to be focused down like this, that means there's no walls to be able to deal with the incoming dive from Emzo. So really good stuff from OG to start things off here on this map.
Yeah, Enzo's doing, like, chasing Venom's tail. I don't think he has a tail, but you could just see him in the top left on the wall, just waiting for a good chance to pounce in, saving the swing to get out, yeah. But he's keeping himself busy. The drop down's going to come in. Kind of far away from a Feast of the Abyss, but Ultimates are building up massively, I think, on this defensive side of OG as they hold on to the point. Tanuki getting that Galactic Legend early might be the thing that he wants to hold on to. Kraken's Impact is going to be the way into this fight off the back of the Meteor M. But so far, both LG and OG surviving. Up until I mentioned it, Etsu, the Winter Soldier on one side after using the ultimate, is the first to go down. The second one comes out as the mirror of this comp comes in. And whilst the Feast of the Abyss tries to hold off some of the damage, it's a complete cleanup from Zestroid and LG.
Yeah, Enzo's manages to find 2, though, somehow, some way, but LG will be able to clutch it out at the very end. Great Strangling Prison coming in from Trust Me, and really good peel as well, because Etsu had a very good Kraken impact, but the regen domains and the bulwarks were perfect to make sure that Etsu didn't manage to find any resets, and then the ultimate economy was just so much better for LG there, and now they have control of these sightlines to play with. Rajaro coming up towards this Meteor M, so Alex needs to play very carefully around this invisible boundary, because if you get taken out during it, the invisible boundary gets completely wiped away.
It's the Magneto being able to do a lot of burst damage too. You could just juggle the left clicks and right clicks, get these charges up, extra bit of knockback too. Nothing in the server means that there's all chances of displacing people. Destroyed. He's finding the trades over in these positions. So it's looking like a 5v5 on the point as a lot more is losing out now. Etsu, with a Kraken's Impact, knows at this point it might be the chance to pull it out now that he has heard an invisible boundary from his teammate, but also a God of Mischief that's come from level 1 Croak, which I have to imagine is also a copy of the invisible boundary as they're Venn diagrammed on top of each other.
Fate actually goes down 1% away from that invisible boundary as the dive came in from Tanuki, and Luminosity, or OG rather, clutched that up, only having to use a singular ultimate, Ryan, just using that invisible boundary. Now they're going to try and push the pace, see if they can find these picks at the very end. Feast of the Abyss comes in and manages to take down Trust Me low enough to be finished off by Etsu, and now 80% and ticking up upwards right now for OG, and they are feeling very good in terms of being able to hold this presence for themselves. Kraken Impact available for Etsu has been fantastic so far on this Winter Soldier, and I think probably going to wait patiently for a lot of these ultimates to come out, and then when the fight gets a little bit done, it's going to be Kraken Impact time.
Might be using it now. Everybody's grouped up. Invisible boundary just off where the portal is, with all of the action and some of the information hidden with this great big silo on the map. It means that Rajaro with a Meteor M finds that opening. Galactic Legends shouted from the skies as Tanuki is looking to find picks onto the backline. He gets at least one of the low keys. The Zestroid now trying to counterattack to the best that they can do. LG haven't taken control of the point here, so if they all get cleared off of it, it is going to be the first part of this map of Hell's Heaven going in the direction of OG. But right now, it doesn't look like they're able to hold on. The portals had to come out on the other side now. Etsu switching over to play him. And he's been on him some time, right? He's already got like an Eye of Agamotto to exploit out as and when needed, but these bulwarks well timed to just keep players alive. Don't think it gets much in the way of stuns there at all. And it's still hands-on for OG.
Yeah, OG still trying to win, and they actually are able to get a couple of picks at the very end of this one. Feast of the Abyss does so much damage, but it's a perfectly timed, copied Invisible Boundary from level 1 Crook to keep everyone standing.
And trust me, swiping away, throwing in the left click and the melees to charge up the Maelstroms, which he does have available, burst down the damage, and you can see how much Etsu's just trying to hold on at this point. It's not a bad fight to lose if you're OG, but they're not going out of it just yet. They taken out, and also the Invisible Boundary going to be copied by the God of Mischief on the side of Ken, and Tanuki having another Galactic Legend waiting for the chance to swoop in. Now, I don't think the healer's going to necessarily catch the people on the site, but it's not going to matter anyway. OG holding on. It was a bit of a laborious fight, but the fact that they had that backup in case they needed it must be a good feeling too.
It is good, though, that they're able to keep that ultimate going into this next, round as well, because they do carry over. So that's going to be something that's going to be incredibly important, especially because a lot of strategist ultimates were used in that last fight. You see LG right now, no strategist ultimates in their back pocket. So now Tanuki and also Snay should have very, very free ultimates in their back pocket, and that's going to be OG being able to set the tempo early here in this fight, unless Trust Me can find a way potentially to get into the backline when these engagements come in and find a big Eye of Agamotto, which is something that we've seen a lot of Vanguards do, is when these big ultimates come out, they will try and jump into that backline, find an Eye of Agamotto, see if you can just whittle down some of the members, get 2, get 3, and then bring it back to even keel.
The first actual objective that OG were able to take thus far, lost the first domination map, decided to pick another one as their go-to. So almost a lot of expectations to win out here. When it comes to some of the changes, you've got the double shield for Trust Me and Rajaro. Stilenzo dedicating over to this pseudo dive with the bulwark help from Snays. Been working out a lot, and Feast of the Abyss not too far away. We saw that that combination actually of the Kraken's impact and Feast of the Abyss on this map from OG. Be nice to see it again because the timing of those big ultimates is a big one. That's a hell of a boop. Trust Me finds very little with that in the front, and all of the support coming in from Loki and the Galactic Legend. A lot of ultimates actually all coming out at once. It's a clean up for Tanuki, pretty much a clean house with the ace. And what a performance from him. He's had to adjust his hero pool to play a lot more Wolverine, but seeing as he's been banned out a lot more, does that Tanuki can really flex to those characters and give him a lot of comfort and a lot of success.
Yeah, Alex doesn't show up in the elimination feed, but that was all Alex being able to boop away with the force physics. That Eye of Agamotto, that was going to hit pay dirt if it was able to go through. So really heads up play from this Invisible 1 players. Trust Me is going to go over to the Venom now, the patented pick for this player, and we'll see if it changes some things for Luminosity Gaming here.
Best chance to make this the most interesting series of the day. Give us another map. Give us something more to work with. Tanuki, the barrage doing a lot of damage, and Kraken's impact actually coming in from LG side. Invisible Boundary. The fact that it's used here is a bit of a problem, right? You want to be using it on the point to try and contest it. They're really struggling to get just out of the spawn doors at this point. 56% for Tanuki to make his way to another Galactic Legend. And it's now Fate sat on with the Invisible Boundary. Level 1 Crook using the God of Mischief just then with that Invisible Boundary that we just saw. Means it's only that one support ultimate, whilst OG comfortably able to contest the point, and it's shifting across to the other side of the map now.
Yeah, no Meteorum, no Strategist ultimates to deal with this Galactic Legend that's going to be coming in from Cestroid. So we'll see how LG want to maneuver this fight around. Actually, they're doing a good job of checking Cestroid, but here comes the Galactic Legend. Already takes down Tanuki, and this should be a cleanup right now for LG.
You see that LG are also trying to clear out these ruins as well from Loki to stop them being able to just hold the ground with the amount of healing that comes out of them. Galactic Legend finding a great pick onto Tanuki that just tries to dash away into safety, got out of position. And this is still like 87% on the point, so OG might be worth their time to reset instead of letting some of these other bigger ultimates be farmed up. But then again, at this rate, LG almost have 4 ultimates, 5 ultimates total.
Yeah. I mean, Sestroid used Galactic Legend at the start of that fight, already 50% towards another one. So right now, LG are in great position, and that's a great bionic hook, forcing away Enzo, who has to use the shield as well. So that's really, really more time that's going to be taken off the clock right now. OG coming back into this fight with 5 ultimates in their bank, about to have 6. So a lot of particle effects going to be coming in here for this next fight, Ryan.
These fights tend to go long. Both these teams very good at making these engagements work, and some of the teams saying that that's actually more of a downside, that they're not finishing their dinners, they're not confirming their picks. But Zestroid, he does that perfectly. 81%, but to another Galactic Legend whilst all these other ultimates going on. Now it's Tanuki's turn to see if he can clean up yet again. I think we do even see the Feast of the Abyss from Enzo, not quite catching the eliminations. In fact, it's all going LG's way still. A way away of actually taking this objective, just hitting 50%. Things like shuffle around again, but that's a lot of ultimates that OG used, and they weren't even really able to find an opening.
Yeah, and I mean, the lucky thing for them is that they are going to have Ken still with this God of Mischief to get a Strategist ultimate in their back pocket to deal with Sestroid, who's going to be able to use that Galactic Legend. Actually uses it so early. I love this aggression here from LG, just taking as much time away as possible. And a nice Force Physics actually is going to force out Regen Domain, so now OG can push the pace.
Able to move back ever so slightly. 80% now, so it's getting a little bit closer for comfort, but that big pick actually comes in from Sneeze. Is a major entity. Visible Boundary copied, used up. Alex is halfway to having their own available, so for support ults, there's not really too much to bank on as of right now, which is lucky because not only are you getting the eliminations, LG don't really have that much to work with. They managed to touch on 95%, but it's going to be really tight on whether they can make it here.
They have a portal to get onto the point just to try and get that overtime going, as Naga's actually going to be on the Punisher, just trying to push through the portal. Takes down Tanuki. There's so much spam now, Ryan, and there's nothing to deal with it.
They've had to back off of the point into this corner. A bit of a blind spot from that turret to shoot through. But it does pull them off the point. It's still somewhat being contested. One player alive for Enzo is the one that holds things up. And it's looking like LG are going to be able to take this point. OG maybe kicking themselves a little bit, got to 88% in that first go, and since then couldn't find a way in up until that final moment.
Really good heads-up play, though, bringing the Punisher to just get that turret and just continuously spam onto that point. So much pressure being put down, and with the duelist that we had, there was nothing to be able to get that long-range damage and take down the turret. So I love that decision-making from Luminosity Gaming, as we are, again, a lot more closer, I think, in this series than we were in our previous ones right here. 12 final blows for Sestroid, kind of what we're expecting from a player like this, but not too shabby from the duelists on the other side for OG.
If you step out of line, Mr. Barnes, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic limb from your body.
Do you like, I mean, Magneto's definitely spitting right now. He's finding it interesting.
Yeah.
OG, yeah. Gonna always be pushed, especially by this team. OG tier listed, I suppose, by us on the desk, people in the scene, the teams themselves, admitting that if Virtus.pro is number 1, OG is probably number 2. Maybe Fnatic can fight in there, but it's fair to say if OG don't win this series and they go out in 4th place, the LG might have overtaken them, and it really comes down to LG versus Fnatic on who the actual main contender of Virtus.pro is.
Yeah, and that will be a great matchup. I think no matter who wins this series, the matchup that we have tomorrow in that lower bracket final is going to be a great one, as we're looking for Bionic Arm. Doesn't manage to find anything from Naga, who gets taken down relatively low, but that should be able to get healed back up by the rest of the team. And here comes the Invisible Boundary just to blanket everyone, and it's matched on the other side by Faith.
Yeah, both of them using it very early, knowing that this first fight is key. Galactic Legend, as the Invisible Boundaries subside and the skies remain open, Tanuki is opening up the kills. Alex also making this a 4 versus 6, just as level 1 Crook has also pulled out the God of Mischief to copy another Invisible Boundary. In these tight areas, just these big cones of healing and support, and also just a little bit of heal with denying information. Feast of the Abyss. Haven't seen those crazy combinations from Enzo yet, But whilst it doesn't show up in the kill feed, Kenobi, it feels that it did so much damage, it provided that space for OG to clean up house.
Someone else who's not showing up in the elimination feed, but who deserves a lot of credit is Alex. These force physics have been so incredibly important in these neutral fights, just making it difficult for LG to really get the flowchart that they want because they're always getting pushed or pulled away from what they want to be doing. As Tanuki's going to be looking for a flank right here. Has to respect the bionic hook potential on the other side. Should be able to get out back to the rest of the team and heal out.
Tanuki doing a lot of damage. So one thing that you always have to bear in mind with Starlord is just not even out of the Galactic Legend. He's able to find the picks and openings, and Tanuki especially has been very good over the last couple of days, very warm up to the occasion. Also, failed to mention that we're seeing that final Venom v Venom, Enzo versus Trust Me on this part of the map is the real matchup that we want to see. We see other tanks be prevalent, right, with the thing. Venom could be a solid option, especially with that Magneto combination. That's a great dive in. It's going to force a pretty early regeneration domain, but it's forced on the other side too. But on this high ground, it is OG continuing on that progression, taking it first, holding on to it first. A big pick onto Zestroid just before he was going to get that Galactic Legend means that this might have to be a fight that LG resets. However, LG a third progression on the point in order to try to take it into their favor for the first time. It's not going to matter too much. OG still buying time. This is going to be a clean reset, and also managing to grab up 3 ultimates for this next engagement.
Yeah, holding on to a lot of key ultimates, very patient from OG and LG. It feels like they fall apart there in that team fight, not really getting the value that they wanted from a lot of those key ultimates. Naga actually got stunned out of the Kraken Impact and wasn't able to find any resets, so now Etsu is going to have a chance to get those Kraken Impacts, and Naga is going to be onto the Punisher, just trying to shoot through that portal like we saw beforehand and put down that pressure.
Zestroid. Ooh, cleaning up house. It's Tanuki again. In these kind of fights, you want to be grouped up with the rest of your team, especially when you do have that regeneration domain from the Lokis. Just stacking 3 clones on top of each other and then pulling it is a lot of healing. So panicking or being pulled out of position, it results in fights like this. OG, this could be a disaster if they don't play this well and they play it similar to that last point. 99% to take their first map of this series. If LG manage to hold on to this all the way till the end, they'll be 2-0 up on OG's map pick. And I feel like OG might be the kind of team to mentally boom if they're not careful.
I'm also a little bit worried about these Vanguard ultimates coming in from LG to deal with what OG are going to have to bring to the table, because OG have so much in their back pocket. They need to cycle these ultimates effectively, and here comes an early one. Rajaro's looking for an Eye of Agamotto here. Feast of the Abyss doesn't manage to find a lot.
3.
Eye of Agamotto gets 3 in the backline, but Meteor M misses, but it's enough damage to take down Naga.
Etsu just dropping on down. Kraken's Impact's going to keep things held, but it's not going to finish up on this map as of yet. Not only because LG are fighting, but it's still 43%, 44. OG wanting to take this one, want to break this streak of 3-0s that we've seen. There's still some people here to try and contest. Rajaro switching over to Cap in order to try and to do so, but the Kraken's Impact still resetting, using the time to the best of their ability. And finally, Kenobi, for today at least, we have a series on our hand. OG bringing us even to a 1-all scoreline.
Yeah, we love having casters. We love having a series on our hand, and that's what we're going to be having here between these two. 1-1. We've broken the 3-0 curse, and I think it was really important that we saw the Bucky coming in from OG. It really, I think, made a complete difference on Etsu specifically. He was getting a lot of value with the Kraken impacts. You can see just by the amount of damage that was done in that fight. And the other thing about this is that OG was able to win against what I would consider probably LG's best composition with the Venom. Trust me, wasn't getting the same amount of value. And Alex deserves a ton of credit for those force physics. I think those force physics, every single time there was an attempt at a dive from LG, either being pushed or pulled back in, it's not going to show up in that elimination feed, but it's doing enough to really make a difference and negate what LG was trying to doing with a lot of their dives.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think it's also like that support backline is what we keep coming back to for OG of like Ken and Alex. And I remember casting with Moxie this time like last week, but we saw OG play in this map up against, I think it might have been, off the top of my head, I can't remember. It might have been LG or PEPS potentially. And like, it was then that we saw for the first time, like that Loki being picked up and we were like, oh, this is, you know, like a gamble. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong, but since then, in literally like a week's time, it really seems to be the main option for so many teams, to the point that LG have started playing it themselves more often than not, right? So that support line defining a lot out of the major stuff, right, Kenobi?
Yeah, and I think going into these next couple of matchups, we at least have a 1-1, and now we have a series on our hands, Ryan. That's what we love. We're going to get some highlights of that last map that we saw, but we'll be right back after a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Hammer shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova! Coming through! My favorite time! Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Honors even so far in this lower bracket semi-final, actually seeing who's going to be finishing in 4th place here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA, and who's going to be continuing on their journey up against Fnatic and maybe even Virtus.pro in the grand final, which is all happening tomorrow, Kenobi. This is like the final thing for a Saturday evening before we all jump into queue again and regret trying to like probably lock 5 DPS if I'm honest. But here we do have two teams that are very used to taking chunks out of each other. LG have been through the ringer this week. They've got a lot of reps, that's for sure. Whereas this OG squad, I think still finding their feet in the meta, but they're very adept at different ideas.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, I don't play ranked on the weekend because it's just asking for a bad time. But I think going into this one, I'm really interested to see, again, I think it's Spider Island is going to be the map that we're going to be having going into this one. Is there going to be any certain changes in those ban phases? Because I think that Venom does work out really well here. Trust Me is very good at it. But the thing is, OG played very well against that Venom composition. So I think that realistically, what we're seeing between these two teams, now that we have a much closer series between a couple of teams that we're seeing lately, is going to be that pick ban becomes so important in terms of adapting in the mid set. And realistically, I feel like that's where it's going to be won and lost between these two teams because they feel very close in terms of power level.
Yeah, it's the team that wants stuff to stay the same versus the team that wants to find openings. And to LG's credit, I think Fnatic were the better team in that series for, against LG yesterday, but LG did make a really nice, swift change to what they were picking and banning to take out Black Souls through, obviously, because he was so good at it. So I do want to see that potentially from LG if they feel like they're behind in the meta plan or whatever and just losing out in the drafting areas. But then to take a pivot to the likes of the Punisher, Rocket Raccoon combination with the ammo overload, tying, maybe not the map that we'd expect that on with Spider Islands. This feels one where you just kind of have these very aggressive highline defenses for sure. And it is going to be LG deciding to defend first on their second map pick.
Yeah, and again, the tank and the Vanguard bans are going to be the thing that I'm the most interested in because of the fact that, again, you have these very adept tanks, and Trust Me is, again, I think is the cornerstone of a lot of this, is that Trust Me has been able to flex a lot into some different things, flexing to the group, flexing to the Magneto. It is going to be a hella ban that kicks things off here, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially with how good Cestroid is at that hero. I think Moxie said probably the best one besides Phi in the entire region, so that makes sense, and Wolverine getting taken out as well. Not something that Vanguard players want to play against.
Not at all. So far, it's looking like the main bans actually that are coming in. OG banning out Hella 6 times up until today. The Wolverine becoming LG's main takeout because they're very adept to playing the low key themselves, whereas before, maybe still getting used to it. With the Luminosity, actually a safe pick for LG and for both teams. The Namor being a second ban is a prevalent thing. And the Venom going to be taken out last on the side of LG. Something that I don't think they've done before, full stop, because they've been very happy to play the Venom, but it's like you mentioned, they're also playing up against a team that is very good at it, so they just want to play something maybe leaning towards the group. I think, Trust Me, maybe has Enzo beat there potentially.
Yeah, I think the other thing about it is that the way that the last map went, Enzo was really playing fantastically on that Venom as well, so I think that if you are LG, you just don't want to play against it. You know that it's kind of a difficult matchup for you. Even though LG was so good at it previously, it feels like OG have really stepped up to the plate in terms of being able to use that Venom composition themselves. So going back to a little bit more of that standard Brawl composition, we haven't seen a lot of this because of the fact that throughout a lot today, you know, Groot's been banned, Doctor Strange has been banned with what we've seen so far. The big thing I'm going to be looking out for, Ryan, is going to be if there is going to be continuously Sestroid on this Star-Lord because of the fact that it does so much against those Vanguards, right? If Groot steps out of line once, you can instantly obliterate with the amount of damage that comes through with this Star-Lord. The problem is that you don't have the Magneto here at this current moment to give that bulwark over, so you have to play a little bit safer as Sestroid here, not being able to just go in for free, hit that blaster barrage, and then get out.
Alex playing over on the Lunar Snow, different support lineup. Actually, Invisible Woman going to be used on the defense from Fate. And the high ground play, very similar to what PEPS have made pretty meta in EMEA, of just fighting on this first choke, fighting as much as possible to make it so you can have a pretty stellar first point hold. Bits of the high ground used, and now with all of these Groot walls really forcing OG back through a labyrinth to get to safety. They're managing to hold on with all of the damage being thrown in their direction. There might be enough about them here to actually find the opening pick, but instead it's Estroid smelling blood in the water, comes in with a barrage to finally get those picks, and OG gets sent back to spawn, but that is literally 10 inches behind you, so you're fine.
But it's a lot of time a minute taken off the clock, and one of the things that I think we're seeing LG do really well is Tanuki has not gotten a lot of value on this Psylocke on the flank, really being checked a lot by level 1 Crook and the rest of the team. We're gonna have to see if it comes through, as actually, trust me, uses the Strangling Prison comboed along with Naga Kraken Impact, and we're gonna start seeing some resets here, Ryan.
Tanuki on this Psylocke does have a bit of the idle aura healing. You're gonna like to just keep some health on top of them, and the invisible boundary, now it's subsided, might provide an opening. Do you see the Eye of Agamotto being used alongside Sestroid pulling out the Galactic Legend up on the high ground? You see everybody else just keeping their heads down, trying to push on ahead, and through all of these defensive ultimates that are being used, OG, Fate both worlds keeping everybody alive. You've got the Kraken's Impact too, to get a couple of resets for Etsu. Yeah, they're trying to get in close. This is a play that they did last week as well, I think.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they can get some damage. That's a lot of damage. A really big Spore hit from this Groot. And actually, I don't know if you can go through this portal now. I think you want to just try and wait, but they actually are going to try and come back and contest onto the... There is the God of Mischief in their back pocket. Tanuki getting taken down low. Great peel away, and Tanuki is not there. That means there's no Dance to the Butterfly, and you can continue to sustain. Strangling Prison used, actually, by Enzo.
I don't think it gets much. Everybody else is managing to pull on back, and this damage is coming through. See a lot actually from the level 1 Crook with the God of Mischief copying the invisible boundary. Fate still having his in hand. Kraken's Impact now going to be just sort of clearing up some of the mess that's left here. Just under 90 seconds on the clock for OG to really just push past this second 90-degree choke point. I mean, this has been perfectly played to a T by LG.
Wait, Snazzy goes down there, so that's going to be more time taken off the clock, and that means no shield, so there's going to be so much spam potential that's going to come through, and basically, OG are exactly where they started, even though they won that fight to break the spawn hold. Now, Luminosity Gaming are back into it. A huge force physics, and there's the Eye of Agamotto, finds two, but it's covered by the Fate of Both Worlds from Alex.
Trust me, all of these walls, the damage, the healing that you can get off the back of it, that's the Dance of the Butterflies coming to cut on through invisible boundaries, stacked on top of each other alongside a Strangling Prison, which yet again feels like it doesn't quite get the success that we've seen these two teams be able to do. Galactic Legend was used on the attacking side, I think, but it's still in hold of Zestroid with less than 30 seconds on the clock. It's a nice ultimate to clean up house. Strangling Prison for Enzo is going to be thrown out. It doesn't catch on to Zestroid. He's going to pull out the ultimate relatively early. And whilst we do see the God of Mischief copying over the Fate of Both Worlds ultimate, we see a God of Mischief on the other side bring in the invisible boundary to keep this scrappy. It's only going to suit Enzo. He's playing on the Groot. The Thorns are going to clear up and finally get things moving, but just in the nick of time. It's in OT, and what? I don't know how many meters. 50 meters that we've managed to move in however long, Kenobi. It really means that there's maybe two fights that LG have here.
Yeah, there is going to be a portal to come back into this fight, so they can try and stall as much as they can here. Naga's also going to have the Kraken Impact to try and reset. No strategist ultimates to deal with it, so you're really going to have to be looking out for a way to just CC away Naga, or else this is going to be very, very difficult to play around. Can Alex find a way to get towards this Fate of Both Worlds to be able to have that strategist ultimate to deal with what's coming to the table?
You have to look lively. Really is some scary stuff. Multiple win conditions for LG to use, and Tanuki wants to preemptively stop them as they go. 2 stunned. One of them was actually Tanuki. Dance of the Butterflies going to be used in time to clear on through stuff. And the elimination, at least on Tanaga, which is a major pick. Kraken's Impact was used, and it was cleared out before any resets could be grabbed. OG keep things going. They have time again on the clock instead of being stuck in OT. And LG felt that they could have put that one to bed if it wasn't for Tanuki getting in there early.
Yeah, LG, I think, are going to be kicking themselves that they weren't able to full hold this map with how well that they were playing. Trust Me takes down Tanuki on the flank, but it's OG who have a healthy time bank now of 2 minutes, a new lease on life to be able to move forward. And you look at the ultimate economy here, Ryan, it's not looking in favor of LG whatsoever. OG are feeling really good about being able to try and snowball through the second half.
Feels that a lot of the pressure goes on to Nag and Sestroid to find a pick before ultimates become a bit of an issue. Etso in these situations very good at keeping this rolling. There's the elimination and the reset with the Kraken's Impact. The Invisible Boundary not interested in really digging in deep. He's waiting for it to drop before he jumps in for a little bit more. A culling stack on the opponent group of Trust Me, but no elimination happening now means that there's not going to be another reset available. Invisible Boundary again. They're just stacked on top of each other as we move and slalom through Spider Islands. And Sestroid trying to find that perfect opportunity to bring out the Galactic Legend. Trying to keep a track of the ultimates available, but Alex is not only doing damage, he's pushing people in and out of position. Provides that space in the sky for Sestroid to get things into Defender's control once more.
Alex is it's really at this point these Invisible Women who are doing such a good job with these force physics, completely turning fights by themselves, and LG able to hold this defense a little bit longer. 60 seconds left right now. We see Tanuki though coming up towards this Dance of the Butterfly, probably going to be able to use that to force out one of those key strategist ultimates.
And the hunt is in for Tanuki. Having a Dance of the Butterfly to staying alive is going to be key here. Now Naga finding an opening onto the counterparts. Trades coming in either side, but now it's looking like just 4 players from OG alive, 3 of which are on the point. There comes the Dance of the Butterflies on top of where this Invisible Boundary is placed. Really well positioned. You also have the Fate of Both Worlds that might have that damage upped a little bit more. And Kenobi, it's looking like LG are going to keep a hold of this.
Yeah, Naga goes down, so that means there's no resets on the Kraken Impact. Rajaro goes down too. That means there's no shield, and the spam is going to be so easy for OG to chew through right now. It's going to be difficult for LG to even hold their ground at the current moment, and OG, again, at the very death, get another lease on life to start moving forward. Strangling Prison is available, and they also have a Kraken Impact. I don't even know if there's a chance for LG to get back onto this. They're going to use the portal to do so.
Just able to. Strangler Prison going to be used on the defensive side. Immobilized Dr. Straight is taking a boatload of damage, and the Eye of Agamotto is opened up perfectly as a result. It's a lot of people just dancing on through, just on top of this truck in order to keep things going. Zestroid, a Galactic Legend, finding these players. The Tanuki again having to run away in a panic. LG looking to have stopped things here, but I think there's going to be that thing in the back of their mind, Kenobi, that they could have ended this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they definitely could have with how well that was going at the start. I mean, realistically, this should have been full held, I feel like. If there wasn't just that last little moment at the very end of first where things kind of just fell apart in terms of their ultimate economy, they full hold. I mean, they were I think it was overtime when they started going around that first corner, Ryan. And that's how good that defense ended up. Yeah, that's how good that defense ended up going, but just I think they just let it fall away a little bit for them. And now going over into this next fight for the attack here for LG, I'm really interested to see if they're going to continuously play this composition. I think that the interesting thing for me would be if Rajaro does go onto this Magneto, because it does help really Sestroid get a lot of value on this Star-Lord, instead of something like the Doctor Strange where you have that bulwark available to you on the Magneto to just throw it on to any type of dive that the that the Starlet's going to make, and you can basically get like 20% of your ultimate charge and then get out very easily. So I think that that's something to be looking out for when we have these engagements, because Tanuki's not going to have the same benefit of a bulwark in their back pocket.
For the record for both these teams is 2 times that we've seen LG play it this week. I think one of which was in another tournament where they lost the best of 5 up against PEPS. 50% win rate, 1 win, 1 loss. On the side over of OG, though, you can understand why they picked it. It's the first time that they've actually done that, but they're 2 for 2 on it to start. Naga looking to almost go down and be eliminated almost instantly. Kraken's impact was in hand, and it's actually coming out pretty much as soon as he was able to get out.
Let's see how this is going to be able to happen right now, as going to be seeing a nice hook already onto the back line, but actually Sestroid is going to be able to take him down, and it's the bulwark that keeps Sestroid up. Tanuki is just not able to match, and LG very quick and clean on their first engagement, not going to be held like they were the ones who held OG, and OG have to make a desperate swap back over. I think they're probably going to get this portal back in, and this is kind of what Team PEPS is really adept at, is doing. And now LG are very aware that a portal is going to be here, so they have to be looking everywhere around themselves so that they don't get caught off guard.
Managed to bypass in a minute what took OG 4. Teleporter used, but it's not to just dive onto the objective. They have to be a little bit more coy than that. It means that more space is going to be given up, and it might not even matter if this damage from Naga keeps continuing through. Regeneration domain going to have to be used on the point to just keep everything swimming along. You do hear the God of Mischief front in the background, but it hasn't quite used up one of those ultimates as of yet. There it is from Ken. The fate of both worlds, the main choice of difference of supports that was seen when we have the Invisible Woman on LG's side, which, by the way, that invisible boundary is going to come through. Ultimate semi-stacked, I think, just on top of each other for like a second or two, means that these invisible boundaries are going to hold on out.
Oh,
that Eye of Agamotto is massive onto 5 players, and that was alongside the Galactic Legend, which is going to just shut things down for OG. They take control of the payload for the time being, but costly for ultimates on both sides.
Yeah, Snae's coming in super clutch with that Eye of Agamotto. Gets 5, and Rojaro doesn't manage to match as the portal's going to come through. And I think that LG wants to try and get onto this point and fight a little bit more aggressively here with this portal, as they're going to use it to try and circumvent this engagement and not take as much poke as possible. But Ken still holding on to this God of Mischief, so that Strategist ultimate is going to get a little bit of value, I think.
Snae's blocking in as much damage, frantically looking around to see if he can just keep mitigating some of this stuff.
What?
I mean, it does get traded out, so it was maybe an overstep from Alex. You're thinking there, I suppose, if you're the spot #1 crook of like, he can't do that. Surely he's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't end up working out, I think, for LG whatsoever right there, and it's going to be continue of a defense right now for OG. That felt a bit discombobulated, and now there's only a minute left, Ryan, for LG, who were so good on their defense, and now on the offense, struggling a bit themselves. Ken has this God of Mischief available to them, Enzo with a Strangling Prison, and the Strategist ultimates just aren't there for LG on the defensive end.
Going to be holding out as much as you can. LG almost stopped the payload here on their defense, and that's a great pick from Tanuki. Here in the Galactic Legend just decides he's going to go and run straight into it and wins without any ultimates needed. We cut back to the action as the Strangling Prison is just thrown in onto this fight, and LG, despite losing the player a little bit early in that engagement, and just as OG have some of these big ultimates coming online, it's Tanuki that's actually a hero. Ken also keeping things going. It's the Galactic Legend again, this time from the defensive side of Tanuki, but he's shot out of the sky by Trust Me. Fate of both worlds going to be up in the pressure, and the portal and the re-engage from OG on this defense. We're about to hit overtime. It's a similar story to what we saw in the first half, but OG looked to have cleared this completely.
OG, I mean, clutches that out so nasty. That one blaster barrage that we saw from Tanuki with the pick and then the Galactic Legend, that bought so much time, because if those picks don't come through and that damage doesn't come through, the portal's not there, they're able to cap from LG, and LG are probably kicking themselves that they weren't able to win that map, because they held at like first for so long, Ryan. So, like, I think you talked about it. They were at 50 meters when it was overtime on their offense. They got they got spawn door held twice, and they weren't able to convert that into a win. That's really, really disastrous for Luminosity.
It's a lot of healing again. You've got one team that was very much keen on pulling out the Invisible Woman for LG, I think it was. But the healing from Ken, 2 MVPs in game at least to go over, shows that really it feels that they're the ones that lead in the line on how this is played. And I really think that Tanuki has shone massively here. I think he was a player that we weren't necessarily critical of last week, but we were a little bit like, okay, we keep hearing how good they can be. They're still a young, relatively green player, full stop. So there's still plenty of room to grow as they get used to playing in an esport jersey, for example, in big 100k tournaments like this one. But it's the fact that I imagine he was probably prepping a lot of his Wolverine, right, for Wolverine meta. It's not been available to him so far in this series. So he's just been able to play on Star-Lord and just have some really good engages against a really scary DPS line of Zestroid and Naga on the other team. He's done exceptionally to hold on to that.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have some highlights as we go into this one. This series is very close, Ryan, and I can't wait to see what we have on the other side of this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Hammer shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Seems that we're just shifting across from the map for Spider Islands over to Shin Shibuya for this best of 5 series. We have OG going up against Luminosity, 2-1 up. One more map will take them to the losers bracket final, Kenobi. But LG have got a good record on this map, and they do love to play a very brutal way, I suppose, when it comes to some of the team fights.
Yeah, this is where I would expect maybe some like Venom bans, because this is a great map for Venom. Maybe Adam Warlock as well, if they want to play that, like, you know, Soul Reset or the Karmic Revival, Resurrection composition that we see some of the times with the Mantis, with the Adam Warlock, and with the Star-Lord. We heard though earlier that level 1 Crook keeps getting banned out of, you know, the Venom keeps getting banned, so we don't see the Mantis as much as we did back in this Swiss stage. So we'll see how the pick ban ends up going here, because that last map, I mean, it was relatively close. And again, I think LG are probably kicking themselves that they weren't able to secure that win with how good that defense was at the start.
And just to really show that this is the last ditch attempt for LG, this is a map that they've played 5 times. I don't think any other team has played a map that much over the course of the last 2 weeks. And they've won it 4, including beating OG in the Swiss stage series that they had. And it really was a case of like long team fights, OG able to sort of match the long sustained 2-minute overtime fights to try and get the second checkpoint of this map, etc. But just couldn't quite find the eliminations. I do feel, however, this does sort of lie on the doorstep of LG's duelists, especially like Naga and Zestroid, which Naga especially, I don't think he's at the same level of impact and noise made for him that we've seen in previous series. But I think that's intentional from OG trying to shut him out.
Yeah. I think this is where Adam Warlock probably gets banned, because I don't think they want to play against the LG composition that is so good with that dive and with the resurrection. It's actually going to be the Luna Protect here for LG, so they want to potentially have a chance at banning that Namor out. Bucky will be protected as well, so this is where I think Adam Warlock or Namor probably gets banned here for OG, and it's going to be the Namor. They don't want to give over that chilling charisma team up to the side of LG, because it just does so much, especially on a map like this where you have a lot of high ground and flanking potential.
And yeah, it's also that ultimate combo, I suppose, which I was going to say Fate of Proteus or Horn of Both Worlds. I think I'm going to go with the first. That seems
like
a little bit better.
Fate of Proteus is good. I like that one. We should lock that one in.
I do also like this ban as well. Like, finally, LG sort of seeing that, yeah, Ken's Loki is terrifying. It's hard to keep up with, even though level 1 Crook has been putting in the hours on the character and looked a lot better. It makes sense for them to take out the Loki, forcing Ken onto another character full stop stops the high sustained meta of double support ultimates being copied, but it also does allow that freedom for Krug to go over to play Demantis, which I think is adoration. He loves playing that character.
Yeah. And I think the other thing about it is that like Loki is one of the best strategist against this like very heavy dive composition that we see from Luminosity Gaming. So getting rid of that no regen domain makes it a lot harder. So Ken has to really be on point with these force physics. But one of the things that you're going to have to be looking out for with this, you know, combination that we're seeing from Luminosity Gaming is there going to be the Adam Warlock at any point, because using that passive with the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Soul Preservance, is something that really makes a difference in a lot of these fights, but sometimes you don't really need it. I think it's enough to just have that Inspire from level 1 Crook, send Sestroid in with the Blaster Barrage alongside a dive, bulwark it, get like 30% of your ultimate, and just really out-tempo the enemy team with your dives.
Composition's looking fairly similar for OG. Outside of Ken not being unlucky, it feels almost a bit out of place. Uncomfortable perhaps, but Ken's a good enough of a support player to play the Invisible Woman. We have seen that a little bit. Just Uncanny Valley vibes almost, with them trying to attack first and LG on the defense.
How patient they're being right now, just waiting for that moment to get Sestroid in with a Blaster Barrage. But actually it's OG who make an aggressive play first, and Fate gets taken down. That's so much healing that's going to be lost. I mean, level 1 Crook I don't think is going to be able to keep up with the sustainability, and Sestroid goes down.
A trade coming in at least. Etsudo bringing the honors in favor of the attackers that are now going to start getting progression. You still have Rajara over on the objective, but has to give up all of this. And it has to be LG completely giving up the point in about a minute, which usually cannot be. We see 1 or 2 fights here be stalling stuff out.
They give it up. I mean, it was a really fantastic dive from OG, and I like that they were the ones who are being a little bit more aggressive here, setting the pace. Great force physics from Ken. Pulls Sestroid back into the waiting arms of the Rochester, and that's going to be OG now taking all of this positioning, trying to move forward.
And OG admitting before, when it comes to this meta that we've seen over the last couple of maps, that they struggle with just getting the eliminations or putting it to bed. They feel like it's a weakness that they just let those fights go on for far too long. Not that they're able to survive for as long as they do, which is a testament in itself. So they've changed up the game plan, a more diverse and certainly a more aggressive meta by just trying to get the coordination down. It's an attempt to do the same on the side of LG with, trust me, dashing in, buying a bit of time before he gets his swing in favor again, but it's good CC that's going to take him out of the engagement. Soul Resurgent going to be used on this defense to keep them fighting in the middle of Ken's invisible boundary. A player is already down for Zestroid. Etsu actually finding the immolation. And trust me, the snatching of the Feast of the Abyss not doing the damage enough to provide an elimination. Even the Dance of the Butterflies feels like it's not quite getting the work done. But I guess it's Etsu's the one that's making sure that these collars are taken and the picks are found. And this is good progression for OG. There's going to be another fight for LG at some point before this payload reaches the second checkpoint. And in fact, they're buying a lot of time now.
Yeah, I mean, the way that the strategists are playing, though, for OG is fantastic at the current moment. The CC between the Absolute Zero and between the Force Physics really making it difficult for Luminosity Gaming to get these engages that they so desperately want. Sestroid coming up towards that Galactic Legend. Tanuki has one as well. The big thing, though, for Tanuki is that Tanuki is going up against a Meteor M, and it's obliterated by Naga. What a one-shot.
Seeing if he can chip in a bit more damage. And actually, when you do have, trust me, in the backline going in as deep as he is, he's taking a lot of damage. I think he was also slept for a second by the Mantis. Lucky to be alive, frankly. The Galactic Legend from Zestroid also not finding the picks. OG have done a really good job to disengage here up until this point, where there's a really nice bulwark put onto Zestroid. The barrage has come in to clear up house, and even though Galactic Legend is used on the other side, this Star-Lord Ultimate has found the kills. But LG just has the manpower to stay on the point and take control for the defenders once more.
Yeah, I found a couple of picks there, but it's still going to be, I mean, OG having a pretty decent time bank, still 3 minutes in their back pocket. They also are going to be having that Feast of the Abyss. The thing is, though, they don't have that, they don't have the Mantis to give Inspire, and they don't have a Fate of Both Worlds just yet to get that one-shot combo with Fate of the Abyss. So We'll see exactly how it's going to operate as Naga's going to try and go and get a one clip. Does manage to do so. Naga moving and grooving right now on this Psylocke, Ryan. This is what this is the Naga I think that we were promised going into this matchup.
It's so weird that like how the pick ban draft, the whole map feels like the vibe completely changed from what we've typically seen from LG. And it's a risk for LG to be able to pull out some of the different changes as well with what characters they want. Ken has adjusted fantastically. Like, even though he's been mostly known for his Loki, this Invisible Woman is doing the Lord's work at the same time. Dance of the Butterflies, not really, again, cutting through. I think LG are quite comfortable with the map control that they have. The objective is not moving along at all. But this feels like maybe an overcommit. It's allowed Etsu a complete clean sweep of 3 players up on the high ground with the Kraken's impact. Has another reset of it. He's trying to catch on to where these players are, just out of reach. He's happy to give it up. Needs to be in a better position because there's going to be possibly one more fight for LG before they get to the second checkpoint.
Yeah, respawns are going to be there, though. They are close enough to be able to get into this ability to hold a little bit longer. Soul Resurgence Fiddle for Crook, and trust me, has the Feast of the Abyss. With the Inspire, can get that one shot in the backline. Here comes the Galactic Legend. Meteor M to block some of the damage.
He's trying to find the best target for it. And he finds Naga that's just popping his head out on the high ground to see what's up. I mean, he's immediately sent back. That Galactic Legend, though, putting a lot of pressure onto OG, but you could just sort of see the stays. It's not a fun thing to do, but he is trying to keep on top of it as much as possible, knowing this Zestroid with these dashes can just get in, find the pick, and onto Ken, 70% of the way of an invisible boundary. His support ultimates not quite there at the moment. It's very close for Alex. They're half HP, though, so if Zestroid can find these opportunities, he's getting so much damage in, and there's some amazing bulwarks coming in from the Magneto as well to keep him alive.
Yeah, there's the Fate of Both Worlds being used by Alex to just try and zone members off. Meteor not going to be committed from Rajaro just yet, holding onto it before after this Fate of Both Worlds going to end up going down. Zestroid pumping out a lot of damage right now, and here comes another reverse Fate of Both Worlds.
Tendrils grabbing in.
Oh, damage
Trust
boost.
me, pushing on there, the damage boosts, providing them just enough of the damage to reset the supports. And with 15 seconds left, looks like OG might have to switch over to the Doctor Strange in order to get a portal up into this spot. I don't know if it's looking likely that they're going to be able to touch it for one last fight, but you never know. OG have to get all the way around in this horseshoe. Don't know if they have it. Just Kraken's impact.
They used it, and here comes actually the Galactic Legend on the other side, and LG are just going to be able to clean up the rest of these eliminations, and a valiant effort from them on this offensive or defensive side, rather. And with the composition that we saw them play, Ryan, back in the Swiss stage on a map like this in particular, I think even against OG, they're really showing their stuff.
Actually able to do here what they weren't able to do last week. A lot of teams weren't able to do last week, which is stop it from getting to that second checkpoint without it just being an overtime melee on the point with multiple ultimates. I think most of that is the Loki not being available. I think LG patting themselves on the back with the choice that they were made. You have to say that OG made it an easy choice with how well Ken was playing. But I don't know. I think this is like LG have just such a good win rate. They've beaten Fnatic on this map twice. They could be on their way to beating OG on this map twice too.
Oh, and OG gonna throw down the gauntlet, bring in the Adam Warlock version of this composition. So again, with the resurrections that we're going to be having, can turn a lot of fights with Soul Preservance into very difficult fights to maneuver. So if these dives from OG are not finding pay dirt and not finding purchase, even if they do and trading like 1-for-1, you still have that ability to get that Soul Preservance, come back in with that resurrection, and make it a little bit more difficult for these dives to really get a ton of value. I would be interested to see if LG eventually themselves opt into an Adam Warlock to try and match mano-a-mano.
Yeah, speaking of the dives, you got Trust Me playing the Doctor Strange now, but that's 15-1 on Venom. He was like very deep into the backlines of his opponent, and there's only one elimination that comes in onto him. That's pretty impressive.
I wonder if they're going to just try and portal, and then Trust Me will swap back over to the Venom, but it looks like they're actually going to be keeping and rocking with this double. No, okay, yeah, so the Venom is going to be here. They just portal the members back into the and then they're going to try and pincer here with the amount of dive that they have in their back pocket. They still have to be worried about the Soul Preservance and getting those resurrections. If they're going to be getting these eliminations and KOs, they need to be getting them crisp and clean, or they're going to lose the war of attrition.
You are starting to see OG split up, though. That's a hell of a freeze. The Absolute Zero provides an opening pick, but here is why the Adam Warlock is going to become such an impactful thing for OG. The resurrections that are allowed. Actually, Etsu going to have something similar himself, or maybe because he was already eliminated. Yeah, no time at all. So the dive is going to attempt to come in. There's a bit of a counter attack, actually, that's worked out wonders for OG. Them on the defense this time, and whilst they took the point very quickly, they're able to stop LG from doing the same.
And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, these like picks that come through, they're so important. Like we saw a great Absolute Zero from Fate, taking down the Star-Lord, but you get the Soul Resurgence, you just come back in, and that's cooldowns that's used, and you can basically just continuously reset. As a team, these picks have to be a lot quicker and a lot more clean from LG if they want to have a chance to try and take this point. But they did manage to get out those passives, so that is a big deal for this next attack that they have.
You don't really have much of the damage on, I say that on the defense, but I mean, the supports are chunking away. All three of them, Etsu or Adam Warlock, able to do something similar with the right clicks at the very least. Means that damage isn't really that much of a problem. The only DPS of Tanuki, the one that can just feast on these kills and reset stuff. And then so at least able to do more of the same. LG, this is their last bastion of hope, right? It's their home ground of a map. There's no clearer example of a team really enjoying playing something other than PEPS' Spider Islands. And yet LG struggling to take the first point. Half the time has been committed. But ultimates on the defense, matching what's going to be available on the attack. Certainly with those Soul Resurgences. Certainly with the other support ultimates of Invisible Boundary and Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, Karmic Revival is going to be here for Etsu, though. So again, these fights are going to be so incredibly long. The picks have to be incredibly clean as the dive comes in from Trust Me, trying to put some pressure down onto that backline. Manages to find Etsu.
Yeah, they stayed. Got hit by the tendril, so that burst damage was just actually enough to pick them through. And now it's forced OG to use those ultimates. Meteor M has been one of them from Snaze, which hasn't got too much. Invisible Boundary on top of the point too. Soul Resurgence is used on either side. Stacking times the best that they can do. Meteor M up on the high ground from Rajaro is going to potentially, should open up this point. If it wasn't for the Karmic Revival, it's sprung back multiple players. In fact, everybody's pretty much going to have a repeat of disengagement. It's whether they can actually contest on the point. 2/3 have been made, and there's still enough of a fight, but it's still looking as if LG, even with everybody from OG being able to come back very quickly into this engagement from a Karmic Revival, still going to take the fight.
Yeah, that is the, I think, miracle team fight that you need from LG. It's perfectly played out from them. The flowchart was perfect. Being able to go aggressively enough to where the Karmic Revival doesn't manage to get a lot of value, because you only come back at 100 health, so if there's not the healing output there, it's very easy to secure the rest of those picks. So really heads up play from LG to be able to negate the value of that Karmic Revival, as now they're going to have 2.5 minute time bank just to get it to the end of second right here. So it's a very doable win condition for them.
And so Feast of the Abyss really goes in. I don't think there's really anybody there to match him. Even the target focus, it just seems that Fate is the only focus, and the peel of 4 players turning around on the side of LG to deal with him. So an odd one, really. Maybe if Tanuki was in that fight, you could go and clear it, or maybe just Enzo is that good that he can just keep resetting, going in. Dance of the Butterflies is going to be pushing these attackers on the payload back into not only Enzo here on the Venom, but Tanuki. Good positioning for these ultimates, good coordination for OG, and there's not a chance for Luminosity to win that engagement when you're hit from both sides.
Yeah, really good counter dive from Enzo and Tanuki, knowing that that Fate on the Luna Snow was just by themselves. They get that pick on the back line and were able to, with the lack of healing after the Luna Snow goes down, be able to win that fight in the rest of the core. So really well played from OG, as a good amount of ultimates are available, though, for LG to move forward here. Specifically going to have that Galactic Legend already starting things off, but it's already gone. What?
Was he right-clicked out of the sky?
I think so.
He was. Shut down very early on. A crazy pick. I'd love to see if that's a shadow play moment if I've ever seen one, if we can ever see it in the future. That's doing so much of this damage, but LG have been very good at trying to turn things around in the most unexpected of ways. Catching a Magneto is a big area, not only because of the ultimate being available, but a lot of this damage is now just coming through for free. There's not much to match it at all. Karmic Revival going to be able to bring back at least some of the supports, both of them out of the 3 that they have available. Trust me, though,
Oh,
wanting to keep
Naga.
pushing things back. It's the same again from the looks. Even though Catamaran Revival brings back everybody Kenobi, they just get reset again.
Yeah, respawns are close, though, and these will be a couple of picks that are at the back end, but I think there is going to be a chance for one last recontest from OG here. They do have some very key ultimates. They have the Galactic Legend. They also have a Soul Resurgence, but it's going to be very difficult for them to maneuver against what we have from LG. If they can even get onto the cart to touch.
It's not looking good, even if Hetsu finds that first pick. 1 meter about just on the payload before to get to finishing this map and taking us to a fifth and final one in this best of 5.
Oh!
Trust me, that's a great snatch as well. It's also with the Fate of Both Worlds damage boost. It's a clean house. And LG, this map is so strong for them. It was the one thing they had to rely on in this moment, and it brings us to a full best of 5.
Yeah, we had to go through 3 3-0s to get to the closest match of the day at the very end. A deciding map 5 here in our lower bracket semi-final. And this was one of those maps where really impressed with what LG was doing. This is where, trust me, really thrives. They were playing so well around Cestroid as well, specifically with the combinations of using those bulwarks on the engagements with the Blaster Barrage. Didn't even, the crazy thing to me, Ryan, was that they didn't even need the Atom Warlock, which is something that they were so adept at using in Swiss stage, and it was actually OG who were using it, and LG were just totally fine keeping Naga on this Psylocke to really put down pressure onto that backline and onto this triple strategist comp.
Yeah, I felt that even though OG were mostly known for making the comp work, that LG were, other way around, LG was so known of using OG's composition there. There's too many just like gaming teams, I suppose, but it's the fact that they knew how to deal with it. Yeah. It makes it fun. Not quite as bad as like some of the like Chinese orgs where you've got like EDG and stuff like that, where that gets way too hard to keep on top of. But in this case in particular, LG knew how to deal with that composition really nicely there, Kenobi.
Yeah, and we finally, Ryan, get our map 5. We're going to take a little bit of a break, show you some highlights, and then we will have our deciding map 5 after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up with fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and hoping your mind holds.
I'm hulking out! Hammer shield! Hulk smash!
Supernova! Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
There's something really pleasant when we get to a full best of 5. The final map is a domination. We've had all 3 of the maps so far of this game mode. With the King of the Hill, it's Royal Palace where it's going to finish. It was the choice of OG Kenobi, which is an interesting one because they've never played it.
They've never played it, but LG is on the other side, and LG has not won this map ever. They are 0-2 currently on it, so they have never taken a map in Royal Palace. And again, pick ban, I think, is where we live and die with both these teams. And it's going to be LG taking away the Wolverine to start things off. It feels like it's kind of similar to what we've been seeing so far with a lot of these teams. And I think, Ryan, when I look at this matchup in particular, it's going to be very interesting to me to see if we continue to see the Venom, because the Venom for me is the one thing that has been kind of the X factor for a lot of this time, because when Trust Me is able to play it and play it effectively with the rest of the team, it's really the difference maker, especially when you have that ability to combo it with Sestroid going in on these dives, specifically with the Star-Lord in the back pocket, the Magneto being able to coordinate very effectively. And we've seen on the other side, OG have the Venom as well, but it just hasn't been able to do the same thing, I think.
Yeah, so far the bans, at least the first ones, have remained roughly the same. It's going to be OG locking in the bookie for Etsu, I'd say, more than anybody. And now it's like, yeah, what do you save? Do you want to be saving the Lunar Snow? Kind of maybe forces that name or second ban, which has been prevalent in this series. But you're right. Now, probably if I'm LG, it worked well and worked wonders in last map. But you've already sort of seen that it's not a pilot issue. It's not that Ken can only play Loki. His Invisible Woman was strong.
Yeah.
But regardless, they're going to take it out here. just to stop a lot of those big support ultimates being comboed. And it also provides a different mix of supports, right? We've seen Luna being paired in a different looking, right? It's been like Invisible Woman and then Adam Warlock in some places. It's what's allowed like Crook to move over to the Mantis to play a little bit more. You're probably going to have Fate on both sides. OG's Alex just putting it in for some of the shield generation right at the beginning of the map. And I think being able to separate your comp away from what OG are running is the win condition for LG, because mirroring what OG are playing isn't going to work, I don't think.
I would be interested I don't think we'll ever see the Rocket come out just overall, just because I think that like it could be interesting to see how the infinite ammo works against these very aggressive dives. Like, and if you are going to be playing a Venom, if there is a dive that comes through and you throw down that infinite ammo pack, it's going to shred through those Vanguards. So it is a little wrinkle that is possible. I don't think we'll see it kind of come to fruition in a matchup like this, because I think defensive ultimates are just so important, which is really what I'm going to be looking out for. But both of these teams are going to be sticking with that Venom. It is going to be interesting to see if we do see a swap. Actually, it is going to be the double shield look for OG, so they're going to be trying to just not take the matchup and wait. We're not having the Venoms. Okay.
It was available, and yeah, neither teams have taken it. Maybe it's just because you don't have the high ground on this Gardens part of the map that they want to go for something a little bit more standard with their approach. This series has gone all the distance up until now. A lot of the best of fives went in 3-0 and quicker than some of Virtus.pro's MRC games that they're doing currently right now. So now at least we finished that third, fourth place battle, or the losers bracket semis, in a bit of a grudge match between two teams that have traded wins off of each other during the Swiss stages. Now it's all to play for. OG are the ones sitting on the point with more players, but no eliminations come through. Rajaro is incredibly low HP. It's taken a lot of healing to keep him alive, and these group walls are really isolating players, but yet eliminations are vacant so far on here in Royal Palace.
Enzo was able to find Naga, so there's a lot of DPS that's lost with that Duelist not there, and it's OG with these walls from Enzo being able to completely split that fight in two and take the win and start taking up their percentage right here at the very last map that we have on Royal Palace. And in terms of these ultimates, they have a lot of big ones in their back pocket. Tanuki gonna have this Galactic Legend, but there are two strategy ultimates on the other side, so we'll see exactly how these teams want to pilot around these ultimates. It's going to be a lot of particle effects here that we see, Ryan.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for OG is that they don't have that invisible boundary used it early, so it's one support ultimate versus two. You've also got Kraken's Impact on one side. It's a great hook, actually, that's pulled Tanuki out. He's been frozen too. CC to the high heavens, and there's the Kraken's Impact coming in from LG. The first opening is onto the mirror character of this Winter Soldier, and that's a hell of a boot to just create some space and breathing room for OG. Whilst they try to regain their composure, it's going to start with Tanuki flying up on the high ground, going to force out the fate of both worlds. It's going to stop any meaningful eliminations coming through right now. And at the same time, LG Luminosity holding on, finding the picks onto the main tanks. The fight is still going to try and come in through. And the Ivagamoto catching on to free. OG are just losing this fight, but they're losing it nice and slow, which was 60% almost on the point, is only going to benefit them in the long run, unless it ends up like the first map.
Yeah, they buy back in, and I think Ken actually uses a very good invisible boundary there just to try and get as much percentage, but it was countered fantastically by Rajaro with an Eye of Agamotto, because they knew that the Snaze was not in that team fight, so it was going to be the freest one, and the follow-up was going to always be there. So now a Galactic Legend comes out from Tanuki, from Destroy, but Tanuki gets taken out already, and this is great pressure from LG, just pushing that tempo and making OG work for every single inch to try and get back into this one.
It's the one thing that brought us to this being a full best of 5 in the first place. We've seen instances of OG getting 60, 70, even 88% on a point in that first map. LG took it, had to get it from 1 to 100 essentially, but were able to do that because they kept taking these early engagements, forcing OG back into fights. But that's a great strangling prison just as everybody comes through the portal. They're all held into place. And it's a great clearance, and yet again, it's LG buying a lot of time. OG need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I wonder if that's one where kind of OG was thinking, okay, we'll just try and get out some ultimates and see if we can bait them out with that portal. It ends up working out. They do get out Trust Me's ultimate, and they also find the Kraken Impact from Naga. So now they have a bit of an advantage with 6 ultimates in their back pocket coming into this next team fight.
Fate both worlds is the thing that Fate even can sit back on a little bit more. Alex also does have it available, so it's a case of who's going to use them out early. Strangling Prison not quite getting the same success from the look of it. Kraken's Impact was the thing that was like shot out of the sky, I'm pretty sure. That's a 2 stun from the Eye of Agamotto over on the side of OG. Fate of both worlds keeping people intact with all of this going on. It was just that one elimination onto Crook that came in. Now Tanuki's found a pick, and it's as LG get to 99% on the board. At least we see OG being able to retake an objective, which was a problem beforehand, but they can't afford any slip-ups here.
Oh, and I'm so worried, Ryan, because look, there's no strategist ultimates, and you've got Sestroid with that Galactic Legend. There has to be a way for OG to kite away from this one, or it's going to completely ruin these team fights. And even if that isn't enough, Kraken Impact and a Eye of Agamotto can really, really just turn this fight completely on its head, and it's going to be LG taking this first sub-map.
Yeah, Tanuki has to be ahead of the curve. He's going to use his own Galactic Legend as he hears the opponents in, and it's the focus there. That's great positioning, great target focus, and now this is a chance. 85% on the clock. There's not going to be much of an opportunity for LG to be able to fight after this one. All off the back of Tanuki, knew what he needed to do, was put in a position to succeed, and no chance at all for Luminosity to be able to touch it.
Wow.
The first point going OG's way off the back of a very good ultimate.
What an absolute heroic play from Tanuki with their own Galactic Legend there. Also, big shout out to a Guardian Shield that was placed perfectly to be able to negate some of that damage, because it was trying on the other side to deal, you know, I think if that Guardian Shield isn't there, it potentially is going to be a pick onto Sestroid, or onto Tanuki rather, and Sestroid is going to be able to wipe that team fight. So really, really clutch heads-up play from OG, and they get to keep a lot of key ultimate economy going into this next round as well. So they're going to be able to really have a chance, Ryan, here to close out the map.
Tanuki, 8 final hits, topping the damage for his team, only just behind Etsu. Zestroid, Naga, both doing good work. Really, there hasn't been that many eliminations in the server out until this point. It is just how these fights keely go down. It's just one more round for OG to take before they end up in a losers bracket final against a Fnatic, which really does feel it's a battle for second place. However, LG have consistently been able to prove that they deserve a seat at that table as a top team of EMEA. They've won some shock results, had it punished, and then been able to reset. And now this is them trying to make a statement. The Kraken's Impact, Strangling Prison, able to do the damage, even though we see Naga going down in that fight. This is OG giving it up for the time being, allowing LG to take the objective first.
Yeah, it's enough, and really, really heads-up play from LG. I love the decision-making to be aggressive in that scenario and just start taking up your percentage to try and continuously snowball here. And realistically for OG, not a ton of ultimates in their back pocket. Yes, they're going to be having Alex with this Fate of Both Worlds to blanket whatever's going to be coming in with Rajaro, who has this Eye of Agamotto and has been very, very adept at using them so far in these mid-fights.
Sestroid watching his POV, chipping away, breaking as much of the Doctor Strange shields as he can to get this damage out. Rajaro, maybe for a second out of position, attempted punish from Tanuki, who's very close to having another Galactic Legend in the right position. But with Sestroid finding that kill first, well before ultimates are going to be available for either Star-Lords, might be LG able to stagger things out just a little bit more. You do have a nice Eye of Agamotto for Snaze to be held, but is this the moment? You've got the high ground, you're being postured and pressured away from it. But all throughout this, LG are ticking up the levitation cape for Rajaro, trying to contest this high ground a bit more. And it really does feel like it's LG trying to force out these ultimates early from OG, regardless of the fact that Crook is the one to use it first with his own invisible boundary.
Oh, Eye of Agamotto comes through, manages to find 3. Can the follow-up come through? Naga ends up going down. Crook taking incredibly low, but the Fate of Both Worlds healing is enough to keep them up and standing. But Rajaro does not get the same amount of healing, and this is going to be OG turning this one around, Ryan. OG finally going to start taking some percentage up for themselves.
I'm still like, if we do see OG win in this series, you got to put so much of that on just the supports. Ken has been great, being able to flip over away from the low key to do some really nice stuff on Invisible Woman. But we've seen Alex have some really nice CC that's coming with these absolute zeros. Just as Fate had used the Fate of both worlds too, so LG were making that a full dedicate. It's still only 20% on the point. Galactic Legend going to be used and an Invisible Boundary used, but I love that aggression. The combo that comes in from the Grappling Prison and the Kraken's impact means that this fight is cleanly squared up for OG. They need to trickle up the point a little bit more. A big ultimate dedication, right? 3 were used in total. We've got good rotation on the Fate of both worlds, and Tanuki's a Galactic Legend being available. It's a good look.
Yeah, the thing about this is there going to be a way for the Luminosity Gaming strategists to be able to get those ultimates in time. I think you're going to have to be looking out for Rajaro, and trust me, to take some damage and get chipped away so that the healing can come through. But Tanuki, I think, can just be aggressive here and just throw out this Galactic Legend, just get all of that time in their back pocket. Actually, here comes the Strangling Punch. He manages to find 3 combo. Naga finds 3, and it's going to be again and again and again. That's going to be a team fight win for Luminosity Gaming off the back of just 2 singular ultimates, Ryan, and they keep their strategist ones.
I think that was OG's plan now, is to just try to lose with baiting out some of these big ultimates. Playing in a place like that, you're kind of really vying to put yourself into a Strangling Prison and a Kraken's impact. It's now a question of, like, with 80% on the board of OG, got a plan to contest this. How do they want to approach it? You got that Galactic Legend, like I mentioned, but both support ultimates available for LG, meaning that this is going to be moderately comfortable. They might even be able to get the eliminations before the ultimates come out first, but no, Etsu finds first kill.
Trust me goes down. Agamotto from both teams. It's 3 onto LG. Is there the follow-up? Fate actually gets to stay up and standing and has the Fate of both worlds.
And overtime now achieved. Galactic Legend been waiting from Zestroid. He's been up on the high ground with the steel chairs. Comes down swinging onto Tanuki. Just as he had that Galactic Legend, he was holding on to it the entire time. Maybe it's going to be used in this 3rd and final map of Royal Palace, because it's looking as if LG are about to take us there. Snae's trying to fight the Maelstrom to burst down the Invisible Woman, but he can't quite connect over onto Crook. Enzo, though, is still on this objective. Suddenly, OG have turned this around. The swinging that comes in from the Kraken's impact. It's not enough to win out the map just yet, but just out of seemingly nowhere, Kenobi, OG bring it back into their favors.
They never say die, and Tanuki dying so early is actually going to be a boon for OG because of the fact that you still get to keep this Galactic Legend, and there's no strategist ultimates TP just to try and get back on and proc this overtime.
And Naga also having that Kraken's impact, that combination that can come in with the Feast of the Abyss. Is it going to latch up together? It does, but there's that Galactic Legend up in the sky as things are going on. But Naga is absolutely cooking here on the Winter Soldier. The trade's still coming in. Every time we think that LG is going to take the point, Enzo shows up in the kill feed just saying, I am Groot. There's an Eye of Agamotto here. There's a good timing here. He swings up in the high ground, but he's eliminated just beforehand. The Suns still come through. It's Tanuki in a 1 versus 2 on the objective. The rest of his team are coming in to be saviors. And they've just managed it by the skin of their teeth. They go to the losers bracket final tomorrow up against Fnatic. But fair play to Luminosity Gaming. Up until the end, they were fighting fit.
What an absolute clutch up right there. Giving the Eye of Agamotto stuns the 2 members that you have at the very end, gives their life for it, and OG, after an absolute slobber knocker, are going to be going up against Fnatic in our lower bracket final tomorrow. What a series, Ryan.
I mean, there's so much context added to that one too, where it's like Virtus.pro first seed, you'd say. OG second seed. Where does this Fnatic team lie? Are they the second team in the region? Are they the best contenders for VP? Or is OG kind of just getting forgotten a little bit here with what they can do? Yeah. Like, there's a lot of teams in that upper echelon. But yet again, this LG team has shown massively that they shouldn't be ignored. I think expectations were middling for them. A mediocre performance may be expected at this Invitational. But I think a top 4 finish in this fashion, when you've got wins over OG and Fnatic in the process, and you scared Virtus.pro in some instances at least, more so than most teams have been able to achieve, this LG team's one to keep an eye on, and they've barely been playing together time-wise in comparison to some of the other teams.
Yeah, and you saw just the amount of improvement they made from Swiss stage to now. Like that, imagine what they have when they have a couple more weeks in their back pocket, how good this team's going to look. I think Naga is a great addition to the roster. And if this team can continue to improve and improve and improve, they're definitely going to be one of the better teams that we have in EMEA. A great performance from them. Could have gone either way, all the way to map 5. But OG, we heard it from Fincy, kind of the one team that gave VP the most problems, now has to go through Fnatic to try and get that salty run back against Virtus.pro.
Both of them, yeah, will want a revenge against Virtus.pro either from this tournament or from multiple tournaments beforehand. So plenty to look at there. I think we're going to have an interview with Etsu very soon. So there's plenty of questions to be asking one of the DPS players who had heroic moments. I'm sure that we're just going to glaze him as he's getting into the interview slot to see him. But frankly, he had so many moments, as did Enzo towards the end, where it looks like, okay, OG lose this fight. No, never mind. There's the Kamek invite. We actually have him available, so I do want to just like almost ask him there if he can hear us. Like, how is that? Oh, how are you guys at OG actually just able to win out those like clutch moments? We should have him in a second, but yeah, Kenobi, how would you define it whilst we're waiting?
Yeah, I mean, the clutch plays from OG, it feels like there are always those moments where, almost Virtus.pro like, where they're just like, they never say die and they can really turn those fights. I wonder if Etsu is there. Etsu, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
hello.
We can. Hello. Congratulations on the win. A very hard-fought win for you. How are you feeling after such a grueling matchup, it feels like, against Luminosity?
Actually, I'm really happy and I'm really shaking as fuck because it was a really, really hard best of 5. So yeah, I don't know what to say.
What was like the hardest part of that series? Because we've seen you guys play up against Luminosity before, right? And we've seen you sort of get your revenge on them. They beat you in the Swiss stage. And there was even like change-ups with like the comps and what people were playing, right? What was the hardest thing about this series? Like either the map, the side, what gave you the most stress, I suppose?
Actually, like I said at the last interview, the last time we played with them was at the Swiss stage, and we trolled about the bans because we know exactly what to play, what to ban against them. And right now we said, okay, guys, this is our moment to take the revenge against them. We stay on the plane we had at the start, and that's what we did. And now we saw that it was really, really hard because they are really, really good, but we are better today, and we won the best of 5 against them.
So walk me through a little bit about the, pick ban phase. Is that something that's done by committee, or is there a coach who decides that? Because there was a lot of adaptations, it felt like, in pick ban as we went through all of the 5 maps in this series. How do you guys kind of decide, is it a coach, is it by committee? How exactly does that end up going through that process?
Actually, we have no coach. We are only 6 players in a team talking to each other, trusting each other. So we are just giving our ideas. We are actually on the same page, so this is easy to play with the same game style as with the comps we want to. So yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit, like, one of the really key things that we've enjoyed watching from you guys, obviously, is you and also like Tanuki on the duelist role, but your support backline is incredible. I feel like Alex and Ken have really shown up massively. The Loki being banned out a little bit as well because Ken has just been so good on it. What is it about these two that make it like a dream come true for you as a duelist when it comes to them playing support? Like how good's their communication? Like, is it that they're mechanical gods? What is it about those guys that make them potentially two of the best support players in the EMEA?
Well, actually, we know each other since a few years because we were playing on Paladins a lot together. So when we made the team, it was easy to adapt to their communication, to their game style and stuff. And actually, yeah, we are not talking at all about our backline, our support, but they are carrying as fuck. I'm so happy to play with them actually, and to play with the others mate, because everyone is so fucking good. We all played well today with Sweets, and yeah, they're carrying as fuck. Ken is Loki is one of the best Loki ever. That's why they were banning Loki. So yeah.
I'd agree with that for sure.
Yeah, I think he was definitely worth the ban. Before we let you go, Etsu, got a one last question. Is there anyone you want to shout out to the fans, anyone at home, or the OG faithful that you have in the chat?
If I have one thing to say is we destroyed them, bro. Last time we played with them, Rajero trash talk us in the chat, and no, he wasn't talking at all, bro. He wasn't talking at all. He did it to Fnatic also, and now we destroyed them, bro. So I don't have anything to say. I'm just proud of my teammates. This is just a loser team. Anyways, okay, never mind. Maybe maybe I'm.
You gotta make it spicy. You both gave it a good series, so like I'll let that one slide. We'll see how they do. Like if you play up against them in the future, if they're gonna sort of have a shout back. But yeah, you guys are up against Fnatic. Best of luck in that series tomorrow. It's gonna be good to see which ones. And thank you for your time again, Etsu. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Oh man, Kenobi, like
little picante there from Etsu. Love that. Good for the content.
I think it was needed. You know, we had like a lot of 3-0 results today, and finally sparks are flying to the end. And you know, it gives us, you know, grudge match in the future. And sometimes you just gotta like speak your truth a little bit. But that Fnatic, I know obviously the grand final is going to be the main thing, the main chunk of that 100k prize pool tomorrow, Kenobi. But that losers bracket final for Fnatic versus OG, who's going to be like the potential contenders there? That's one to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we have tomorrow because of the fact that these two teams are so close. But we do have some highlights for you, so don't go anywhere. Take a look at these, and we'll be right back.
Just to show that the competitive levels of EMEA are shining, and I feel like we've barely started with what these teams are able to do. Obviously, we've got the big showing here. The Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 1 is up and going with some of the main early games at least happening. But we're about to put a cap on this tournament, Kenobi. We got the grand finalists, at least one of them set up. Who's going to join them tomorrow is all going to happen tomorrow. Is it an expected bracket? Whilst we have a quick glance at it, is this everything gone as intended?
I mean, VP going to the grand finals, I think, is definitely as intended. And Fnatic versus OG, I think, as we saw the Swiss stage and as we saw through the bracket, the two teams that have really put up the biggest fight against Virtus.pro, besides maybe Team PEPS, who unfortunately ran into that brick wall of OG with how adept that they were. But that top four that we had, I think, kind of was what we expected going into this tournament. And it feels like it was just yesterday that we started the Swiss stage, and tomorrow is where we're going to be wrapping things up. And Fnatic versus OG to kick things off is going to be a great matchup. But if you win that, you get the quote unquote prize to play against grand finals in Virtus.pro in a best of 7. So it's going to be an absolute fantastic day to end this Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA.
Yeah, and even on the penultimate day, we've seen a lot of twists and turns with what the meta is. Some like heroes that we haven't seen people play, and they've absolutely shone on them. And just really, like, a lot of these organizations interested to see what's going to go on in the tournament might want to stick around to see what these teams could do over the future. But before we finish, it's worth shouting out some of the skins that are available in-game, starting off with the Lingering Imprint costume for Venom, which appeared in the 2018 comic number 8. Where Venom's ever-evolving power continues to thrive, adapting and imprinting upon these worthy of wielding its might. And also, you're looking over to the Cloak and Dagger from the streets of Sicily. The Shadow of Light's weave an eternal dance. Cloak and Dagger's Twilight Duo costume captures the contrast of the mystical land where honor and secrets intertwine. This isn't available in the game currently. You probably see, you'll have the little notifications and stuff, right, Kenobi, that tells you to go have a little peruse. But if you haven't been in game for whatever reason, you're going to want to after watching this tournament. You're going to see these in game as well.
Yeah, and there's also the Clone Rumble, which means that you can get this free skin, the Mrs. Barnes. You can grab it, earn this exquisite costume for free by diving into Galactic's Cosmic Adventure event. The mission has already begun. It started March 7th, so don't miss your chance to claim this iconic reward. I love this skin. Anytime things get like westernized, it really likes the Texan in me. Even though we're in an EMEA broadcast, you know, I am a little bit Texan, so have that in me. And this skin looks fantastic. Can't wait to get into some Clone Rumble and get it.
Yeah, I saw somebody saying that they got it very quickly in game as well from the clone game mode on Reddit, and everybody was just like, I hate you, you know, because it was just, it was a very clean grab of it as well. So yeah, you can earn that in game too. Yeah, it's been a really nice day for sure. Maybe the early series not giving us as much of an enticing prospect for some of the teams fighting for the top spot, and Virtus.pro making light work of a Fnatic in their like debut a grudge match against each other within their organizations. This final one showing that things are going to be very close and competitive for the future of EMEA, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I'm crossing my fingers that we do get a good series tomorrow in that lower final and in that grand final, even though VP looks like they do not want to lose a singular map throughout the rest of this bracket. They want to continue to just put the pressure down on the entirety of EMEA and show why they are not just the best team in EMEA, but most people think the best team in the world right now. And we'll see if they can cap off with a win of this Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you guys know exactly what time that game is going to be happening. It's going to be at 5 p.m. GMT, so 6 p.m. European time. I always forget what it is, but so yeah, there's one to keep an eye on for. Basically, keep an eye on this stream. It'll be going, and we're going to have some crazy games to finish out this amazing invitational. But that's us for tonight. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals and the losers bracket final. Final day. It's going to be a banger, so don't miss it. See you tomorrow.